exist, black hole matter, dark particle stuff. I thought everything had
So I'm a
particles.
very practical person, and
It-
I think the measure of anybody's invention or idea is what it can do in the real world. And every time that Einstein's ideas were tested, they've shown results, and they've allowed us to advance and to do things we were not able to do before, thus verifying they had worked
How'd you test space-time?
because they work,
We're sitting here. What are
right?
you going to do to test? What are you going to do to test space-time? What's the test? Me and you
You're
gonna
bring an atomic clock to higher altitudes.
No, we're not. No, we want to
I'm a
know.
lob.
We're testing
I'm a
space-time.
lava.
We're not
I'm a
testing
lava satellite. I'm a lava satellite
space-time.
with the same
I don't
technology
want a
for
satellite. I want
calculating
space-time.
time.
That's okay.
And then over
I
time,
want
I'm going to compare
space-time
those
only.
times, and I'm going to go, oh shit's different.
Now I want to know what you're calling space-time to begin with, that you're going to even do anything to or with it from. What is space-time? Forget the rockets and
Context.
stuff that ain't space-time.
Okay. Context. You have to give me a specific situation, and then we can describe space-time upon
What's
that context.
space-time? I don't have to give you anything. This is your magical theory. You have to prove it to everyone that's listening. You guys come up with the garbage. Now, how do we test your idea that's nothing?
Okay, I'll give you an example. The Big Bang till now.
That didn't make any sense. So, do we have any space-time?
I'm sorry.
Don't be. Hand it over to the next guy. Hand the relay over to the guy with space-time. Don't be sorry for excuses and why you guys don't have this. You're saying this guy's brilliant, and you're saying someone can test my brilliant idea of nothing burgers. So unicorn farts that made you strong. Now, how do you test that? You can't get the unicorn. It's invisible. And you're not sure where to catch it.
No,
like black holes.
You can't. Hey. You can't get unicorn farts. I can.
You can't get a space-time fart, though. Isn't that weird?
I wanted to ask Sean something. Sean, have you heard this claim about like how deep these uranium, whatever Iran had going on, like the bunkers were too deep for the B-2 bombers to even change anything about it?
I have not heard anything about that.
Apparently, that's what some people are saying. There's some people from Iran, like, haha, your guys' shit didn't even hit the facility that's containing the uranium. And then they're acting like we didn't do shit. And you didn't hear this? Okay, I don't know. I could try to find a real decent source right now.
I just doubt that any place that was hiding it would openly come out and say, haha, you missed.
They're claiming that where they kept it was like, 700 meters underground. So it would literally like have to get into the lowest part of the bunker to affect any kind of. And then at that point, if they were blowing up some kind of uranium enrichment, I don't know, program facility, wouldn't that cause radiation like immediately after?
Yes.
Yeah.
Depends
No
on how
radiation.
deep. So, like, if it's as deep as they're saying, and we were able to reach it, it would definitely affect that area. But it would be very doubtful that it would become airborne.
Right. Yeah. All right. Let me try to find, because a bunch of people are talking about it. I'm gonna try to find the best source.
Yeah. Interested. Definitely interested.
I feel like America's lying their ass off. Like, we did it, guys. Like, big victory lap. Like, immediately.
Well, we are very, very prone to do that. That's for sure.
It's because that's what they want the story. That's the story that sells right now.
When you melt sand, you just make pretty glass and gold. All we're doing is bombing sand. You get a big sand pile and you start bombing it. All you're gonna do is keep making the same pile of sand. in that same pile of sand, like cat turds in the cat litter boxes, and you get buried by the sand. You don't shoot sand. You don't shoot quicksand with missiles. That's not hurting anybody, guys. Who told you that? That's weird. It's just weird.
Right.
Sand can also absorb the impact to where you don't have an earthquake over there because you just hit the sand over here and it absorbed all the impact. I wouldn't even feel it down the way.
I don't see what certification they give us.
That's the worst thing to hit is sand. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. Why didn't the 9/11? Why didn't they hit our beach? Bomb their beach, bomb their sand pile at the quarry. That'll get them. Sounds like they're making a big hole so they can go in, take a tube and strap it that way, that way, and cop everything they want. They want the uranium, they want gold, they want oil, they want whatever they want. They just go down and stop this.
But yeah, everybody should be aware that, it's not in question. Einstein was on crack, methamphetamine stimulant.
Oh, he was like worse than Stephen Hawking. He was like a blabber in his heart.
Requiem for a Dream is about Einstein, his lifestyle.
And this is again something.
Here comes a globetard to reject what's obvious to
What
everyone
about
else.
Newton?
Wait. Now, are you promoting meth use?
That's smoking Newton.
The Globers are.
Smoking first meth, he made
I mean, they're the ones that
pirates.
take Adderall and get all freaking,
He was smoking
medicated,
mercury.
super medicated, so medicated that it's like hard to talk to.
No medication.
Just you guys are just knocked out.
Newton was the first one to smoke lithium, helium, everything.
If you really want to believe you're a bat in a jar, you wouldn't do everything to, or you think you're just like a brain in a vat. But why are you doing everything to become a brain in a vat when you already are one?
Oh, so they don't believe in God.
Newton was the first Walter White for the king. Remember this. Newton was the Prince Walter White. He was the prince, and he was Walter White at that time.
Like, all these guys think some like idiot 500 years ago is smarter than them. Like he didn't know. Like, you guys ain't coming up with anything anyway.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're a flat earther, then
You don't have any theories about how anything works. You're not improving our understanding of the natural world.
Well, if they all declared him retarded, and that's where they got their stuff was from a retard, then how would that make them feel?
Imagine thinking you're like progressing our understanding of the natural world by regurgitating what everybody already knew like hundreds of years ago.
I mean, that's what you're saying. You're regurgitating.
Hey, you're literally stuck in the past.
Ether and all the other old shit.
Dude. You gotta move forward.
I have to move forward.
Yeah, put that 1900s crack pipe down.
Okay, and get back to the 1700s crack pipe that you believe. And people
earlier than that? Even earlier, before they knew what the crack was, when they were first making it, Morgan? That's what
you might want to go to further back.
First of all, our scientists aren't doing crack anymore. They're doing fentanyl. Get it right.
Adderall.
Yeah. And what has flat Earth scientists done since the 1900s? There's some new science.
If you live on Earth, then you're a flat Earth scientist.
1900s.
We just try to get you guys to stop making all those drugs. We say stop taking all that shit.
Oh, there's nothing.
Old Newton.
All science treats the Earth as flat. Where have you been?
But all science treats the Earth as flat.
I feel like that's something a troll would say. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
No, that's what science do. All you gotta do is look it up.
All the
Well, he can't
been the same
give any science that a flat earther has got.
All the
Science doesn't require a ball.
the same, Mo, man. They say, when's the
Because there are no
concept of
scientists
space
that
from
think that the
beginning
Earth
of
is
time
flat.
when we
It's
marked
funny
it
how your
down
ball
None.
science
till
has
today.
no ball.
And there never
You
will
literally
be.
have no
Because
ball for your ball
If
science.
you understand the Earth to be flat, your scientific understanding is so backwards that you can't do anything.
Yeah, all science is done assuming that Earth is flat, and then all ball science is
And
done
liar.
imagining a ball
That's
on a
all you
flat Earth.
can understand. If it's close and relative, all you see
So this is
in your
just
whole existence is
Duisburg
flat Earth, and that's
Berging.
all you can demonstrate or see or experience.
No evidence.
What the fuck are you talking about? Where would you experience a globe? What's that like, old man? Please tell us.
Yeah, where's the globe?
Like if
It's not
you
under your feet,
understand
right?
the
Because
Earth
there's.
flat,
Are you standing on a
you
ball right now?
you
Where's the
deny
ball?
the atomic model, so you have no
Are you like a
idea.
sea lion? You gotta balance
Yeah, look
the
at that
ball on your nose.
molecule and just tell us how much of a ball you see there.
And these people are
Is
adults.
that the 8-inch curve? Oh man, what's the 8-inch
These
curve?
people are
A puddle,
adults.
a
They
hill,
can
or a
procreate.
So which part of the ground is
I got a
higher
dip,
relative
or a
to
mud puddle. Where's the
So
8-inch curve? They're all 8 inches
is
high.
the ground
And it's funny that they
lower-
both
is the
overtalk, but
ground
they don't
lower on your
understand that they're
heel, or is it
overtalking
lower
each
on
other
your
right
toes?
now.
So is the ground lower on your heel, or is it lower on your toes?
And now an adult doesn't
Which way
understand
is
what
the ground
elevation.
curving?
Like an actual adult who doesn't understand what elevation is.
Oh, you don't know what ground looks like.
In
Have you ever seen the ground
2025.
before? You're from Earth, right?
He
Have
thinks-
you ever seen the ground before?
And he thinks that Einstein was stupid.
Can you fix your mic?
Yeah, it should work quite well, no?
Ugh, do I have to turn you up? Damn. All right.
No,
I'll turn you up then.
No, you don't have to. Don't.
I
I'd
do.
rather talk to Dima. He's wiser than you.
This is an open space.
No, it isn't. You overtalk everyone, so it's your
Like
space.
the Earth,
right?
which has a
You don't have a
right?
ball.
This is
So
a
is the
safe
ground,
place.
Is the ground at lower elevation on your heel or on your toe?
It depends on the elevation.
Right. Everything
Depends
depends
are you on an
elevation.
uphill or
Wait,
on a downhill.
Whoa, stop. Ask that
Stop.
question again, please.
It was a funny one.
Ask that question again. No, ask the question again. 'Cause I think
Is
you
the
answered it wrong.
ground
I'm not
is
gonna
the
lie.
ground at lower elevation at your heel or at your toe?
Yes.
And that, yeah, on the flat Earth, what is the answer?
Yeah. No.
Well, on
Answer
the
is yes
globe,
because
actually,
because when the same question would be, where does curvature start? It would be at your feet.
but where's the center of
No,
gravity?
but he's not. He's
Is
not
it on
talking
your
about
heel or is
curvature.
it
He's
on
talking
the
about
toe?
elevation.
The middle of
Is
your
the center of
the middle
gravity
of
on
your
the
foot.
center of your foot?
The middle of your
No, but
foot.
he's talking. No, but he's not talking about curvature. He's
You're not
talking about
bringing,
elevation.
I'm bringing clarity. You are not. So the center of
Yeah,
gravity.
it would
is-
elevation would make zero difference to any curvature or gravity question.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then the whole sole of your feet is at an elevation
from you,
that
magic.
depends on the ground.
No,
Like if you're standing on an uphill, then your toes are higher than your heels.
I would say
What if
zero
you're on a-
would be the
what if you're on a
middle of your
baseball
foot.
mound?
Zero would be, if we're being hyper, you got to be pedantic about it. The middle of your foot would be zero, and in either direction, it would be minus curvature.
No, that's
Minus
still the
that's
same
not
elevation.
negative.
That's not an elevation.
Yeah, it's an
Chuck, though.
elevation.
No, but I said to. I
You forgot
said,
that Jesse is absolute.
curvature.
He's an absolute idiot. You forgot that.
again, if we're talking about
No, you
curvature, elevation
fucking
means
dude.
nothing. I don't care about elevation.
He's upset because he doesn't have
Okay,
an
so what if you're standing on the beach in California, and
Yeah.
and another person is standing on the beach in Hawaii? Are they the same elevation? Yes.
I think I'd be enjoying the beach, man.
Hmm,
Thank you. That's welcome to flat Earth.
no. Okay, standing at the edge of the water. Yes.
to flat Earth, fucking idiot.
Stop coping and being butt.
God.
Well, actually, that
He doesn't
statement
understand what elevation is.
But no, hang on. That statement isn't a flat Earth doesn't exist statement because the level would be the same level to him. He would say that if
Yeah,
you
it's
ask,
level of curve.
watch this, Jesse.
Yo.
Is the elevation is elevation in California at the beach the same as Hawaii at the beach?
And I would have to measure elevation from sea level.
Okay, well, if they're at 0 sea level in California and 0 sea level in Hawaii, are they the same level?
And I don't know if the water line is at a different elevation.
I'm gonna punch you in your throat. I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to help you out, and you're fucking it up. Jesus Christ!
Okay,
You know,
so
boys,
okay,
have
so
at
if we
'em.
have so there's a ship. We have a ship at the dock, and we note the water line on the hull. As the ship goes over the horizon and gets cut in half and starts to disappear, is the ship's elevation changing? Is the water line still the same
Nope.
place on the hull, and that's still sea level the whole time?
No, perfect, Sibo. That's the important part. You have to add a reference into that statement, right? Who cares if the beaches, in both situations, the beaches are both level, right? I mean, that statement would stand true for both. But you have to add that reference in to what we're referencing it to, and then you are 100% correct.
The volume of air creates miraging. You know.
Yeah, you're out of your mind.
distance that you observe.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, he
Anyway,
can't answer a single question ever.
These are my favorite part.
And
You should
Hang
talk
on,
about
this is my favorite part.
what it was
it's
a
cool.
hyperbolic grid of
Oh, I'm being interrupted.
No.
I can't finish my sentence. Oh my god.
Yeah. So what is the
Yeah, welcome to
value
yesterday.
of the index of refraction
Oh.
to obstruction? That's my favorite question.
Yeah, so clearly, you know, boats appear within mirages on the shoreline.
Absolutely. Under what conditions?
I would say when you're on the shoreline, right?
Under what conditions?
Because you're looking through a corridor of air that's like, you know, not that high off the surface of water. There's a lot of refraction.
Like what conditions though?
Any condition, you know. The globe says any condition.
Well, because miraging doesn't always happen, and it doesn't always happen at a set distance. So there are definitely conditions that would conduce to a mirage happening. So if you're seeing a mirage, I would say what conditions?
Miraging conditions.
Oh, okay.
When
there's not miraging conditions?
Well, then show me that, you know, something's obstructed bottom up and there's no conditions for a mirage. But you know, you need
I'm down.
But you need
What if I told you? What if I told you this is flat Earth?
Hold on.
Flat
you
Earth
need bottom
documented.
up. Your bottom up obstruction occurs like, you know, if you're 6 feet high, it's at 3 miles. Things should start appearing.
Oh, there's refraction.
Yeah.
Right. And then you
100%.
know what else
I
happens
got
at
you.
that distance? You know what else happens? Miraging.
You know what else happens at that distance? Or no, when in those conditions is a better way of saying it. Distortion. So what if you don't see distortion?
And it's actually funny that you posted evidence of a ship being seen on top of a sun.
Why are you trying to be a retard? Okay, go ahead. Be a retard and then I'll
But you just debunked your own flat Earth evidence.
So in the example I just showed.
I'm going to explain. Thank you. All right. So, you know, when you're looking through a corridor of air on your globe,
what if I didn't let you finish your answers? Would you think that's
the density of the corridor of air, right? Sean, you increase the volume of the air, you increase the density of the corridor of the air, right?
Yes. No, wait.
So the further you look,
increase the volume.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Right. So the farther you're looking, the more things are distorted.
Yes.
So when you get out to 3 miles, no matter what, there's standard refraction.
Okay. Now, I would state that depending on the turbulence in between you and said object, determines the distortion, not the refraction, as you say. Because refraction is a result of all these things.
Turbulence can occur like randomly affect what you're observing.
But it's not. It's randomly in its observation, but it is not randomly in its effect. The effect of any turbulence or miraging is due to something, right? Due to a condition, the water, the air, the pocket of moisture. There are a lot of things that contribute to it. One of the things that you would look for is that distortion. So if I look at an object, say 9 miles away off the coast, and I don't have distortion, I have obstruction, then where would the turbulence happen?
I wouldn't call it turbulence.
Okay, I wouldn't call it turbulence either.
On a flat Earth, the call
did call it turbulence.
Hold on, Steve. Sorry, let me respond. I know you. Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. I tried to say that to you yesterday.
Yes. Okay, insult time? Go ahead.
No, I said that I tried to end my sentences yesterday, but you wouldn't let me. So let's see how you're doing this today.
What are you interrupting for?
Well, it's free for all right
Ego
now.
boost.
Just said it.
It is free for all,
Ego
but what do you
boost.
contribute? I don't know what you're adding.
Ego boost. It was just an ego boost. Go ahead.
I'm giving you the same that you gave me yesterday, but I'll stop now because I'm a
Okay,
better human than you.
So you're butthurt.
Not a fucker.
So butthurt people, they're free to interrupt and be butthurt.
Yep, you did that yesterday. Good.
Ego boost. Anyway, the reason I bring so it's not so much that I'm saying that refraction qualities, distortion, turbulence can't obstruct things. The issue would be what quantifying effect does it have? This is a screenshot from the video I just put in. I know that platform is 9 miles away. I know that ship, that cargo ship,
you and
is
your
13 miles.
controlled own experiments.
Yeah.
Look at you go.
Yeah, me and Travis, my friend.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
he's
and
the big
Travis
boy.
went at the same
Yeah,
time?
this is our observation. Yep.
Y'all went to the same
So-
location?
Yeah, we met up.
I can't argue against that.
And I'm not sure if you knew it or not, but Travis does a lot of P900 and 1000 observations, and he is very adamant that cargo ship and that platform that are two different distances away and have almost zero distortion cannot be brought in through zooming in. And we zoomed in probably about 40 times to come up with this, for him to come up with this conclusion.
Where's Travis nowadays?
He's still live streaming, doing his own little thing.
Because I saw Flat Earth Data. Was he here? I think he was here, but I haven't seen
It's not
Travis.
Travis.
Oh yeah, did you get to
Travis is still
see?
around.
Did
He's
you
still
get
live
to?
streams.
Did you get to see Jack Stone?
Fuck him. He's so annoying.
Yeah, he was funny when he pulled up over here. He was talking about Earth is a polyhedron.
Buy his book. Buy my book.
That book is awful. I mean, he couldn't even fix the typos.
You read it.
AI.
I talked with people who actually have read it.
Oh, so you didn't read
I didn't read it myself. I wouldn't
He said
buy it.
himself. He said himself. AI wrote most of that book.
Oh, really? That's weird.
Yeah.
So lazy.
And that's why he also didn't go through the editing process. He assumed it'd be fine.
No, he rewrote the book.
Did he? Did
Wait,
he?
what book are we talking about? Whose book?
I guess he added the
Flat Earth
typos.
data.
Flat Earth Data.
Yeah, or Jack
FAD.
Stone is he comes in now. Or Jack.
There's a book about that? Holy shit.
There's a book on Amazon. Just Google Jack Stone Amazon. You get the book. Don't remember the
It's
name.
not. It's not worth it. But
Yeah, I mean
it's not very
the
expensive.
reviews
either.
are good.
Zooming
The
in
reviews.
on something obstructed bottom up due to miraging, in my opinion, would
But should I
not
Google
bring back the
Jack
bottom
Stone
of the
Amazon,
boat.
what I wrote in chat.
It would remain in the mirage.
And-
You would just be zooming in
and-
on the mirage.
Okay, and I agree. So here would be the problem with that scenario, because it does happen. I'm not going to say it doesn't, but in this scenario, I would say that there is no miraging happening. I can see the cargo ship. I can see the stilts on the platform, and I see no distortion in the cranes. So I would say, where would you say miraging is happening? And if you wanted to say the first foot off the water, I would even give you that, but then I would ask, how does that obstruct in the
Give me the
ship's
side view.
It is a side view. What are you talking about?
Front and side, son. Don't call the front the side view. I want the other side view, your side view. The sits on the side view. I want the front view. I want all three views, motherfucker.
Okay, hang on. I got you.
Oh yeah, no, that's
show
true.
you.
You need three different observations, all at different angles, right?
Hang on. I'm happy you guys asked. I usually wait for this. I don't want to just.
Oh,
not
you
really
really did
cap
do
it
that, huh? Yeah, you did it.
So the stuff not when you get a side view or does
I gotta go. Gotta go to the Travis meetup file. Hang on.
Orthogonal, orthographic side view.
That was the one thing I loved about Travis is he did want to figure some shit out. So what he did is
how
he
can you
did a lot of fucking
something?
different
How
views.
can you get the trigonometric function of something without the three positions? You guys are
There
looking
are others
forward
who
and
wanted to
backward.
figure
That's two
things out, like
Here,
Vanti.
position
here
would be
is
the side
Vanti.
this is the
Jose
view
wanted
from where we took the shot before zooming. Hang on, I have so much more.
How do you
Okay,
triangulate
nice.
without the side view, guys?
This is from a different view. Hang on, I gotta find it.
What?
This
How do
is
you
the
know
other
there's
view
a
you
hill
wanted.
there? How do you know what that back of
Yeah,
that hill looks like, Sean?
this is from
What's the
8
view?
miles north. Hang on, this is from 8 miles north of the
No, there's a
platform.
guy sledding down the hill. He's going to bet you money. He's 27 miles away. Did he sled down the hill? You would never know, stupid. Unless
No,
you
yeah,
got
no, let him. I want to hear the info on
You don't know
Sean's
if Flat Earth is a
Sean's
giant
image.
slope.
Yeah,
Hang
just
on,
mute
hang
the
on,
Mark left lane.
What if Flat Earth is a giant slope?
hang on to my.
A little bit of
Sean,
a
This-
handicap ramp right there.
Yeah, let Sean
This
tell
is-
his information.
This
It's
is
just running water.
This is 12 miles south of that first location. This is where we could not see it from.
Ah, wow. Can't see it
Okay.
anymore.
Yeah, but do you remember the distances I just gave you? Hang on. This is
12
important.
miles. You said 12 miles?
Where's the ruler?
This is the channel. The green dots are the channel in which we watched that cargo ship running. So that's how we knew the distance between the cargo ship and the platform, because the platform are the G platforms. Those are very well documented, 9.6 miles away. So that's how we knew the distance between the two.
That's
Right.
globe GPS coordinates. Uh-oh.
You're right. You're right, 100%. And oh yeah,
It's
so
the
if
same that
you-
were used in the
so
Black Swan.
Here's the best part. So if you listen to this video, you'll hear Travis talking about that, right? And it tells us exactly where the shipping channel is, where all those cargo ships run between. So even if we don't go off of where the GPS tells us that they are, we can travel. We know exactly how far Catalina is. We know that they travel in between the coast and Catalina, and we know exactly what port they come from. So I could just draw lines to show that's the exact distance. I don't need to trust the GPS. It just made our life a lot easier.
I think it's funny that flat earthers cry about GPS when others are using it, but when they use it, it's all good.
Did you need more?
Dude,
I
no
got
one's
a lot more.
crying about GPS right now. But
Just
Yeah,
said
no,
globe
yeah,
GPS.
no
measurement.
one's crying about GPS right now. But I actually really like what you did here with that dude. This does kind of
we did a lot of-
in the ether band.
And I want to remind you this. This is the ship in question. This is the ship we're looking at.
Right.
And that's how I would the part where if you look at it in one of the screenshots I showed you, you can see the hull, the top of it, and you can see the cargo containers. And that was like a big telltale sign, because it was like we were able to actually count the containers on that ship in the video part. Like you can see how stacked they are.
Yeah. And the color coordinated things, they probably made it easier to count.
Yeah.
It's funny that you can see water all the way to the containers. So no ether band.
This is
Just
actually
obstruction.
what you see compared to, this is obviously just drawn in, but this is the comparison to what you see versus what the actual ship is. So that shows the obstruction that's shown in the video. And my question to Travis, this is actually why we aren't really friends anymore, because he had asked to answer this question. It would be, yes, refraction does obstruct in certain situations, but the problem that flat Earth has in this situation is, and you'll always be asked, is how do you quantify the amount of obstruction due to the amount of miraging you have?
Right.
Because
it's hard to control
it'd
something that, it's depending on you observing it from 10 miles away.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I would always concede, just for the fact of it, that for some form of refraction is affecting this image. But the problem always will be, how does it obstruct this much? and unfortunately,
until we improve our technology
even
to really test the conditions of a mirage from 10 miles away, I'm gonna just give it to you for now. But we don't have the technology to confirm, what conditions really create what miraging effects from 10 miles away.
you want to hear something funny? I would agree, but the problem is, I think our technology is.
I ain't giving you shit without a side view. Your technology's too slow for a side view. You can F around. So,
but here's the difference between
on the side, brother. Side door of your house.
Okay,
brother.
So in that the very first screenshot I put in that has the cargo ship and the container, this is my evidence. Yeah, this is I already showed that. This is the evidence.
The side view of that, and then we'll take a look, and then we can compare.
I did.
Then we'll
I did. The first screenshot is I showed you from 3 different locations on that beach to the one platform.
No, retard. We need a side view of seeing you where you're standing, and then the object you're looking at. That's the side view, not locations on the beach, stupid.
Okay.
You know what a side view is?
The video,
I see you, Sean, looking at the thing. I see Sean. I see the thing. I don't see curved water in between.
Okay.
Sad for you.
Cool.
Side view.
Yeah. Cool. So the first screenshot I put in was from the video, and you can tell the aperture of it's different. And then if you look at the 3 pictures, because the 3 ones that follow that are actually pictures, you can see that there's a different hue to it, right? Kind of more purplish.
No, you need to side
one of the best things I liked about the P900 that we use for these ones is that they have those filter options in it, and the filter option that Travis loved to use was this. I forget the name of it, but it cuts down the haze. So in that third one where we couldn't see anything, that's not the same function. So I would say, yeah, the haze obstructs things, but our technology that cuts through a lot of that definitely helps. I say our technology isn't the issue.
Okay, so you at 11:42, you posted a little cartoon, 4 boats with a red line and a blue square.
Yeah.
So you definitely observed compression. Just based off you took this off of a real observation, right? That's not.
Yes.
The compression caused by the atmosphere. Look at that.
Okay, I will give you some compression. How do you quantify 53 feet?
I'm not contesting that. It's
Yeah. We've already gone through this part, but that would be the question. Like these are the questions I was giving to Travis, because he would lay out some of these parameters of why, but the hard part is going. Well, we know 53 feet of this ship is gone. How do you get to that?
Feet walking forward or backward, and actually inches. So every inch I walk away from the stop sign a stop sign reacts a certain way. That's inches. Now you're talking about feet. And then how many miles are you away from that object? So go up to the object directly, and then film yourself walk away with the fucking actual. God damn it. You gotta have a reference of height. What are you laughing about? Because you know you're fucked here. Now you back up from it, and everywhere you back down, it's gonna drop, but you don't know what that means. You don't know that every foot will equal a fucking how many feet of drop you're looking for? 53 feet, right?
Yep.
That can be done in a couple inches. Walking away a couple inches from a stop sign. Every inch you walk away, walk so many inches away, then it's going to look like it's so many feet below your head in your imagination. But it's not.
Yeah. So, Jesse, here's the in response to that.
Every
picture where we couldn't see
from something, it drops.
The picture we couldn't see the platform
that's horizontal.
What was at the beach? Like we were
hallway, Sean. Do you understand? Understand this part. No curve. Everything you walk. No, not Jesus. Real stuff. Every little inch I back up from.
Okay, so you can hear me.
The exit light goes down.
The picture where we couldn't see the platform was us standing on the sand, right? The pictures where we could see the platform, the middle where we were in the middle observation, and the northern one, we were standing about 20 feet above the main sea level.
All we're getting is a D-Mock Sean. That's all we're getting.
All we're getting is left lane below the left lane. Left lane. Get him in your semi. Make about 15 of them long. Now, walking back from the first little thing, the first door in your thing, mark a red line on it. Keep walking back. His thumb and his forehead are going to be that high. Then we're going to line it up from the distance. You get behind him and film his forehead and line it up with the door. His head's going to be 53 feet taller than the door in the 3 semis you just walked past. And there's not even 50 foot. The semi trailers are only so high left lane. Do you know how to count, Sean? Are you guys okay?
Yeah, why is there 50 feet of boat missing though?
It's only 10 foot.
We're not on semis. How is it possible? There's 50 feet of boat missing.
It's a 10-foot hallway. Yeah, we're looking at 53 foot of drop for the exit sign. How did that happen in this horizontal hallway? Tell us. We need to know. This is fucking great. You guys have good. You guys make no fucking sense.
The problem would start, Jesse.
And the exit sign drop.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, it's not Jesus Christ. We're in a hallway. You walk away from the exit sign, film him left lane, get behind him. His head will be the reference. And as he backs up, you back up. Film the fucking exit sign, and his head's going to be bigger than it. It's going to drop 53 feet. But the hallway's only 10 foot. How did this happen, guys? How did you get 53 foot of drop in a 10-foot tall hallway on a flat floor? Left lane, explain this, please.
The issue would be, Jesse, on that last part is if I could see that observation where there's within even a different a margin, 40, 60 feet. If for every day for a week I'm observing these tanker ships go by, if the same obstruction is evident, then the problem would be, how do you equate the same compression and the same atmospheric conditions to different days that don't have the same, and I'm not saying you have to answer.
Yeah,
I'm just saying these are where this is the path of the questions that would happen.
That I haven't done yet, so I don't have the answer.
Exactly, and that was where Travis would always hit that wall and start the whole, I need a team, you got to pay me, right? Because he understood that then puts him in a bad spot to get it done. I mean,
your guys' test is one of my favorites I've seen right now. This is up there with some other stuff that I like.
Yeah, I did that, the typical you're just wrong thing. I spent probably 2 weeks every day, and there's like a course of them in my streams of just me and Travis going through all these observations that we made and just nitpicking little things, but not going to the this is why situation. And it got to the day he blew up was the day that I kind of just compiled everything we had talked about and tried to lay out a reasonable reason for why I didn't believe it worked. And he just he went on a rant that it was like a week of him just progressively getting a tad bit racist.
Did you ever measure the height of the horizon relative to eye level?
That would have just been our observation from the beach versus the parking lot we were in, and what we were seeing with our control, quote unquote, would have been that platform. Because again, the cargo ship was more of a miracle that happened because it gave us another reference, but our initial observation was that platform. We didn't expect that cargo ship to come through like that. That just a happenstance.
I understand.
Because we saw probably 3 ships, and that was in a 6-hour span. So, like I said, we weren't expecting the cargo ship. It was just happenstance. We were focused on that platform, and then all of a sudden, Travis was like, "Oh shit!" Because that video, that 4-minute video, is really is about an hour and a half long. The original of it's an hour and a half long. So we see that ship come in from way before, and we watch that ship go way out, way after. And unfortunately, I don't think the server can handle the original video. I should put that on my YouTube one day. It's just long as fuck.
I just gotta know. Don't tell me that this test is the reason that y'all aren't cool, though.
The what?
Is this test the reason y'all aren't cool?
Yes.
Oh my god, no.
Again, it wasn't the test. It was me, because remember, especially this was 5 years ago. So then it was typically the Globers. Oh, it's kind of the same now, where Globers just go, "You're fucking wrong. Shut the fuck up." Right? This was one of those situations I don't think he was ready for, because this is like I had just left Flat Earth. So instead of being an asshole about things, I wanted people to understand how I like went through my steps to figuring things out. And Travis did not like that. He did not like being the hamster in my wheel. I had just like I had left Fire for maybe 2 weeks when we did this observation. And then the next one was Dan. Dan was the one where fucking basically I took his his spiel, and I just let him do it for a week and a half. Give me like, and that was the thing I realized Globers don't do. They don't shut the fuck up long enough to get all the information that person is trying to say. Because if after that you don't have to say another fucking word, they've given you everything. And Travis and Dan are really bad about that. They'll give you everything you ask for, and then flip out because the conclusion isn't what they say it is.
No, don't worry, I got you. While you guys do all your retarded shit, you just give me a couple dollars. I'll sit on the side like China, and I'll watch and I'll film the whole thing. And then when you guys say, "Man, this thing changed here and went here and went here," I said,
Cuba.
"My line never dropped or rise. It stayed right the fuck there."
Cuba films.
You see
Cuba's
Sean
the one
right
that
here
films
walking
Denmark.
back and forth like a little ant. And then you see this guy over here. You see the boat. You see this boat in front of it, 4 boats in front of it. You can see them all lined up. And neither boat is higher or lower because I drew a horizontal line above the things and below the things, which is actually the horizontal they're sitting on. So as we can see from the orthogonal side view, that Sean and all these people are just full of fucking crack shit. They're crackpot goofballs. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know what the air is doing. Apparently, they don't like air. Apparently, they don't like any of their own refraction because they don't know what the fuck that is. And then they have mental problems because they won't get a clear cut side view with a horizontal baseline under all that shit while they're standing there looking stupid saying this boat went down somewhere when clearly the person sitting here looking at them is like, "No, it didn't, retard. I got a horizontal fucking line from you to that boat right here in my view. What do you mean it went down?"
I know what the best part.
Get off the net.
That's like one of the other good reasons why I bought my drone, so that I could fucking actually just do all that kind of stuff. It's pretty badass.
That's a clear story.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm sure that your views, I'm sure you can't ever come out and go, "Hey, I have views from 2,600 feet." Do you? Can you do that? Because I do. I have many of views. I can do a lot of experiments. I can do sunset experiments. Can you do these sunset experiments? Can you do any
I
of
can
those?
just watch what you do and make shit up, and I'm gonna sit at the side, and you're gonna make all your dumb shit up, motherfucker, and my video is gonna prove you wrong every time. So just shut
We'll
the
see.
fuck up, stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, my video of you fucking sitting there and nothing happening and nothing going down like you claim. No magic fucking unicorn earth curves. Nothing dropping down 50 miles on this day and 23 feet on this day and 2 inches on this day and not moving on this day for your fucking globe that's supposed to be set.
I like this. This is one of my favorite pictures. Oh,
You know that horizontal line that you look from left to right? That's the same one you see in your orthogonal view. So where's that curve?
Texas skies at night are fucking amazing.
We'll go up to about 120,000 feet and let's take a look at some meteors and stars and space debris and ISS.
I don't need to. I can do that. I can do that from the. I can do that from the surface.
Yeah, dumb cunts can go dig a hole and look up too and not see fuck all or not know what they're looking at. So
That doesn't
keep
even make
digging a
sense.
hole and saying, "Yeah, I looked 5 foot up into the stars, guys." Yeah, you're doing good, Sean. Thanks.
Hey. Did I show you guys the picture of the house that got hit by lightning?
The stars got further away.
I think I have them on here.
Dude, these Globers in the text chat are acting so goofy.
Yeah,
like they didn't
weird.
see the image you posted, I guess. I posted it.
They don't listen either.
These guys. They still don't.
They don't
understand.
listen much either, because I don't. At any point, I don't think you said anything you didn't make any claims at all either. But I'm pretty sure they're arguing like you did.
Well, it's because they just have to attack someone, you know. They hear somebody not just sucking globe dick out there. So, oh, there's someone for me to attack. I can reaffirm my globe against him in an argument.
It's called an ego boost.
These guys are never going to go out and do a test that actually provides evidence of anything. They're just going to constantly refer to, you know, textbook stuff. Not everyone, but some. But okay, so clearly the boat has gone through compression due to the atmosphere. Right? Vertical compression, no horizontal compression. So the angular size horizontally didn't change, but vertically it did. So it's not just a matter of lift, like looming, right? But because we say that there's a standard rate of refraction that causes things to appear higher on the globe model. Right? So this volume of air is not creating the illusion of something being lifted up. It's creating the illusion of compression.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then I would say, why at the distance between me and the platform is greater than the distance between me, or than the distance between the platform and the ship. Why aren't we saying a uniformed amount of compression on the platform?
Yeah, that is an issue.
Because like one of the things, this was the other one that he hated so much, because that platform that you're looking at, we could show, here's the picture, we could show what we were seeing and what was missing. And these are stock images, you know, of much closer to it. So we were able to show, well, if that's the amount of compression on that ship, then shouldn't we see a uniform amount of compression on the cargo ship, or on the platform, I'm sorry. But we weren't seeing that. We were seeing exactly what you would expect, quote unquote, to be missing at that distance.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I said top 5 favorite people making observations. It definitely this is up there with like Jesse Gordon and Shoebill's stuff.
I think what irritated Travis the most, and I will say, you know, I hate to toot my own horn, but this is the most detailed way of explaining it. Like, especially because this all goes with the Black Swan and all that kind of shit too. But the reason I think it was the best was because I wasn't trying to get you. It was literally my brain and how it correlated how things worked at that time. Like, I really broke down do I know this or do I not know this? This is what they say. This is what they say. I really broke it down, and that's why I think it pissed Travis off so fucking much, because it wasn't one of those I gotcha situations. It wasn't tried to be.
Yo, get Travis in here, man.
I mean, we're still cool. We conversate. I would probably never meet up with him again, but I mean, we're cool. He has a new channel. Let me see if I can find it. I'll share the channel.
Nice.
I'd say everything you guys do is pointless without a fucking side view. There's no fucking point to even going out and playing with yourself.
That's a good point.
If we were saying we did the observations to convince Jesse and Denmark that the Earth is not flat, I would 1,000% agree with you. But that wasn't our objective. That wasn't my objective.
Nah, you're supposed to prove it's round to you, weirdo. With all different views, you dumb bitch,
Yep,
not forward. So you live on a forward, one-dimensional, single-file line ball thinner than your feet. looking forward.
You
That's
must
the
have
globe.
you must have ignored the evidence.
Forward by Sean. A
I showed
horizontal
different
straight
views.
line of sight is Sean's globe.
Welcome back to Flat Earth,
sight
Sean.
of air. Looking through air, Sean, is your globe. Welcome back to the fucking
Why are you so hell bent on convincing me?
I'm just trying to tell you to look at the side view that you just will not do. Like reality hurts you or something in some way. Like a side view.
I guess you're just purposely ignoring.
You're a biased bitch and you don't want to look the other way. Quit being a biased little bitch, one way looker. Stop fucking looking one way saying you prove something, weirdo. Your IQ's low, real low.
Why does my opinion affect your life so much?
And you never affected shit to do with me. You're just a weird bitch. I don't understand why you come on here gloating on how you know how to do something when you're retarded.
I'm high as fuck and I'm bored.
The right way. Well, look the other way, motherfucker. Get the sideway high view.
I did.
Tell somebody to film you sitting at the table and film your ear. Is that impossible, retard? No, they can't do that on your globe. You can't get a side view of your ear on a globe.
Nope,
all they can look is your back of your fucking head and the front of your forehead. All they can see on the globe is the back of Sean's head and the front of Sean's head. No side view, Glovers. Don't you worry about that. They don't exist.
Don't exist. You know what? With your speech and your compelling argument, I'm a flat earther now. Just because of what you just said. Congrats, Denmark. I'm proud of you.
Damn.
I mean, that was the best compelling argument I've ever heard.
All you got to do is leave these guys like smart balls on mute. Then everything starts to become clear. Does anybody else know about this bunker that was, the bunker in Iran that had the uranium enrichment? Does anybody know a lot about this supposed place? Because what I'm reading on Twitter, like there's like people in Iran on Twitter, and they're talking about like they're literally on camera, like, "Yo, I'm at the place they're claiming they bombed. Nothing going on here. No damage. No structural damage to the facility." I think it's kind of weird. People claiming to be at the place that America is bombing. Yeah.
This is where Travis is at now. This is where he mostly streams from.
Oh, nice. Dude, there's a pay-per-view that I'm trying to watch. I don't.
Or, if not there, this is the new Plain Truth channel. This is probably the most recent he's been on.
Nice.
I was somewhere that the IAEA agency and the radiation signatures from Iran, so they're saying that the strike.
I couldn't hear you. Your mic was kind of low.
I don't know.
Yeah, PhD, you bring death to servers. Like when all you want to do is like, "Oh, this guy's so stupid. Fuck this guy." That's why nobody wants to come talk to you, because you don't talk about anything. You just affirm globe. That's boring.
It's boring.
No, this is just Jesse Copen. I mean, I
You're
tried
being
to
a
talk
dick.
with him yesterday.
You were a dick yesterday, and
ladder,
you're trying to be more of a dick
but
now.
there's no talking. It's the old.
I know more about the globe than you.
How is there no talking? I just had me and Jesse just talked for about an hour about it.
Yeah, he's trying to gaslight you the whole time. He's throwing random jabs in voice and in text chat. It's because he's butthurt from yesterday, because he thinks that space has 3 dimensions. in his space-time model, but it doesn't. I literally showed him the diagram.
Sean, do you know
Yes.
how many dimensions, spatial dimensions, there are in space?
That's not the question.
4.
That's not what's in question.
Or spatial dimensions?
Yes.
Oh, 3.
If you treat
There's
X
3.
like a dimension
3.
and Y
3,
like
yes,
a dimension.
3.
No. Stop.
So Sean agrees with me.
Nope.
And
You're
But there
creating
is.
the confusion. You're not able to explain it. You don't understand the issue because you didn't comprehend it yesterday. That's why you're butthurt today. So I'm going to explain it to
Argue it
Sean
out. Let's
without you
hear it.
interrupting and conflating the
Yeah.
issue. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So you have one model of a spatial dimension. You consider X a dimension, Y a dimension, and Z a dimension. That's your 3-dimensional spatial whatever. And then you
Yes.
have a time-space model. You have a space-time model.
Correct.
Where space is a 2-dimensional plane, time is an axis, and space-time is an axis. He denies this. I showed him the model.
That is true.
Please, Sean, say that he is correct.
Yes, I'm correct. I know. You denied it all day yesterday.
Sean, tell him how he's correct.
Oh, I mean, he is correct. I mean, if you're going to break them down between the two, then that is correct.
This guy fought tooth and nail for
Space
like
to
an
space
hour
time.
yesterday.
Well,
He denied
he
it.
did just say he did just explain that spatial time is 2-dimensional. Time, the 4th dimension. How many dimensions does it run in?
That's not what
it doesn't.
That
is. That's exactly
No,
what it is.
Ron gets it.
No.
See, here comes a global.
How many dimensions?
He said, okay, so this is, I will repeat exactly what he said. He said in spatial time, there are 3, X, Y, Z. He said, then there's a 4th dimension, which runs in 2 dimensions, which is up, basically linear time and time itself, right? The time that we scale it up. That's not true?
So he said that there's 3 spatial
You don't tell anybody what I said because you like to misconstrue things. I'll just say
repeated. Hang on. I just repeated what he said. What I just said, was it wrong? What I just said.
What you said is correct. No, you're correct.
No, hang on. PH. What I just said, is it correct? Hang on. What I said, is it correct?
Yeah, there's 3 spatial dimensions.
Perfect.
Right?
Okay, perfect. Because that is exactly what Jesse said. I just repeated him.
Yeah, okay, then it's good. Then we agree. There's 3 spatial dimensions. It's not 2 dimensions.
See?
It's 3.
I'll post the diagram again just so you can get the visual.
Look. If you agree with what I said, then you agree with what he said. All I did was repeat what he said.
Sure. If he said that there's 3 spatial dimensions, then we agree.
Yep, he did. He said
it, right?
X, Y, Z.
Okay, Jesse, X, Y, Z, 3 spatial dimensions, right?
I'm gonna repeat what I said so you just understand with ultimate clarity.
So you can't answer the clear question with a yes.
That doesn't require you to talk. That doesn't mean you start talking.
Just let him finish. Let's let him finish, Rad.
Behave yourself, Magic, please.
No,
you need as much information as you can to actually have an argument. If you don't hear them, you don't have an argument.
You have 2 conceptual models.
That's why I'm trying to get clarity.
You are not going to get it by speaking over me as I'm trying to provide you clarity. So you have 2 models for space. One of them is an XYZ model. X is an axis, which is a dimension. Y is a dimension. And Z is a dimension. That's your 3D space model. That's what applies in real life. Now you have a space-time model. You treat space like a 2-dimensional plane, time as one of the axes, and space-time as the 4th.
And we do treat and for laymen.
No. That's incorrect.
The surface of
it is incorrect. That's one.
That's incorrect. Yeah, that's not right. It's 3D. No, space-time. Hang on. Space-time is 3D space, XYZ, with respect to a dimension of time. That's the 4th dimension.
Not in the model that I posted.
No, that's not true. I mean, Sean, do you think that space-time is using 1 dimension?
No, hang on.
I like your model.
He's using a select model to distinguish the context of what he's saying. Just keep that in mind. He's using a distinct model.
Yes, this model.
He's using a model where time. He's using a model where time doesn't matter.
For explaining the Big Bang cosmology.
Sean,
You say that space is projected along a two-dimensional plane.
I'm just
All
hearing what he's
matter
saying.
is expanding relative to a two-dimensional plane. That is your universe model. You have two different models for space. You didn't comprehend this yesterday. Sean G. It took me 2 minutes.
Hang on. The question would be, how many dimensions does space-time have?
Yeah, that's the question.
Apparently,
how many dimensions do we
that's like I said yesterday.
No. Do we measure time? Space-time.
Time or space-time?
It'd be distinguishable between one. It'd have to represent over something.
See, these guys, okay, so this is where the conflation comes in, because they will tell you that time is space-time. That this fourth
no one said it.
Yes, because you are saying that the fourth you have a 3D model, right?
Yeah.
XYZ, 3 dimensions.
You're lying, Jesse.
No, hang on. No, he's not lying.
No, he's not lying.
He's lying because he's making claims for me. That is lying.
This is why it's not lying. Hang on. This is why it's not lying. I think that he is not talking about time in the same scalar you are.
Yes, correct.
No,
I don't think he's doing it on purpose, though.
He said,
no, there's 2 different models. I'm describing the model that treats space like 2 dimensions. He doesn't accept it.
The best way to explain PH. Show me a line from the beginning to currently. You would have you'd be drawing a line over a surface of space-time. That was in quotations, right?
What?
That is what he's talking about, right? Okay. If you showed me, if we were going to show me a graph right now, and the beginning, all right, 0 is the Big Bang, and then you were going to show me currently, and you were going to show me how space-time, time in space, right? We're showing this graph. Your graph would go from 0 to currently. That is what he's talking about. That is all he's talking about.
Time, 1 dimension.
2. That's 2.
No, 1. Linear, 1 line.
Okay, I'll show you a graph. 1 line, correct. Hang on.
Yes, so then it's 1 dimension. A line has 1 dimension.
I'm telling you, this guy can't count, bro.
Okay.
Does it go up? Count to 1. Why are you retarded?
PH. Does it go up?
A line?
Yes. Does your line go up?
What do you mean up? Up in time?
We're distinguishing between We're distinguishing between the Big Bang and current. Would it go up?
Sure. No, I don't know what up means. Up in relation to
would it increase on the graph?
A line is just a line. What do you mean increase? What would increase?
Okay.
It wouldn't. Oh my God.
What would increase?
Okay. Time and overtime.
What the fuck?
Okay. I got to draw it out for you.
What is overtime?
I'll draw it out for you. Don't worry.
I want double pay, Sean. Overtime.
I haven't had to fucking draw something out for someone in a long time. But hang on, let me find it. Where would I go?
Essie must like this. Isn't it funny?
Well, I just got in, so I'm waiting to hear you guys' argument. I haven't really. Yeah. I don't want to say anything before I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you do.
What I claimed yesterday. What I claimed yesterday was that space-time has 4 dimensions, 3 spatial dimensions, and then 1 dimension for time. And I am still holding to that claim.
Here, I'll show you.
See, that's my model, right?
So, okay, here we go.
Jesse disagrees with it.
We'll draw this, and my line sucks, so I don't want to hear it. So this is 0, and this is current, right? That's a C. So if we were drawing a line to show space time.
Are you doing it live? Oh, you're streaming. Okay.
Yeah.
You know you're streaming.
Yeah. My bad. No worries. So a line to show time would look like this, essentially. I know it's not exactly, but it'd look like that, right?
What are the axes?
Okay. X. Y.
And what? Okay, what are they? What is the x-axis?
It'd be.
Oh my God.
Time. It'd be your time.
Okay. and y would be.
Okay, I mean, shit, it could look like this, man. It doesn't fucking matter.
You're missing a dimension there, bro.
Matter.
There it is.
So what is the x-axis? It's my time.
This is what the time. That line is our scalar. This is our little scalar. So now we've decided that's 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4. That all we're doing is adding scalars for your understanding now.
Is it years?
A million years. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck it. Yeah.
Okay. So that's the time. That's the time. The one-dimensional time.
Again, we're just adding a scalar to this.
You just said that.
You understand that, right? Yeah. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Yeah. But realistically, that's not a dimension, right?
Why not?
Because it does. Okay, a scalar is added to understand. It's not an actual dimension. It would be a description of.
Yeah. So there is no axis over there in reality, right?
Yeah, we give that. We quantify that for the explanation, exactly.
Okay, so where's the time? The actual timeline there?
Oh, space. I'm sorry, here.
Oh, okay. So that's the 3 dimensions of space.
No, it's just one. We're not quantifying distances.
Oh my god, he doesn't get it. I'm telling you, he doesn't.
Yeah,
get
what is that space? If it's not temporal space, what space is it?
It's just okay. What you're asking me is how in what space does a watch work? That's what you're asking me right now.
A watch works in 3-dimensional space, right? I have it in my hand. Right?
We're not quantifying a distance. We're not quantifying a scalar. We are quantifying time. And in that, there would only need to be 2 things that matter. Distance over time.
What is the distance without space?
Time. This is why this is the conundrum that we're having at the moment. Yes, essentially, yes.
Okay, what is the difference?
We both agree. Hang on. That's what I was going to ask. I was going to say we both understand that the time and time are not the same thing.
What are they? What's the difference?
One is space, and one is a scalar. We have given a quantifying amount of that space. One does not exist. One does not actually exist.
Meters. So meters versus distance.
Yep. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's just a.
So then
there's
just only one
dimension.
Just
a scalar. It's just a scalar within.
Yeah. So one dimension for time.
Just a way for us to have this communication. Yeah. Yes. So time.
Yes. So we agree.
Time is one dimension, and the time and the quote unquote distance over that time is another dimension.
No, it isn't.
Okay.
It's just a scalar. It's not a dimension.
Okay. So you're telling me that the Big Bang and currently has no distance?
Oh, there's time.
Well, there's.
This is what I was asking him yesterday. I was asking you, is
so that time
yes
happens?
Or no?
Okay, that time happens again. This is, and I want you to make sure you say it exactly how you think it when I say this. Ready?
Yes.
That time happens over what?
That makes no sense.
It does. It may not make sense to you. In the understanding of what we're talking about, the context of what we're talking about, it is time over.
It's.
You've already said it. It
doesn't make any sense.
I know. Time over time may not make sense to you, but for that exact reason, hang on. For that exact reason is the exact reason I go time over distance to make you understand.
Sure. So I understand you. So you're saying that, let's say tomorrow,
how about this?
From here to, can I answer?
How about this? I'll say it exactly how it's supposed to be said. Time over space.
Time over space. Space.
Yeah, remember, Magic Smart Balls, you're on company time. Remember that.
So space, you mean space as time there when you say time over space?
Nope. I mean time over space, not space over time. There's a difference.
What is the space there?
Time.
Okay. So
Again,
time over space, and you said that space is time. So it's time over time.
This is why people have to explain what Einstein says. This is why people like Feynman have to explain to the layman these type of things, because the actual terminology that you're trying to make Jesse sound stupid on is the same thing you're caught up on. Let me make this very clear. What we are talking about is time over time. That makes no sense. I agree with you. So what we then say is time over space. The reason it's time over space is because that the complete understanding of relativity is that time is not, or space is not faster than time, right? You cannot expand faster than light, right? Time is distinguished by the. Okay, so you're telling me that there's matter beyond light?
The universe expands faster than the speed of light.
So now you're telling me that the universe expands faster than the speed of light. That's what you just said.
You can read about it. Yeah.
Okay. Source.
But you said time. Said time over time.
No, fuck that. We're not moving on. Source.
Sure. You said time over time. I'm getting you the source at the same time. You said time over time. Would you always also say distance over distance if I walk 10 meters?
No. There is no distinguish of time over distance, because there's no way of scaling time distance without time.
No,
you can't go. I can walk a mile in a mile.
Time. No, forget time. I'm moving 10 meters. Is it distance over distance?
No, it's distance over time. How long did it take you? What space did you?
No.
Hang on. Right. I'm gonna say it better. What distance was covered in that scalar of time? That's all it is again.
Sorry, what?
You cannot avoid, like, you're trying to avoid this to say it's not true, but the reality of it is all you're doing is trying to interpret it in different verbiage.
No, you're saying that seconds and minutes are a dimension, and that's horseshit.
No, I am saying they're not. I am saying they are scalars to describe dimensions.
Yeah, and you said that that's one dimension.
I've said many times now that scalars are not dimensions.
Okay, good. So then there is one dimension for time, right?
Again, time that we're talking about is not your fucking watch. Distance.
Time is something conceptual in your space-time model. You don't have material time.
Space is not distance. Space is space. Space is a dimension. The foregoing context of time is a dimension. You keep using it as a scalar. Stop it. I'm not talking about years, months, or days.
I've got a singularity.
Okay. You said time over time. What is the other time there?
Time's different.
Space.
Relative.
Space.
The time
No.
Time is
you said that on your graph over there, the x-axis is X amount of years.
Yeah, my bad. Hang on. Yes. I said, let me make this clear. Shut up, Denmark. Hang on. My headphones just died. I gotta.
Oh, but that's true though.
Oh shit, man.
Because the globe is a time machine, and when you move away from it, you age faster. So time's not the constant in manner you were looking for.
It's so obvious. These diagrams treat space as a two-dimensional plane. It's literally in your diagram.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry, my bad.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Okay. Where were we? Okay. The years that I gave you on the side that I'm erasing right now don't exist. I just did that because I obviously had to for you. So that's
one dimension.
So time, yes. X equals time, one dimension. Space is Y, another dimension.
How can space be one dimension?
How can it not? What do you wait? Because we are talking about
three spatial dimensions.
We're talking about it's not space. You're making it physical. It's not physical.
No, I'm not making it physical.
What do you? Yeah, it's exactly what you just said. Say it again.
No, I said that there's 3 dimensions in space: X, Y, and Z.
Physically.
No, they're not physical. It's just geometry.
Okay. Yeah, that we. can we distinguish between the distance between here and the moon?
Yes, because the moon is a physical object, and we are a physical object. Yes.
Okay. Now, can we scalar the time it takes to get there?
Yes, provided we know the speed.
Yeah, of course. Would you say those are two of the same concepts?
With what two?
The time and the distance. Spatial time.
No.
And distance. Okay.
No.
Perfect.
No.
Okay.
No.
Then don't.
Well,
then
they are dimensions.
Yeah. See, there's a problem. No. Didn't. That was not what was in question. Question was in the context of what we're talking about. Would you use them the same? The answer is no. And what you're doing is
sort of because
you're talking about time.
You can sort of.
And you want that. Hang on. You're talking about. This is the problem. You want to talk about the 3 dimensions that no one is questioning, X, Y, Z. No one is fucking questioning these things. But the problem is then when you want to talk about something else out of that context, and we are specifically talking about space-time, that would be the distance between zero and current that we have observed. The things that we use in that are scalars. Those things are not dimensions. Those things are just ways for us to understand what is being conceptualized. You are trying to conceptualize something into something else. And that is what is convoluting this conversation. This is why I made a very simple graph. Okay. Show me okay, fine. A better concept would be, here would be better. Big Bang currently. Show me the third dimension in this scenario.
Oh, what?
In my scenario that I have
it's about time.
Okay. In this we're talking about time. Zero, I conceptualized zero, the Big Bang, to currently. In my graph, I have showed you X and Y. Show me Z.
Yes. What is X? X is a scalar for time. It's not time itself.
He doesn't get it.
It is time. A scalar of time. Hang on.
It is time.
It is time. No, listen. It is time. A scalar of time would be me doing this. 5, 4, 3, 2. Yes. That is the scalar of time, not the X.
Yes.
That is a dimension that is there regardless of our thoughts or our opinions.
Sure. Yes. Sure. So there's one dimension for time, like I said.
X. Yes.
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 So there's a point in time where we are at now in that one axis.
Yep. Okay. We'll do this. Boom. That is our. Yep. Okay.
Yeah. Let's say 14.7 billion is there.
No. Don't do that. No need for that. No. Let's not add scalars to this. Why add scalars?
Well, you just did. 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. You can add that scalar as I added that scalar. Does either of those quantify a dimension?
Yeah. It quantifies time.
No, it's a scalar on our timeline, right? It's a scalar within our dimensions. It's not a dimension. My point, your numbers do not distinguish any dimension. They are just scalars within.
Yeah, it describes a point on timeline.
Okay.
Just a scalar.
Not a dimension. Yeah, not a dimension.
Yeah, time is the dimension, not the scalar.
Perfect. Scalars, not dimensions. We're on the same page.
Yeah,
perfect.
Like
we're on the
same page. A meter isn't.
Hang on.
Yeah. Can I explain?
Get away. No, because you're getting away from what I asked you to do.
Oh, it's your ego boost. Ego boost.
Ready?
Okay,
ego boost. This one. Let me explain something. This whole conversation is ego boost to me because it's against another glober who thinks he's smart as fuck. So I'm going to ask you a simple question, and I'd like you to answer it. X, Y. We've distinguished those. We both agree those exist. Where does the Z-axis go on this?
What is Y?
Don't do that. What is Z? What is that third dimension?
I'm asking what is Y?
No. I'm asking space.
Okay. What is space? How many dimensions does that space have?
We're not talking about that.
Wrong scale, dumbass.
Oh, well then.
The fuck are you missing the point?
Then we're not talking about the thing. We're just talking about one dimension of time.
Oh, okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. I see what you're doing now. When we are distinguishing space, it is encompassing its one dimension in this scalar of time.
which is
No,
the
it's three
necessary
dimensions.
physical fabric of space for your Big Bang cosmology.
Yeah, you want to go. You're going. I get what you're doing. You want to use the space. You want to use spatial dimensions, but we aren't talking about spatial dimensions. We're talking about one linear thing and one linear dimension within, right? Which would encompass two dimensions. Space being one. Now, if you want to go into that, then we can start talking about the 4 dimensions. But one of those dimensions still has to concede and correlate with spatial dimensions. So that's where you're kind of going away from it. Let's stay in one spot. Let's talk about time. Time is one dimension. We agree on this, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. That time has to exist somewhere. And for the conversation, we have to use another dimension in which is encompassed in it. We both agree this exists. We call it space.
No, we call it time. It exists in time. A point in time exists in time. I exist in space and in time.
You can imagine how this went yesterday, Sean?
Hey, Sean,
I mean, if you want, you can.
have you seen the new video Blue Jay put out literally 2 days ago about the subject?
I have not, sir.
Yeah, doesn't time warp space and space bend time? Don't concepts affect concepts, but physical stuff affects physical stuff? Isn't this cool?
Yep.
The concept can only affect another concept. Go ahead, gravity space time.
I would recommend checking it out, both because the channel is really good and really funny, and also because it really demonstrates exactly why time is the 4th dimension, and it does it by right. I would highly recommend it. Is what I'm saying.
No, the argument wasn't whether or not time was a dimension. It absolutely is. But what we were talking about is whether or not time and the space that it covers becomes 3 dimensions. He's saying it's 3 dimensions.
So what? This is going to sound insulting, but guy who invented 4D and used time as a 4th dimension invented the jungle gym. You played on a jungle gym, right? Everybody has, right?
Yeah. If you haven't, you should be shot.
Right. So if you consider each of the places, each of the nodes where the pipes come together, they have a 3D coordinate system, right? X, Y would be left and right, and then Z would be going up. So at every intersection, we can make our coordinate system. Now we put a bunch of kids on it, and we can only have one kid at each one of those coordinates at a time. So now, in order to get all 10 kids through the 0, 0, 0 coordinate, we need one more dimension of freedom, and we can rotate them through one at a time. That's where time is the 4th dimension, and there is only 4 because the other 3 are already spoken for. Did that make sense?
Yes.
Only if you believe in time, only if you believe that time is a thing that can be manipulated and shaped, with space, like a sheer fantasy.
Do you disagree with the analogy? If I have 10 kids on a jungle gym, I can rotate them one at a time through a designated intersection of that jungle gym?
You don't got a space-time blanket to cut up with that, right, dude? You just don't.
Yeah, there's no such thing as space-time, man. You've just been convinced of it, and you're, putting it on graphs and talking about it, but it just doesn't exist.
So time does exist, and you agree that we can shift every kid through. Just want to get that out in the open. Thanks.
No, that's not what I said. I said the complete opposite. Time does not exist. Time is a man-made thing, and you're taking this thing that doesn't exist, a concept, and you're putting it in together with what's between me and you, space. It's a sheer fantasy.
If time doesn't exist, why do we teach kids to stand in line and take turns? They should all go at the same time if time doesn't exist, right?
Okay, define time. What is time?
It is the passage of entropy.
Passage of entropy? So you're describing entropy.
Correct.
Well, entropy, maybe you can use it as the arrow of time in your model, but not time. So again, what is time?
It's the timeline that on which we measure entropy. It is every point in time has a distinct from every other point, as so it doesn't violate the law of identity. It is a measuring stick.
It's events over space.
Events over space.
I disagree with that, because you can have time without referencing an object or even a location.
Why? We use the Big Bang. What do you mean?
Yeah, okay, we use the Big
Bang on that.
Our modern calendar isn't based on the Big Bang, so obviously we use other things. So what we choose is arbitrary, right?
Arbitrary on accuracy.
No, it's still space or whatever you said over whatever, because the sun used a solar cycle, 365 and a quarter for the year.
Not a scalar.
See, all I
So it is space, something moving through space or something.
I was actually
even the
somebody else,
link
so I can't
where
really use that argument.
even the link where Jesse posted his image that Einstein and four dimensions. First rule.
So far we haven't defined time, right?
It's a succession of events.
This is that's still not defining time.
It is.
It's an illusion of the concept of something that has to be put on something physically, but can never be put on something physically. Like you can record stuff and shit like that, but you're not recording time. You're recording events of physicality. There's can't put time on anything. Especially when they tell you
figured out.
Yeah, especially when they tell you a spinning ball warps time and space, right? By spinning real fast. Yeah. Time machine balls. Yep. Spin fast.
Yeah. Time is
they've
relative.
been convinced. Yeah.
Time is relative in your model, so you don't have anything absolute about a dimension at all.
Time isn't relative.
You guys need time. Not only do you need time, you need to incorporate it with space. I mean, good luck.
It doesn't work at all. It's just some phony stuff that's going to go away eventually.
Come on, man. You guys are too smart to believe that crap. Seriously. Too smart. Come on. Even the ballers.
But with all the gaslighting, can you explain what length is?
Like that's not enough to gaslight.
Sorry, this is too funny, man. Come on. We're talking about time. Why are you talking about length?
Oh, because it's also one of the dimensions.
Because he can't distinguish between physical space or time or anything.
No, I can. You can't. I can. But what is
space bending or is space time bending?
So the only
time like a metrical dimension.
Funny, no answer ever from Blur. Always another question.
You guys never come close to making sense. You're just so into fantasy land. It's like we just want you to make some sense.
Yeah, I'm asking you what space-time is, and you're telling me what length. What's length? You're the one changing it, not us.
You never once asked me what space-time is. You did ask what time is, but you never.
I just asked you.
We don't even know what you said. See?
Okay, let me ask you again then. What is time?
So deflect from my question. What is time? I already answered.
What is length?
Succession of events. I already answered your question. What is length?
Is space time?
I see. What is length?
Length is a measurement. You measure something, right?
So
Point A to point B.
Is the thing itself.
Excuse me?
Well then, okay. Oh, well, if length
Distance
is a
between
measurement,
2
then sure.
points.
Then time is a measurement also.
Okay.
Are you satisfied?
Well, there's only one problem. Like, we can measure length, right? Now, you're going to tell me
measure
you
time.
measure, oh, yeah, with a clock, right? With a clock?
And you do it with a ruler.
So to you, that's an equal thing. That's equivalent.
No, you said that length is a measurement. Why can't time be a measurement?
It could be, but does that explain it? Like, I can show you a length, right? I can take out a ruler and I can measure something, right?
No, but you're showing me an object. You're not showing me length.
I'm showing you the length of the object.
No, okay. Show me the length of 1 meter.
That's easy. You can get a yardstick. You can get a yardstick. That's a meter.
And then I'm looking at a yardstick. I'm looking at a yardstick, not a meter, and not a length.
Okay, fair enough. So you're comparing. So you want to say that time is a measurement? Then is that your?
No, I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you what length is, not what a yardstick or what a meter.
Well, length is the distance between 2 points, bro. Isn't that it? Isn't that an accurate description?
Sure, and time is a distance between 2 events.
Well, I guess you can squirrel and put it in those terms, but really, did you describe time?
Sorry?
I said you can say it that way, right? But did you actually describe what time is, or did you describe like the ticking of a clock?
Like there's a carnival over here. I'm sorry.
If I didn't, then you didn't describe length by saying that it's the distance between 2 points.
Yeah, distance between 2 events, like a carnival over here and a church sermon over there. Like, you're not describing time, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it isn't distance between 2 temporal things, then length isn't the distance between 2 points.
Temporal thing.
Can I just hop in on this time thing?
Sure.
Of course. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, I'll make a sundial and just measure time via length of shadow in centimeters. And I'll be able to tell what time of day is it by the length of the shadow.
That's measuring a scalar, though.
Yeah, I'm just measuring the passing of the sun. That specific event.
But then you're not actually measuring sort of time.
Exactly.
I'm keeping time that way. How do you want to? You can measure like as long as something is periodic. Yeah, you can use that to measure time, right? But if it's like transient, changes with respect to time, the rate that it does something, then you can't really use it as a time measurement device. As long as it's periodic, it's fine. And like you can send me that device or tell me to calibrate mine to this. Okay, that's cool. We can do it with a pendulum with a calibrated weight as it goes, from one end to the other end. We call that 1 cycle, or half the cycle multiplied by 2, whatever you want. As long as we're on the same convention, cool with me.
Yeah, that's a distance between two events, yeah. Like from point A back to point
I agree
A
with that. I'm cool with that definition, by the way. I like that definition because it also applies to the sun. If I use a sundial, the events are, the position of the sun. Essentially, you can do it in angular measurements or whatever you want. It doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah,
well, I'm cool with that.
It's funny that like length being the distance between 2 points is okay, but time being the distance between 2 events.
You're just saying distance instead of amount of time. Distance is pertains to space. So you're kind of screwing yourself a little, if you ask me.
No, it just pertains to dimensions.
Not just when I hear the distance, you could just replace distance with the length of time. Because distance pertains to space. Time does not.
Well, sure, but then if you say that the length is the length between 2 points, it kind of doesn't make sense. Just like if saying time is the time between 2 events.
The length between 2 events. It doesn't make sense, exactly. So you need a better description of time, in my opinion. But I hear how you guys are saying it cool to a degree. I guess.
It's just a dimension that it's hard to describe when it's not a spatial one.
And it's also, relative, so you don't have any absolute version of time to even say that everything is like, moving incrementally along.
Ooh, oh, that reminds me. Do you subscribe to some kind of ether drift, Jesse?
Would you say?
Do you subscribe to the 6 kilometers a second ether drift?
I don't know what you're talking about, so no.
He's trying to say change the subject. He's trying to change the subject.
No, I think we've already. I mean, do you have something more about time, Essie?
Yeah, it doesn't exist. It's a man-made thing, and you've been convinced that you can incorporate it with what's between me and you and make a fabric. It's complete and utter nonsense.
I mean, if someone claimed that's the case, then sure, it would be nonsense. But no one's saying that time is a fabric.
Are you sure that's your model?
Einstein says it is.
Yeah.
So Einstein says that time makes a fabric, not space-time, but time.
No. The combination thereof. Combination of
space-time. Space-time bends the fabric.
No. Actually, mass bends the fabric of space-time.
Yeah, it's mass.
Yeah, SE is correct. It's mass warps the space-time continuum. Fabric continuum, XY grid.
No, that's true. That's
Jesse knows that. He just misspoke. Yeah.
It was just fair. Yeah.
All this talk about space and time and space-time, it's just eventually you just got to be like, man, none of this bullshit matters. This is all a bunch of conceptual model garbage.
Yeah, it's mathematical things. It doesn't exist, guys. You got to come to terms with that.
It's useful. It's useful. You know what I mean? Like,
kind of predictions come true.
Like speed, distance over time. Yeah, you take you got from point A to point B 10 meters away. How fast did you get there? I got there in 2 seconds. Boom, there's your speed, 10 divided by 5. So you're going at 5 meters per second, right? So it's cool to, if you add a direction to that, that's your velocity. If you're heading east, there you go. That's your velocity vector. So it's a useful measurement, yeah. As long as it's like we know what 1 second is, So if every country differs on what 1 second is, then it's pretty difficult to kind of fucking understand each other. We have to just unify it and be like, okay, this is 1 second, whatever. Let's rock and roll with that.
I think it's interesting that we know that motion is relative, so why can't time be?
Now you get into Einstein, and this is where it's like, fuck.
Well, that's weird. You say motion is relative. Therefore, there's no such thing as motion. It's just, I don't know, weird.
What? Do you think that motion isn't relative?
No, things don't move. Of course they just appear to move because of your reference frame. So nothing's actually moving.
So when I'm in a Concorde walking backwards to the toilet, or to the back of the engine plane to the toilet, am I walking backwards at 2,000 miles per hour?
Wait, what would you do? You're walking from the back of the Concorde to the front of the Concorde?
No, from the front to the back.
Okay, so you're going to maintain the initial velocity of the Concorde, okay, plus your velocity backwards. So that will give you your final velocity. Whatever the hell.
So according to
1,000 meters a second, and let's say you were moving backwards at 1 meter, so you're moving at 999 meters per second. Whatever. Just arbitrary numbers. Just throwing some fucking numbers out there.
Yeah.
It's just and not VI plus, whatever current velocity.
But it's funny that if motion isn't relative, then I'm sitting down. I can walk backwards to 1,000 miles per hour without breaking the sound barrier myself. Weird.
Maybe, I mean, conservation of momentum, right? Yeah, you're gonna have the initial velocity with you if you're on a moving platform, of course. You're gonna
maintain that. But if motion isn't relative, then there is no conservation of momentum.
I cannot understand if motion for me has to be relative. Like mathematically, when you draw a velocity on XY grid, there's your origin, aka your reference frame, that pin. So if I don't stick that pin on anything, I can't really measure speed. And I understand that. I need this marker. And now I'm going to measure from here distance divided over time. There's my speed. Right? And if the marker is moving, cool. Okay, just make sure you include that velocity in the final velocity. Because you're going to maintain that initial velocity with you. It's just like if you have an XY grid, yeah, you got a reference frame. There it is. Your 0, your origin 0, 0, X0, Y0. That's your pin. Reference frame.
I mean, imagine if motion wasn't relative. How can you ever take a shit in an airplane? Just crash through the toilet seat.
You'll punch a hole through the plane.
No, you don't get it. No. Why do we have to talk about this? Like every fucking day, you always want to talk about if things are moving or not.
Because you don't understand motion. It's funny.
You're a little far away from your mic, man. For me, kind of like.
I have a.
Yeah.
Have a good head. I lost mine.
Not you, the other guy.
Ah, Jesse. Okay.
Jesse. Yeah. Arabic name. The finisher, I think it says, Mr. Finisher.
Yeah, that's right. No, you can read Arabic?
Right.
For real?
Yeah, I can.
I like a forbidden thing
as a Google
Terminator more than.
Okay, yeah, Terminator. Yeah, that would be. It would be same thing in Arabic. Finisher.
All my point is like space time is not space. Space time is not time. Space time is bending. So I don't know. It's just stupid.
I mean, Einstein's gonna work your mind.
Stupid.
A lot of
he uses.
Yeah, Earth is flat because this is stupid.
No,
Einstein uses it's pseudo-Riemannian 4D space-time, and this is why it's hard to wrap your head around, like because he treats it as a metrical dimension, which is fucking hard. Like if I tell you, okay, so we just did the velocity, right, or speed, which is distance divided by time. If I tell you distance multiplied by time, what does that mean? Meter second, not meter per second. What's a meter second? And this is where you enter the realm of Einstein now, and shit gets twisted, and that gets worked. Like in curvature rates, it's like, what the fuck? So you can't actually, so you measure stuff in terms of curvature of spacetime, right? So like there's more curvature of spacetime, I believe, on your feet than it exists on your head, because your feet are closer to the ground, right? Earth, gravity, aka spacetime curvature. So your feet age, I'm quoting, this is actually legit articles from their fucking Quacker. Your feet age, was it faster than your head or the other way around? My bad. Don't quote me on that part. But they do talk about it. So at one point, it's like, this is just little, yeah. It's like wild shit. It's like, all right, cool. This is where you end up. So I unsubscribed quickly and get back to algebra for me. X, Y, cool. I understand. Relative velocity physics, love it. Enter Einstein. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit.
Just unsubscribed.
Unsubscribe, bro.
Gravity is a fucking force, period. And Pluto is a fucking planet.
I am down. I am down with gravity's. I am down with that. But space-time, which is the correct thing, everybody's supposed to say it's actually curvature of space-time. That's just like, fuck you. Nobody uses that, man. We still use Newtonian everywhere in textbooks, so it's kind of like whatever.
It's just a detailed way of explaining Newtonian in a different way.
Yeah,
when it stops making it work, then you can stop saying it's a force.
You don't use Newtonian shit. Straight fucking lines.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't. Where?
Yeah, you do.
Every
scale. Every time you weigh yourself.
Every SpaceX rocket.
So you use ball physics when you weigh yourself on a stationary flat plane. How's that?
Nah, man. When you weigh yourself, your scale reads a force.
What's your reference?
Doesn't read mass. It's a force gauge.
Your reference. I need you and Newton's reference. Newtonian.
Goodness.
Where's your ball?
Well, you're gonna use Newtonian mechanics.
You're use like reference you don't have.
Every time you touch the gas pedal or your brake pedal, you use a Newtonian mechanics. You get an elevator with a braking system, Newtonian mechanics. You get an airplane that's flying, Newtonian mechanics. Tell me you're not using Newtonian mechanics.
Isn't that a straight line elevator? Thank you.
No, every time you cross a bridge.
Newtonian mechanics. Space-time is variable. It just doesn't work.
Welcome to flat Earth. You don't got elevators that go down and up on a globe, retard. You got all direction elevators, dumb fuck. Sorry.
See, he's now he's in his performance art clown act, showing how stupid flat Earth is.
Line is beyond this guy.
Yeah, I see just random words. Just random words. Well, we don't have straight line elevators. I mean, how does those cluster words get linked together?
In straight lines, how that helps?
No, an elevator shaft technically is curved according to the globe model.
Yeah,
no, elevators go.
Damn, I didn't know that.
Elevators go vertical, so I don't know what your point is.
Exactly. So what's this goofball talking about? Prove they're curved, weirdo. You have
random words. Just showing how stupid flat Earth is.
What is your reference for Newtonian physics, stupid?
All right, I'm gonna back out of this because I'm a flat earther and I love Newtonian mechanics. So slowly disappear into the fucking bush over here.
Bring them out of your mind, weirdo. Where do they physically exist, weird fucks? Where's your reference?
It's all good.
Where the fuck is your reference?
I guess what he's saying is Dimmock, is show me your source and he'll show you his.
My source is no balls.
No.
There are no circles in nature. Nature doesn't make circles.
Rainbow. There we go. Half circle. Semicircle. Arc.
You don't even need
Whatever.
space in the
Very smooth.
model. Space has no
what is your reference and what do you do Newtonian stuff on? What do you do Newtonian physics on? Where are the balls at? Show us.
Launching rockets.
Not just talking and hoping. We're talking about
basketballs, footballs,
thrust,
tennis balls.
Show us the mechanics on how they work in orbit.
To weight ratio.
Show us how they orbit each other because of Newtonian.
Fall over
liars.
Fall over wall.
What? That is not the thrust equation. That is not the thrust
perpetually
equation. Get out of here.
It is not the exact thrust equation, but it is used in the thrust equation. And then he asked about orbiting, and that is just falling past something over and over again, and going fast enough to do so.
All right, Newtonian mechanics fight start, and I'll stay out because I like Newtonian mechanics.
Well, it's gonna win every fucking time. It's so basic.
I'm a flat earther, so I don't like to engage in this one. Like I got no problem with Newtonian mechanics whatsoever. It's beautiful.
Well, when I was a flat earther, I understood that something made shit go down, and maybe it wasn't because it was a ball, but something did. And Newtonian, I can fucking get a light. I have a lighter in my hand right now, and I can test Newtonian. Works.
A lighter. LiDAR?
Yeah. No, a lighter. A Bic lighter.
A lighter. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. No. Gotcha. Look at your desk. Pick something up.
I was like, what the fuck are you going to do with the LiDAR? I was like, damn, hold on, man. All right, you can do some complicated shit here. I was like, wait.
Yeah, that's the best part about Newtonian. It's very simple.
Yeah, right. LiDAR proves Earth is flat.
As a glober, Newtonian trumps everything. Einstein is just the ego flex on gravity.
There you go, man. Dude, all right, we agree. We can absolutely shake hands on that.
Absolutely,
that's great.
And
I hate Einstein.
In the future, they're going to find something called the graviton, and that graviton is going to explain and be the source of gravity. Fuckers.
I thought they tried that route before. We'll see. We'll see if we get it this time.
It's a route tried. The problem is finding that interaction. Yeah, that interaction that makes that happen is just play louder.
It's interesting, man. It's
Yeah.
it would be cool if this ship. We'll see.
If particle physics is correct, the graviton does exist. When we find it is to be seen.
I've been searching for it forever, bro. It doesn't exist. It's an illusionary thing. It's an
Hey,
illusionary thing.
motherfucker. The problem is yes, they may have been looking for it forever. They may have been looking for it forever, but the parameters are still forever.
I know it's triggering, bro. I know.
So wait, I have questions about the graviton then, since you're a fan. So with that, disprove or prove Cavendish?
It would prove Cavendish.
It would prove Cavendish. So mass emits gravitons, essentially, it would be that.
Yeah, the gravitons would just be a physical way for us to quantify gravity. That's all that it would be, realistically. Like, we understand that a mass, as you know, something with enough mass has a gravitational influence. That is just basic. If we understood gravitons, we would be able to influence that mass, regardless of its weight, and we would be able to influence its gravitational influence. We would maybe be able to
levitate it, essentially. Theoretically.
I don't want to say yes, but in the same sense, we would understand the products in which to make stuff happen. Currently, any gravitational levitation bullshit will always need an electromagnetic field. It will always need a current. Like, it will always need something to mock anti-gravity. A graviton would give us the particle understanding to create a gravitational repulse. Anti-gravity?
Sure. I would like that. So you do that. That'd be dope. Anti-gravity pump, man. Let's go fly.
Like an injection of gravity and shit. Be nice. I'd try that out. I'm scared of needles, but that sounds fun. I mean, heroin doesn't sound fun, but like anti-gravity, that sounds like some fun stuff.
It does, but you know what? Going back to particle physics, I'm still JJ, bro. JJ Thompson, dude. I think his theory on this is the best so far. You know, it's just I love it.
But doesn't his isn't like some weird being that quantifies it or something?
No, it's not. It's so his idea of the electrons. He got the Nobel Prize for discovering it. Him and Rutherford. So JJ, he's got an interesting understanding. All right, because he's a Faraday tube guy, like subscriber. So he believes in these lines of force, these conductive tubes. He believes at the ends of these tubes, they're like terminals. Like you have a wire, essentially. One is the male end, one is the female end. So one is an electron, one is a proton. And his theory is in a vacuum tube, when you pull that tension, you strip that electron. That's what that Faraday tube, that line of force is attached to it in the metal between conductor to conductor. So with electrical tension, you break that bungee out of that metal, stripping a piece of metal out, this electron, making it fly forward in the cathode ray tube. So
what sucks about his theory?
Prize, this guy. So I love it though. It's great.
But what sucks about his theory is it's realistically just Einstein dumbed down.
It's pre-Einstein.
Yeah, you're right. No. I understand, but if you look at how they describe, as example, dark matter and its web, sounds really close.
Okay, but so JJ goes further with his electrical theory, right? Of essentially everything. He theorized that when you hit your brakes in your vehicle, the only reason you can't come to an instantaneous halt because you are electrically charged with these Faraday tubes or conductor or electrons, your vehicle, and it needs time to dissipate. So he theorized that if there is an
like
electrical
a
ground,
hydraulic tube.
if there's a neutral ground somewhere where we can disconnect these lines of force or these electrical lines of tension from your vehicle, so you're electrically neutral in the medium, he theorized that now when you touch the brakes, you can come to an instantaneous halt and momentum has like no effect on you, which is interesting. I like that theory.
Isn't this
So
one
when
of the
you can
kind of
make
conversations
90-degree
that talk
turns
about how like UFOs move and shit?
Yeah, bro. See, this guy theorized this shit before people supposedly saw these things make like crazy 90-degree turns in the sky and stuff like that. So it's like that's why I like his theory. It's like if that is true, and you can actually electrically disconnect, and you can do that, well, that's awesome. But I don't know how to start, right? It's like,
But isn't that the only possible way known is somehow creating an electromagnetic field around said object? Ion, whatever you call it. I think it's like an ion drive or some shit would do it.
Yeah, but that uses really atmosphere. Yeah, like ionic thrust. So this is non-ionic thrust, right? Essentially, but you're on the right track. But the idea is to disconnect from the. So, like on Earth, you have a magnetic field, obviously, and then between every conductor and every conductor, you have an electric field. That's why we have an electromagnetic field, right? So this electric field you need to disconnect from, and that's like unheard of. Like, how the fuck do you do that, right? This is the theory behind it. How do you ground the vehicle to a body, like to a ground that's a neutral plane that does not interact with electrons and protons, right? So, like, essentially ground it to the neutrons. How the fuck do you do that, right? Like, it just it's all theoretical, but it's great because like if you can essentially do that, that explains gravity in a different way, or how you can escape from it, electrically disconnecting the body of the vehicle.
The shitty part about it is the only way to truly know what is right is to find a way to have gravity not be the influence at all. But
we're still gonna have mass. Really. So if your object is material,
exactly.
Gravity, essentially.
I mean,
no matter what.
That's why. Perfect example. That's why Demox, I want to see a ball in a lab idea will never fucking work.
You show you a plasma ball in the lab? Absolutely, I got you. What do you need?
No, but
gas confined by a field.
Yeah, let us see you do some gravitational influencing with that.
Well, I mean, he knows that. That's the point, or maybe he knows that.
What happened? You got a plasma ball in a vacuum?
God, now you guys starting to sound EU.
What? No, I don't know what the conversation is. You brought up something, DMOC, ball, or whatever. I was like, I can do that in a vacuum chamber. You can find
what he wants, what Democ always asks for is for a glober to have like a ball and show water being gravitationally sticking to it.
So plasma ball.
He also thinks
hot. It's really hot.
I got something. I got a meme for that.
You got a meme for that? All right.
I got a meme for that. Do you know who Grim is?
Yeah. The electrical. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Because I've known him for about 10 years, and he talked about plasma so much I started making memes like this.
Yeah, I forgot the name of the project, man. Those guys did
Thunderbird.
Yeah, that's the channel.
Reactor.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the plasma experiment or whatever, and supposedly they got new elements out of it or some shit like that.
This is my favorite meme. This is my favorite plasma meme.
Yeah, but guys, it's what you're talking about is the reactor. The Chinese did the most time on it. And it's not a ball, right? It swirls around. It's more like a hula hoop, shall we say.
That would make more sense.
Yeah, I'm saying
like a hula hoop
you can't.
ball.
If you want to confine it to a sphere,
that makes more sense.
Well, yeah, that's what it is, right? They swirl the mass around. It gets so hot, right, that it'll melt the walls of the container that it's in, right? So what they have is a magnetic force, a huge magnet in the middle, and it keeps the plasma from touching the walls. So it's like
Looks like
a
this.
hula hoop. Yeah.
It looks like this.
Yeah, magnetic confinement.
Yep.
Or like this. This is an extended view of it.
This is something different what you're showing here, but yeah.
No, these are just plasma conductors. Different ones that they have. Here's one of the big ones, the rings that you're talking about.
Yeah, picture that in a huge machine. Yeah, that's what they got going on.
Oh,
now.
yeah, okay. I see the size you're talking about. That would be more like this. The first ones were like college. These are the ones you're talking about.
Yeah. There's even a bigger one. There's one in China that they set the record, I think, for 2 minutes or something.
Let me see.
And they're trying to achieve like fusion.
Yeah. This is one of the fusion reactors. Hang on, I just came across this one picture.
Now we're talking. Exactly. That's it.
I'll
It
find
swirls
it. I'll
around
find
that.
it.
Yep. That's basically it. So it's like a hula hoop.
And Philo put all these guys to shame back in the 30s with his reactor. So Mr. Farnsworth, champion of vacuum tubes.
Tell us more about that. What did he do?
You got to look into it because this kind of goes underground. You know, he's got an electric fuser. His electric fuser. You can achieve like his version of fusion at home quite easily. It's been demonstrated. People do have these apparatuses. Electronic fusion apparatus. Philo Farnsworth.
It's amazing technology, but they only got it running for 2 minutes, under 2 minutes, something like that. So we're far off from that.
Electrofusion.
Yeah, in my opinion, from what I understand, what I read, this is the guy that mastered the electron. So JJ discovered the electron. Let's say nobody understood exactly what it is. Okay, this guy did. This is the guy that invented the all electronic television. Before him, television was mechanical.
What's his name again?
He came out. Philo Farnsworth the third. Philo. Farnchworth.
And why do you have a name?
The inventor of the all electronic television. And because of the war and the RCA, patent pool and David Sarnoff at the time, he never made a penny off of television. Okay, never made a penny off of it. And this is the guy that essentially brought TV to the CRT TV that we know.
No kidding.
Yeah, before him it was mechanical. It was a mechanical television. Like, so you know how the electron beam scans across lines in a CRT tube, and it does that. It depends how many frames per second. So you can calculate the speed of the beam that way. You got like 440 lines or whatever scanning in one frame, and it gives you 25 frames per second. You can calculate how many the distance of the electron beam travels. So that electron scanning of each line, that was not available before Philo. He invented that all electronically, right? In the vacuum tube. It was all mechanical before that, right? So this guy's a genius.
Here's a YouTube about it, about some of the things he did. Oh, never mind. That's not correct. Hang on, let me get the actual link. Hang on. There we go.
That was weird. It was quiet over on politics too.
Maybe it's you.
Well, maybe after the Iran news, everybody's taking stock.
The good news, you mean?
Maybe.
Good.
Yeah.
That's good news.
Well, it's something.
Hang on.
I know we hit some.
SE, just so we're clear, United States bombing Iran.
I've been trying
Ready
real
to
fast.
get drafted?
If you don't like it, I'll whoop your ass. Einstein, and I'll do it fast.
We're talking about the same thing, right, SE?
We're talking about the bombing, the recent bombing?
The United States bombing Iran.
Correct.
Right. Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep,
okay. Yeah.
yeah,
Because
it's the same
yesterday we
thing.
hit what was it? It's called like a heavy water refinery, like where they can like try to make heavy water for nuclear materials or what the fuck ever.
That was a refinery. They were enriching uranium, I think.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I mean, if they have the
enrichment
ability to do
facility.
it,
Yes,
Well, they bombed three sites,
main
apparently.
targets.
Iraq war, by the way, started like that too. It was just going to be an air campaign. We're just going to go in there for some airstrikes. And,
We're not
get
going.
back up.
I can tell you right now, we're not putting boots on Iran. This is going to be 100% airstrike.
Well, have you have you seen the last update? That their parliament passed. They voted on closing the Strait of Hormuz. So I don't know about that, bro. Yeah. So they're waiting tonight. So they already voted on it. Their parliament said yes. They're waiting on their Ayatollah to give it the golden stamp. And if he does tonight, the Strait of Hormuz gets closed off. That's 20% of the world's oil supply runs through the Strait of Hormuz. Welcome to World War III, bro. Like this is a serious move.
That's not going to be World War III because what will happen is it'll piss off China, and China will start flexing some more on Taiwan. That will be the only start of World War III. These are just little skirmishes, and what's going to end up happening is that the United States, now that we are 100% in, we will just start doing strategic strikes against that strait, and then that'll open up real quick. I promise.
I think the numbers are $1 billion per day that runs through there of oil alone. Just oil.
2 days. 2 days max it'll be closed.
Yeah, but you got to think about how the rest of the world looks. If some country decides to close their waters that they have, legal rights to as a border and shit, and then we strike them for doing that and move through, that's not going to look good. No one's going to stand for that.
Oh, no, it will look great because again, the second everyone's wallet starts getting affected by it, we'll all want it to stop, and that strike will be just fucking fine. Another thing is this isn't about the trade. This is mostly about what the influence Iran has on terrorism. That's the main thing you should focus on.
Yo, wait, left lane. What were you gonna say? Are you gonna comment about the prices?
It's already hit. It's already hit. Fuel went up like $1 in a couple of days.
Oh shit! Last year went up a quarter. Last time I was out, went up a quarter.
Yeah, 40 cents.
That was like 4 days ago though. However, so it's like
it's four. Well, it depends on where you're at. It's $4 a gallon for diesel in Florida, but I think it's not quite that high up in Tennessee. But yeah, it's gone up around $2 in 2 days.
And that influence alone, will okay any
that's
strike
real information on the
ground.
ground.
Keep it lower.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. But have you looked at the strait geographically? It is extremely tight. So the shipping lane where the tankers can run through is 2 kilometers wide. Yeah, the whole strait is like 21 kilometers wide, but where the ships can only pass through. That's so easy to cut that off. Like it just.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll bomb 10 miles from that strait. We'll bomb 10 miles inland and then control the strait.
No, you can't do it, bro. They tried. Even the Houthis, the ragtag Houthis made your aircraft carriers leave the area, bro. You got to relook at this. This is serious stuff.
If you want to compare their influence on that strait to what the United States can influence it with,
wait, the Houthis? Did you say the Houthis ran the carriers off?
That's right.
Is that what you said?
Okay, well,
that's exactly
no.
Let's see what the F-35s with.
Look into it, left lane. Not only that, you had to do maneuvers because they were shooting missiles, and you lost 2 planes. 2 planes fell off there.
They got their ass kicked for it, too,
It was
didn't
like a joke, like a laughing stock.
I'm looking at it like this.
Did they get their ass spanked for it? Did they get a spanking?
They didn't get nothing, bro. Nothing changed. The Houthis have been bombed to hell and back. Saudi Arabia, backed by the States, they're still there. Bombing ain't going to do nothing. Air and naval power isn't going to accomplish nothing. Mark my words.
I'll post a video of what we did to the Houthis when they struck at us. Give me just a second. I'll show you how much we did.
I just think you guys have a very different idea of what really is going to happen when America is actually doing it. This isn't Iraq. This isn't fucking some war that we're influencing somehow. We're now involved. And this is against someone that we've wanted to go to war with for a very long time. So I don't think you guys understand how it's going to be fought. Again, they're not going to put boots on the ground because that's how you lose people, especially when you have a fleet of fucking aircraft ready and willing to bomb from hundreds of miles away. Fuck the Navy.
Okay. How does that open up the strait, bro? When they block off the Strait of Hormuz and then they start duking it out over there, how does that open it up? Gas still climbs to $10 a gallon here.
Airstrikes and air superiority.
Of course. But then, like, okay, they block it again, and then you keep doing the same shit. All I'm worried about is gas prices here. It's like,
it'll take one or 2 times. It's gonna be 1 or 2 times.
Yeah,
and
let's say a couple of weeks.
What you just said is exactly what influences more strikes. Say it again. You don't want what?
Gas to be $10 a gallon.
There you go.
Because it will be. It's going to be in like 2 weeks.
There's your reason to strike it as many times as it takes to control it.
Hey, can I throw out a wild...
You have to protect it with your ships to protect the ships that run through. That's how you open it up.
Yeah. First,
so it takes time for
no. You open it up with your air. You control it with your Navy.
But they can fire at the ships that run through, bro. It's runs right next.
If they get close enough,
they get missiles.
What are you talking about? They get close enough.
They got missiles.
They're right there. Their country surrounds both sides of it.
Okay.
What do you mean?
If 21 miles, it's 21 miles to the other country from the Kuwait on the other side or whatever of the strait. Okay. It's a really tight narrow strait.
Just so you know, when we do airstrikes and we conquer and we create a barrier, right? I said this earlier. We would create a 10, 20-mile barrier. That barrier becomes U.S. controlled. Now, things that are lobbed into that area, we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it when it happens.
You're not getting it, bro.
We'll see how it rolls out, man.
This is a missile attack. You have to understand now. That's how they're doing it. The battle groups have a limited supply of missiles, right? The Aegis group, they have a limited supply. Once they fire those missiles, they gotta head back to port and restock. Now,
the United States,
the Houthis have proven and humiliated the United States Navy, bro. The Houthis. I don't think so. You gotta understand that. Yeah.
Okay.
I posted a video in the chat showing
which a military offensive.
I posted a video on the chat showing just what we did to the Houthis when they shot at us. We blew the hell out of them. Every one of those missile sites we leveled.
Really? So you think now the Houthis don't have capability? You know they attacked Israel the day after you did that, right?
That's not what's in question. What's in question is, do we have the capability of taking them out? The answer is yes.
No, you don't. No, the answer is no. You do not have the capability of taking out all the assets, all the missile assets. You do not
Do you
have
hear
that
yourself?
capability. Negative.
You're telling the United States does not have the. You have lost your mind, SE. I'm sorry, man.
No, you're just
You know
going
that
with
we're
world
gonna have to
propaganda,
strike.
bro.
Okay.
Well, he's going with he went with the first wave of propaganda. So you know those nuclear sites that we struck yesterday, we obliterated them, right? Okay, Iran of course came out and said the opposite. No, but like you got to look into the technical info. They dropped a GBU-57 on one of the sites. It's an untested bunker buster. It's a pretty big one, but they were unsure officially if it's going to actually destroy everything.
Again,
to go
I
on
never
Fox
walked
News
in.
today,
I didn't.
Fox
I never
News will
walked in
tell
and said
you
that
that
we
we're
bombed and ended
unsure if we
anything.
actually destroyed it. It's like we're not sure
Yeah.
yet.
Okay.
So we might
Again,
have to go
all
for
propaganda you think I'm covering.
it up.
I'm not using the news media. I don't roll like that. I don't think at all these three major sites that they hit ended anything. My goal, what I want to happen is to cripple the fucking Iranian government so they understand that they have no influence on shit and that the Middle East is not theirs to play with, and that's all I give a fuck about.
Region, what do you mean? It's not ours to play with, dude.
They live there. They live there, bro. This is their land.
Country's not yours.
Oh, because the terrorism that they fund on a regular basis does influence our friends, our regions, etc. And I don't like it. Sorry, my bad.
John, you're using Zionist talking points, bro. You're using Zionist talking points.
Wait, are you telling me they don't fund terrorism?
The United States has caused and funded more terrorism than anybody else.
I asked a very simple question. I asked a very simple question. Does Iran fund terrorism?
Yes.
I could.
Thank you.
That doesn't change anything. So does the United States. You guys fund, bro. You guys made ISIS. You made all these groups, bro. Come on, man.
No, that's called a vacuum effect. It's called a vacuum effect, and there's a difference between a vacuum effect and directly funding terrorism. There's a big difference.
Oh, it's called exceptionalism.
Syria is, bro. Hold on. Do you know who the new president of Syria is? That got installed because of us.
An ISF leader.
Again, do not describe a vacuum effect to me when we're talking about directly funding something. There's a difference.
Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi, there's a vacuum effect of terrorism and slavery, and now we got to figure out why that will happen and why Iraq is now
taking out Saddam was one of the biggest mistakes of the United States. That created an extreme vacuum effect for terrorism.
Yeah. So who's responsible
we
for
have
that?
the best intel in the world, but we didn't see that coming.
No, we saw that coming.
Montreal, did I have one say the United States isn't guilty of the same?
I never said that. There, we vacuum pumped that shit.
Guys, one at a time, guys. We're on top of each other.
Hey, can I throw something out real interesting? Real interesting. You guys have heard of the USS Nimitz, the aircraft carrier? It's currently deployed right now, but it's scheduled to be absolutely scrapped in 2026. So I'm starting to wonder if they're going to use that as something and like blow it up or some shit.
Oh shit!
They just can't replace it with
good one.
Yeah.
Hold on, that's unheard of.
Wait a second. No, the Nimitz, the USS Nimitz, which is the first. It's like the aircraft carrier that they modeled all of our new ones after. Like it was the most successful design.
No,
it's not. No. Oh, that could be wrong. Whatever.
They're definitely not modeled after. They're definitely all improvements of, if not twice as. I mean, the technology we're putting out now compared to what the Nimitz was put out is not even in the same ballpark.
Well, I'm talking about like just the design of the runway and all that shit, and the fact like the amount of
how runways work. Okay, my bad.
Well,
sure.
No, you dummy. Have you seen Russia and China's aircraft carriers? They have a jump in the front. Like we're the only Navy that has like a horizontal runway where you could take off and land at the same time. Well, maybe not at the same time, but
efficient.
I mean,
okay, my bad. So efficiently, okay, got it. I'm a dummy because
look, John. The American aircraft carriers have no equal, right? They are top notch, top of the line.
Yeah.
But you got to understand that doesn't mean that you can use them the way you used to, right? You can't just park an aircraft carrier next to a city and start doing that because of the missile technology now.
We never do
Things
that.
have changed. Bro.
That's not what we do with
Well,
carriers.
not only that, how useful is an aircraft carrier going to be in the fucking middle of, Ukraine or something?
Exactly. I don't know why you guys think an aircraft carrier. I don't know. No, I don't know who the fuck said an aircraft carrier is what would be one defending that strait. You're out your fucking mind. That's not what an aircraft carrier is for.
Well, no, all I was merely pointing out is the USS Nimitz is scheduled for decommission and to start getting dismantled next year, but it's out on deployment in that area right now. So I'm just saying, again, I have my tinfoil hat on, which is fine. It would be interesting. It's just a thought. It's going to be.
You think the United States put it there?
Right now,
you think the United States put it there for a false flag bombing of it?
Dude, the United States would just go blow it up down in Florida somewhere where nobody would see it, and then say, "Hey, look, blow it up in Iran."
If they did that, no, oh Jesus Christ! Yeah, that's a thick tinfoil hat right there.
Yeah, because the United States has never done anything like that before. September 11th never happened or anything. I mean, come on now.
Well, that's a ballpark jump there too. Anyway, I think if they wanted to retire the Nimitz and blow it up in Florida, they'd probably put it on fucking TV.
That's not what I just said, you moron. I was being facetious when I said they could blow it up in Florida.
Yeah,
but the thing is, though, they could.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that, stupid? Why would they do that, stupid?
Park it somewhere and then stay, and then like AI
like they do every other one.
Blown up, and then you would be like, "Oh my god!"
What was it? Well, show me the example of a soon to be retired carrier that they did this with for you to have a tinfoil hat for.
Well, no, it's just the timing's perfect.
Oh,
we started bombing Iran yesterday, and next year the Nimitz is going to be decommissioned. So let's go stick the Nimitz out there, blow it up ourselves, say that some terrorist did it, and then we can start marching towards Poland.
Or let's put the Nimitz out there because we can put a lot of fucking air superiority there, and they will be sitting there. They're not putting it in the strait.
Oh no, I never said they would put it in the strait.
Okay, so I'm not understanding what the Nimitz has to do with this.
Pipeline that got
it's a aircraft carrier.
A couple years ago.
Aircraft carriers don't ever really sit near. They're like never near the conflict. You understand that, right? That'd be stupid.
Yeah, no, aircraft carrier is always at arm's reach.
No,
but I mean, a missile's a missile. If a missile hits it, a missile hits it.
No, again,
John, if a plane,
they sit far enough out so missiles will not hit them. That is the purpose of the missiles that they have that are just extended further than that.
Wait, they sit far enough out the missile can't hit them, but yet they send airplanes.
But yet it does work that way.
They're also never alone. They're always deployed in carrier groups.
Yes.
Yeah, they have battle groups, but the battle groups have limited missiles. And if a plane could strike the target,
saying limited missiles like these motherfuckers don't resupply on a regular basis. What are you talking about, Montreal? If a carrier has 1,000 missiles on it, I guarantee you, when they use 700 of them, 1,000 more hit that fucking deck before the rest of them go anywhere.
Hey, I see.
Bro, you have to understand that they have the Chinese and the Iranians have missiles that are capable of hitting the aircraft carrier. You got to put that through your brain. You're not fighting ragtag guys with M16,
we have
with
artillery that will hit them as well.
What do you think? You keep interrupting. You know that, right? You keep interrupting.
What do you think stops that from happening, Montreal? You don't think we can do the same thing?
Same thing what? No, you don't have those missiles, bro. You don't have the equivalent. That's what I'm saying. You have to catch up on war, bro. You have to catch up.
Okay. So now you think the United States is no longer superior than everyone in the military. You now think you now downplayed it to their lesser than. That's really where you're at with this.
No, I'm just merely telling you that
a lot of different militaries.
There is no limited supply. We have no limit. We are limited on supply. Montreal, I'm sorry. We're not. Supply is never going to be an issue for the United States.
Oh, the fuck
it is. You're wrong about that, bro. You're absolutely wrong.
Hold on. How many artillery shells does the United States make in a single month?
More than fucking any country has in any stockpile in a fucking year.
Right. So okay, dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. Google it.
Show me something.
Unfortunately, you gotta catch up, bro.
Show me I'm wrong. Show me.
Absolutely.
Show me this problem. Okay, SE and whoever else at Vox, show me the decreased amount of supply the United States suddenly has. Show it to me, please.
Yeah, let me just say this. Please don't interrupt me. It's a very short sentence. The leader of NATO, a couple of weeks ago, admitted that Russia listen carefully to this. Russia makes more artillery shells than all of NATO combined, not just America, bro. Do you understand that?
Okay, listen. The United States makes roughly, and this is a high estimate,
mortars are
40,000
artillery shells too,
a
right?
month. Yeah, you don't. Please don't walk right in. Dude, I'm talking. Hold on.
Yeah, Sean, let him
I was
finish, bro.
responding
Come
what he
on,
said.
let's be fair. We let you
I was
speak.
responding what you said, Jesse.
The United States makes a high estimate of 40,000 artillery shells per month. Fair amount. Russia currently, a low estimation is like 250,000 a month.
What's in our stockpile?
We don't really.
Well, they're at war too.
Hey, dude,
No,
hold on.
what's
I'll tell you, our stockpile is nowhere near the size of what the Soviet Union's.
What's our
Russian
stockpile?
burned.
Tell me what the
It's not
stockpile is.
nearly as big as Russia. It's not nearly as big as Russia.
You have numbers for what we currently make? Show me what the numbers for the stockpile is now.
Okay.
I bet it will shut you
the
up real quick.
stockpile is depleted.
Here's the thing on the missiles.
hear it.
Hold
Let's
on,
see the
on
numbers.
the munitions. This is important. Russia's at war. Russia's at war.
Russia has not. Russia has not.
Russia we start using. Hold on, I'm not
Yeah,
finished.
guys, we gotta
I'm
control
not
each other,
finished.
man. Like this is not working.
Russia has not.
Lane, your mic is breaking up.
Finished.
Can you say that again?
I'm not fucking finished. God damn it. I don't know what to do about this. But the thing is, you got to look at the production.
Yeah, Russia hasn't switched to a full war. Russia has not switched.
Let's let left lane get it out, guys. Come on.
Left lane's also roboting, but Russia has not switched to a full. Russia has not. Jesus Christ.
Go ahead, left
Why'd
lane.
you do that to left lane, dog? Could have just let him get his.
I mean, to be concerned about how much ammunition one country's making versus another, their current status, we need to look at, what are we going to do when we start using bullets and missiles? We're going to make more, right?
Mm-hmm. Where? What factory?
The factory that they build the missiles.
Yeah, think about all the factories that we have in every relatively large town in the United States, Canada. Go look at our factories. You think those could be reopened and reconverted into working factories? No, absolutely not, dude.
There are plenty open. There's plenty of Lockies and fucking all these other places that are making artillery for us. Trust me, we're not in any shortage
We
at
don't have
all.
the production. We do not have the ability to match the production of Russia or China. Nowhere near it, dude. We shut
lost
down
your mind,
our
man.
factories. And
You've lost your mind. Sorry. You're just talking
Dude,
out
go
your ass
look
right
at
now.
the factories in your town that have been closed since 1991. You think those are going to reopen and not burn to the ground as soon as you put electricity?
It's cute that you think that was the factor in our supply, and it's not. Trust me.
They're all meth labs and homeless camps, dude.
Yep, there's your opinion, not reality. Sorry.
It's not an opinion, bro. I told you. The NATO commander in Europe.
Numbers of our stockpile.
Don't
I'll do it for
interrupt,
you.
bro. Please don't interrupt, bro. It's very aggravating. Like, I haven't gotten one sentence out, Sean.
It's not being answered.
Yeah, but can we go like one at a time? Okay, I'll be short, man. I'll be short.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Essie.
Thank you, Omni. Look, it's very, very telling, right? The NATO commander 2 weeks ago, Sean, said exactly what I just told you. You have to understand that Russia has all its factories pumping out weapons, bro. It's a fact. And we in the West are just not prepared. We're not in war.
And they're also
footing.
using 100 times.
Wait. Sean, hold on. Let him get to the end of the sentence.
Yeah, it was the last words. We cannot keep up with them, Sean. Even the NATO commander said it.
Okay, so Vax says we are unable to make artillery shells or in any great number.
Say that again. You kind of broke up there. That may have been for me, but I didn't quite fully hear what you said right after you said my name. If you could repeat it, please.
My understanding is that your statement was that we were unable to make artillery shells in any great number. Is that
right?
Accurate? Okay, so we 155 millimeter rounds are primarily manufactured in the Scranton Army Ammunition Plant in Pennsylvania, operated by General Dynamics. Other factories involved in artillery shell production include a General Dynamics plant in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, and the Iowa Army ammunition plant where shells are filled with explosives. Additionally, the Mesquite, Texas facility operated by General Dynamics. So it sounds to me like the predominant manufacturing places are still open. Has anything happened to those?
No, but that's literally 2 factories. That's it.
No, that's like 5 factories that I listed.
Oh, okay.
And those are massive factories.
Sure, 5. What do you think
Okay,
Russia?
he's
How
right.
many factories is
Omni's
Russia
right,
fucking with?
but still, even those factories, Omni, and the combined factories of all of NATO, Germany, France, England, Canada, even all those combined with those 5s that you just mentioned, cannot compete with Russia, bro.
So
again, the point that Left Lane was trying to make that you guys kept talking over is a simple fact that right now Russia is in the middle of a war, and of course they're going to be producing more ammunition than any other country. The reality of it is that we have a stockpile. And within that stockpile, we still make ammunition. And within that ammunition, if a war ever goes on, we just pump up that ammunition stockade. That's all we need to do.
That's where you're wrong, bro. That's where
You
you're
keep
wrong.
saying it, but that's exactly how we work.
I would like
period.
to add to that. Hold on. I would like to add. You guys keep saying Russia is at war. Russia is fighting battles, sure, but Russia, for one, technically has never declared war in a legal sense yet. 2, Russia absolutely has not switched to a full wartime economy. Russia's not even close to being a full wartime economy. Not
Is
yet.
Russia at war?
In what sense?
Is Russia at war?
Are we in a court of law discussing this? Then no.
In the sense of they need to make more ammunition to keep going.
They might not even need to be making ammunition right now. They probably got so much shit they're good forever.
Speculation.
Sure.
So, what is the theory here that we're going to get into an artillery war with Russia?
Somehow the United States doesn't. Somehow the United States is running out of ammunition. That is their fucking contention.
I want to make 2 things clear.
No, I don't think anyone said the United States is running out of anything. The United States, dude, like all the stuff we've been giving Ukraine's from our stockpiles, and we had like the amount of stuff we've given since February of 2022 has been absolutely retarded. Pardon my language, but it's been a massive amount.
Agreed.
And on top of cold hard time.
Okay, so I want to make a substantial point that you guys should all be aware of.
Oh, and by the way, our tanks are really bad in Europe.
Stop cutting off, come on, let him speak, bro.
The doctrines of the 2 militaries are almost entirely different. Russia has a far heavier reliance on artillery as a doctrine than the U.S. Army does.
Their stockpile, the size of their stockpile makes them feel more powerful. That's exactly what that means.
No, that stockpile has nothing to do with that. Artillery
is almost entirely currently based on air superiority.
Excuse me, what?
Air superiority.
That's what our doctrine's based on? Sure. Yeah. Okay, so when the United States starts flying planes out of Poland and shit, and all those airfields get absolutely annihilated, we're going to pull up our aircraft carrier next to Ukraine. I mean, come on, that's our air superiority.
Wait. Do you think Poland is our main striking point? Do you think we all start from Poland? That's a strategic spot. But trust me, we have 100 different points to come from. That's what you're not realizing. With the air superiority that the United States does have, that we no longer need to be anywhere near your fucking country to fucking bomb it.
Yeah, you do. It's called fuel, buddy. You got to think about the range that these planes have, the amount of time they can spend over the targeted area.
We don't need to spend time. That's the best part. We no longer need to be in your air range for us to do what we need to do. That's what you're not getting.
Hold on, the B-2 bombers take off from America and fly all the way to Iran and drop their bombs and fly all the way back. Yeah, from Missouri, and they fly all the way to the other side of the world, drop their bombs and fly back.
Well, wait a minute.
We have the reach.
They were relocated.
Wait a second. What type of airplane is that? I'm sorry. What type
No,
of airplane is that?
Omni. They were refueled twice in the air.
Yeah,
They never touched the ground.
Okay, so for those of us who are paying attention, those bombers were relocated prior to their deployment in Iran, so that they would be able to fly over international waters instead of over other countries.
Yeah,
where they take off from,
everything that's happened with Iran
where
in
they
the
took
past
off from, and where they landed, or where they dropped their bombs, was and all that was still the same distance. It still showed that we don't need to be.
just say we had
It
the
still showed that we don't need to be anywhere near that country to bomb that country.
Oh yeah, we don't have to be, but we did. We did.
Wait a second, but you don't understand the air defense system that they have in Eastern
It still
Europe.
obviously stands that we don't need to be anywhere near a country to fuck it up.
Iran and Russia are not the same thing, dude. Iran and Russia are not equal.
Even though we just made the points of how it is true. My bad.
No, let me get this out and you'll understand that it's not true. Did you know that the B-2 bombers had to fly in Iranian airspace?
Yes.
Okay, so then your statement is not correct.
Yeah. What do you,
Yeah, that's
again,
what I say.
Again, he said that we had to take off from Poland. I said we do not have to take off from that close. We don't have to be that close to touch a place. And he stated that we do. That is the point of this argument.
Sorry, but fighter jets absolutely do, and you have to have fighter jets to establish air superiority.
No, you don't.
And you need them to escort the bombers, Sean.
Wait a second. You don't need fighter jets to establish air superiority. What the hell?
See, my question goes to this. How many fighter jets fired during that B-2 bombing, and how many B-2 bombers were fired upon?
Bro, I just heard Hatsek, your defense secretary, explain the whole mission. They were escorted. They were escorted by fighter jets.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many of those fighter jets had any interaction with any other the enemy force? Zero.
None, because you guys have air superiority over that area, but that is irrelevant. That is irrelevant.
It's proving exactly what the fuck I've been saying this whole fucking time, and he said isn't true.
We're talking about apples and oranges. You're talking about the airspace over Iran. I specifically the airspace over Ukraine and having to go from Poland to establish air dominance.
Wait, again, what are you talking about? We're not having anything to do with Russia right now. We were talking about significant things that are happening right now.
I mentioned Poland, bro. What do you think I meant when I said Poland?
Yeah. We have a lot of forces, United States forces in Poland. What does that have to do with the Russian war right now?
Well, the fact that Russia has not targeted any of those locations or airfields yet.
Smart.
But trust me, the moment that the United States does anything, they absolutely will blow them off the map.
What makes what is the United States doing that makes you think that's going to happen? Again, not even having anything to do with what we're actually talking about. What makes you think Russia's about to blow up some Poland fucking airfields?
I never said they were about to. I said if the United States gets involved, if what happens with Iran just tends to spill over and pours all over the floor and everything kicks off and starts World War III.
Does anyone think the United States is getting involved in that war? I don't think anyone even brought that
You
up.
already are, bro. You already are.
Wait. No,
we just did.
Let's keep it real.
Wait,
United States is not involved, but we have a lot of fucking soldiers there.
Wait, we're not involved with what? The United States isn't involved in what?
The United States is not involved in the Ukraine-Russian war.
Oh no, we just gave them $200 billion in the past 3 years, and we have hundreds and hundreds.
Do you understand that statement I made?
Hold on, who do you think trained the Ukrainian forces, you donkey?
Essie, do you understand the statement I made?
I do, yeah.
Thank you.
But the fact is, John, that you are
not involved in Ukraine, yet the United States is supplying Ukraine with all their missiles, all their artillery, all their military training. We're putting soldiers in the field with Russians.
You don't understand how war actually works.
So completely funding and propping up an entire country's military means that the country doing that's not involved. So if the United States was to 100%. Really?
Yes.
Hold on. Okay, so if one nation completely funds, supplies, and trains another nation's military, it uses that military as a meat bag.
Not completely.
Not completely. What's
Canada,
not completely?
Canada gives a little bit. Europe gives a little bit. Fucking everyone gives a little bit. It's not just 100%
Guys,
funded by
NATO
the United
against
States.
Russia, bro, and they're whooping our ass. What don't you get about that?
No, I don't think that's the case.
Private
But
military company filled with convicts.
that's something
defeated the
different
most-
again.
Hold on,
That's
hold
something
on.
different again.
Private
No,
military company filled
man.
with
John, you
convicts.
gotta
You need to
control yourself,
understand
bro.
something,
'Cause
dude.
it's not working, bro. You're interrupting every time.
Facts.
A
Facts.
private, a private military company filled with convicts from Russian jails destroyed the most modern trained,
You're so
most
all over the place,
battle-hardened
dude. It's fucking
NATO
insane.
troops. Would you please shut up, dude. A private military company filled with Russian troops defeated the most well-prepared, most well-trained NATO force with the best NATO equipment.
NATO is not involved in that fucking war. Shut up.
Okay, so where does Ukraine get all their military tactics from?
Okay, now I will explain why you're fucking out of your mind. First of all,
Is all of Ukraine's weaponry that they were given, is it NATO compatible? Are their tactics NATO compatible? Are the way that they set up their units NATO compatible? Yeah.
Pipe down and shut the fuck up for a second. Us helping a country.
Are you saying that? So wait a second. You're saying that NATO did not train the Ukrainian armed forces?
Bitch, you don't know what the fuck I'm saying because you haven't shut up for more than 5 seconds.
You're both interrupting each other, guys. Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
Us helping Ukraine, NATO helping Ukraine is not the same as us being involved in the war. The way us in being involved in the war would be not our missiles that we have given them to use. Our fucking being involved would be a United States aircraft sponsored by the United States fired a missile in Ukraine and shot something. That would be the involvement of one of the countries. We are not involved. On paper, involved. The United States will not ever declare a mission in Ukraine right now. Understand that. There's a difference between mercenaries, United States soldiers who are not represented by the United States. They are involved in the war. There is a difference.
I have a rebuttal. If you're done, I can't tell if you're done or if you're roboting. I think you're done. Okay. Any long-range missile that Ukraine launches that is a United States missile, or a British one or a German one, the country that developed that missile and the country that is the one that launches it, it's not Ukrainian troops sitting at a computer plugging the coordinates and launching the missile. The owner, whatever country that missile came from, that country's military is the one launching that missile. Ukraine doesn't have
to lost your mind.
Wait, so you think Ukraine's just a super? So wait a second, hold on. So Ukraine is just a super military that has intimate knowledge of every German long-range missile, every United States long-range missile, every British long-range missile ever, and they just know everyone's shit now? Or do you think the countries that are supplying the missiles are the ones that are fucking the ones launching it? Whatever country supplies these missiles,
I think when they send a long-range missile to Ukraine, they send them also the launching apparatus for it and an understanding of how to fucking use it.
No, they don't.
Very simple.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to send Ukraine a launching apparatus for our missiles, and then all of a sudden, 2 days later, Russian troops are cleaning house where that fucking launching apparatus is? Really? You think
You're
so?
boring to talk to.
No. Yeah. You're the one that just spouts nonsense.
Projecting.
Okay, how many times have you said in your life that Russia's running out of missiles and they're fucking stealing washing machines and only have shovels?
In this conversation, never.
No, I'm just talking about in life. Like, how many times have you believed that at least? Never?
Never.
Oh, so you've known for a fact that this whole war in Ukraine's been doomed from the beginning and they never stood a chance?
Wow, you jump around like a fucking Mexican jumping bean. That is crazy. Just watch it jump. Like a fucking pinball machine. Stay on course.
The thing is, dude, like, people from the United States especially, they just, and I'm an American, dude, and I was like, I used to be at one point a huge blue-blooded Republican, God bless America motherfucker. Like, The thing is, I hate to say it, but our
Make an
military is
assumption.
not the most powerful anymore. It just isn't,
Of
and
course not. Yeah.
that's a tough thing to cope with.
Yeah, speculation is a fucking hell of an evidence you have there, buddy.
Well, let's look at what's the biggest leap forward in warfare that's happened in the past 30 years? It just happened a couple months ago, really. Like it's concluded now who the masters of this new type of warfare is that's going to dominate warfare from all time. It's like literally like the first time you introduced a tank into war. Like this is something very similar, and it's something that the United States has no idea on how to do properly. Drone
What's
warfare. Drone warfare. Russia has the absolute market cornered on effective drone warfare.
I thought you would have been smart and said China, but continue.
No, it's dude. Russia's. See, the thing is, like, the United States military has not faced an adversary that had the ability to shell their locations in like 65 years.
We just did that to Russia. What are you talking about?
We just did what to Russia?
Ukraine just bombed airfields with drones.
I thought you said we weren't involved. What do you mean we?
Oh, we support the fuck out of them. There's a difference.
Yeah, no shit. So you just proved my point from a few minutes ago, you dummy. That we are already involved.
I guess
in
if you think I'm a dummy for what I just said, I understand where you're coming from, 100%.
Well, no, you just said that we're involved in the Ukraine war when you just went on like 15 minutes trying to explain how we're not involved.
I understand why you're confused.
Well, you just said that we, as in the United States, bombed Russia.
No. You don't have to do it again. I understand why you're confused. We can continue on.
So the United States and NATO is involved in the war in Ukraine.
They definitely fund the fuck out of it, yes.
And launch their missiles for them and give them the missiles and yeah.
Now that's called gaslighting.
No, what are you talking about? What did I say?
What you just did?
What did I say? That's gaslighting. Saying that the United States and whatever
we
countries
fire their
giving the
missiles
missiles
for them, that they can't do it. Those things are called gaslighting. That's never been part of my argument that you created. That you created into my argument, making it a gaslight. What are you doing right now? It sounds peaceful as fuck.
What I'm doing?
Yeah, it sounds peaceful. Like I hear water and shit.
Yeah, I'm cleaning out my pool, vacuuming it.
Nice. The water in the background sounds pretty cool.
Oh, okay. It's 91 degrees. There's not a cloud in the sky at the moment.
You're gonna jump in that shit when you're done?
Huh?
Just fucking fully clothed, just jump in when you're done?
Oh no, I don't want to do that. It's a little cloudy today. The pool.
You said it was 91 though. Oh, that's why you're cleaning it.
Well, we haven't been in it in like 4 days, and since I haven't been in it in like 4 or 5 days, like it.
It's like it needs a proper clean.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. It needs a proper cleaning It's such a nightmare. It's fun.
Yeah,
it's really happening.
I've had a pool. I was given a pool basically. My son's mother and dad passed away, and we inherited his pool, and it was mossed over. So I've done it from the worst it can be to cleaning it and maintaining it, and never using it. Everyone used it but me.
Is it an above ground?
Huh? Yeah, no, below.
Oh, okay. Well, so you got like the whole house and everything too, then?
Oh fuck yeah, yeah.
Right.
Kind of worth it.
Oh hell yeah, that's a good deal.
If it was an above ground pool, I just break that shit and throw it away.
Yeah, see, I mean, I'm just in an above ground pool. It's like 48 inches deep and like 16 or 18 feet diameter. But I mean, I got an 8-year-old. My 8-year-old learned how to swim.
Okay.
And then, so. But I mean, dude, I live in the southeast of the United States, so it gets hot as fuck.
At a certain point, it's worth destroying it and buying another one, though, right? Not where you're at, but I mean, at a certain point, that's why you see all those people destroying them.
If they're failing and stuff, and like they're just beyond like. A lot of times, people just get tired of them. They don't want to clean them anymore, or they get one and they don't use it.
Yeah. Or like you were saying, a small hole becomes 10 small holes.
Well, I mean, once you get one hole, it's game over. I put a hole in it last summer. See, I was able to patch it, and the patch I put on, it's perfectly good. So, but like, yeah, I was cutting grass on it, and I was no, I think I was using a weed eater, and all of a sudden I heard a boom. I heard a weird like thump noise. I turn around and like probably like a foot above the bottom of the pool, it was just gushing water. I'm like, oh no, because we had a. And this was like the 4th day of the pool, like being set up, dude. It took me forever to level the ground.
Damn. Yeah. See, that sounds not fun.
No, all the manual labor I did, I could have dug a fucking hole in the ground the same like the same size, filled it with concrete, and just made a fucking below ground pool, like in ground pool.
Yeah, but the upside is with an above ground pool, if something goes wrong, it's easier to diagnose.
With an above ground pool?
Yeah, it's easier to diagnose a problem.
Yeah. I mean, usually an in-ground pool, if it's got a proper liner and stuff, like it's good to go forever. If the pumps go out, you know where the pumps are, and you can check those.
Yeah, but if a line goes within that system, then your whole fucking deck has to go.
Yeah, that's true. You gotta like. Usually they have access points. But anyway, we're boring the conversation. The bottom line is, Russia's been smoking the United States and NATO, and it's quite obvious NATO is absolutely obsolete now. I hate to say it,
but Russia
and
isn't fighting NATO.
Yes, we are.
So are you Russian now? Wait, are you Russian?
You don't understand. NATO is what trained the Ukrainian military. Like we're sending,
I feel like Ukraine trained Ukraine.
No,
they've had an army for a long time.
Ukraine's getting all of our equipment. We're the ones that have to train them on the equipment. If we're the ones, but you gotta think, if we're the ones training them on our Strikers and our Bradleys and our Abrams and our howitzers and our Patriot systems and everything
that was
else
happening before the war, right?
Oh yeah, dude. The war started in 2014. Technically, it really
even
kicked off
before
like
that.
2004. Yeah, with the Orange Revolution. Yeah, the Orange Revolution.
See, this is something that's very common with militaries. We have platoons from Ukraine, Japan, all these places come and actually learn how to use our advanced technology equipment. Guess what? It paid off, obviously.
Sure. Well, it hasn't paid off in Ukraine, dude. They have over 2 million dead fucking kids.
I would say, I'm sorry. I would say Ukraine is doing better than Russia. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about? Okay.
I'm talking like this. Ukraine, everyone has always looked at Ukraine as a subpar military to the world's militaries, correct?
No, not since. No, that's not true because Ukraine, see, the whole thing in 2014 was a civil war. It was all people in the Donbass, which is the east of Ukraine, having a civil war against people in the west of Ukraine. Like this happened.
It's not really a civil war when Russia is backing.
Civil war. Well, Russia wasn't really. I mean, Russia was involved, sure, giving equipment, and Russia was probably giving tactics.
But were they not involved? Wait, if they were involved, it wasn't civil, but they were helping them. Were they involved?
They were helping whom?
The people of Donbass. The Donbass region.
And the people of the Donbass, they were like what citizens of what country? No, Donbass. You said it fine. But the people in the Donbass region, technically, they're citizens of what nation?
Ukraine.
And they're fighting against who? Are the Ukrainians? Therefore, civil war, right? That's
correct. No. I agree. It's a civil war. My question would be, in that situation with Russian supplies, is Russia involved?
Well, they both had Russian supplies at first. For the longest time, Ukraine.
Would you say that Russia's involved, or Russia's just supplying?
Ukraine was not its own country until 1990.
No. I understand that, but would you say that Russia supplied them, or Russia was involved during the civil
Russia
war?
was involved in the whole thing technically because
it's not a civil war.
That the Western Ukrainians were using were Russian. All the tanks that the Western Ukrainians had.
The question wasn't were they supplied by. The question was Russia involved in? If Russia was involved in it, it wasn't a civil war. If they supplied the civil war, it's still a civil war.
Well, wait a second. Who are the main two factions fighting each other in this war? The
Ukrainians.
Right. So how is that not a civil war?
Ukrainians, right? No.
I mean,
No. If it's again, I'll say it again.
Well, hold on.
I'll agree with no. I agree with you.
That Britain was somewhat involved in helping out the Confederates, and Britain had a huge interest in the Confederates winning the Civil War.
Yeah, but you would not say that they were involved. You could say they supplied them for their win or the hope of win, right?
Right. Are you saying that Russia had like units of troops on the ground marching around and giving orders to the people in Donbass? No.
If they did, that wouldn't be a civil war. But I would equate that same scenario with what's happening right now with the United States, NATO, and Ukraine. We are not putting boots on the ground. We don't have forces there, but we are helping the fuck out of them.
With NATO, we don't have boots on the ground. Yep. No, but that's not true because we're the ones that launch all their long-range missiles.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that. You say that, but I don't agree with it.
You can also agree that red isn't red, but I mean, it doesn't change the fact that red is red, or my car is silver. You may not agree that my car is silver, but it just is what it is.
Show me a U.S. troop firing a long-range missile in Ukraine.
What do you mean? Show you the guy sitting down at the desk that launches the button, and then all the chain of command to that.
I worked on a military base for 15 years, and I can guarantee you every artillery round is shot by the people next to that artillery round, not a guy at a desk. Have you ever been around military artillery and firing and all that stuff?
You think that they're just like taking these gigantic missiles and then like launching them in the heat of battle from a battle zone that's getting bombed and there's like Russian troops like a couple hundred feet away?
The long-range missiles, yes.
What? Do you think that we launch long-range missiles from active areas of battle where there's like troops killing each other, and then there's some guy that pushes the button and the missile comes out of like whatever case it's in or vehicle it's being carried? But no, that's not how that works, dude.
Do you want me to show you the vehicles that do this? I'll show you.
Like, wait a second. So you think that hold on? You think we launch ATACMS missiles in the middle of like for instance, what was that city?
This is in Ukraine. This launches long-range missiles. Excuse me. Yeah, we ship these things all the time. They have the vehicles. All we have to do is send the fucking artillery rounds. It's pretty simple.
No, well, an artillery round and an ATACMS missile are not the same thing.
Well, what do you think a long-range missile is? You want some more? Here's some more. This is one the United States has that we have overseas, everywhere. Well, I don't know why we couldn't take one from Poland and drive it on into fucking Ukraine. Not really sure why. In your mind, it's impossible. I get it.
We're not giving them those. Like those are getting launched from the battle. Those are getting launched from a very safe distance. Where there's no active enemy troops. Absolutely.
Yeah, you're right. In Ukraine, they say you park them out of range. You park them out of range in Ukraine, and you shoot them towards Russia. It's very simple how this works.
No, any part in Ukraine is in range to hit Russia or hit Russian troops.
Oh, so I guess you don't really. It doesn't take much.
Well, what's the distance of an ATACMS missile?
Let's find out.
How far can an ATACMS?
Its range is 190 miles.
Mm-hmm.
No, I bet I can find 190 miles within Ukraine from where they're fighting, and it'd be more than possible. Why can't they drive it to there? What is so impossible to you?
Well, now I'm starting to wonder if they're using something different than the attackums. Hold on.
Okay, let's figure it out.
Oh no, they are using the attackums and the storm shadow. Yeah, that's what it is. Storm shadow, but that's Ukraine. That's the United Kingdom. But yeah, we're the ones launching them, dude. You kidding me? We launched them from a couple safe areas, and that's it. They're not getting launched in the middle of Bakhmut or the middle of the Donbass where there's fighting going on. We're not dude. If we let them take an attackums launch system with the missiles, and then all of a sudden, like Ukraine, like just fucking retreats like they have been. I'm not trying to disparage Ukrainian military because those are like they're seeing the likes of stuff of war that hasn't been seen since 1944. So you gotta like they're hanging in there and they're fucking it's not good for them, dude. It sucks.
I think you have a big understanding of what's actually happening there versus what you feel is happening there.
But you think Ukraine's doing better than Russia. So I don't think you understand, honestly.
Well, that's funny. Okay, let's figure this out. Russia invades Ukraine. How much land have they invaded? And mind you, they're supposed to be one, if not two, of the best militaries in the world. I would say that they have done nothing in compared to what the United States could do if they invaded Ukraine. So that's why I'm basing my Ukraine ain't doing shit off of so sorry.
Has the United States faced a military as well equipped and as well trained as Ukraine?
Every day.
Never?
Every day.
Every day? Who? Some goat farmers in Afghanistan? With flip-flops and shit? Like, who? What was the last time in the United States
I don't think there is a military as well equipped and well trained as America.
There's not. Honestly. There's not at all.
Yeah, there absolutely is. It's called the Russian military. As of right now, have way more actual combat experience.
Oh my god! Okay, he's a Russian sympathizer. That's what we're dealing with. My bad.
Who's it's if this guy's disputing it, who was the United States fought where the United States was able to get shelled by their enemy?
What?
We don't get shelled by our enemy because we usually defeat our enemy before they can shell us.
Yeah, superiority.
Sorry, what you're saying right now doesn't even make sense.
What enemy did we defeat before they could shell us?
So do you remember what I said a few minutes ago about air superiority being the primary doctrine of the current American military?
Right, and where would that air superiority have to come from?
It comes from airplanes and drones. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so they just like stay in the air indefinitely, or do they have to
drones are what are called loitering munitions. So yes, they do stay in the air for quite a long time.
Where do they take off from? If we're going to establish air dominance,
because then they get refuel. Are you doubting that refueling is possible? Is that what you're doubting right now?
So we're just refueling all of our fighter jets continuously in the air.
So they take off. We have a number of. So first off, we have aircraft carriers, which are mobile air bases.
Okay, what aircraft carrier is going to be useful in Ukraine?
Have you ever heard about how you can fit drop tanks to a fighter or to an airplane, extending the range quite dramatically?
I'm not sure what your point is. So the airplanes that
if we're going to establish air dominance over Ukrainian skies, which also means Russian skies, because all of the Donbass is now legally Russian territory based off their legal system. How are the
legal system? All of
the United States airplanes? How are the United States airplanes going to establish air dominance over these areas? Where will they be taking off from?
They could be taking off from Poland. They could be taking off from
Has Russia struck Polish Air Force bases yet? No. What happens when Russia gets rid of all of them?
What?
What happens when Russia destroys all the Air Force bases in Poland?
They can take off from England.
America is using Poland Air Force bases. They're not going to destroy.
Hang on a minute.
Well, how are you going to have jets taken off from England and having air dominance over Ukraine?
Hang on, young man. Hang on, young man. If the Russians are not even able to have air superiority in Ukraine, what the hell do you think would happen? No, they don't.
They don't. Let's see. Hold on. That seems like a wild claim.
So why aren't the Russians using bombers and fighter jets deep into Ukraine? Because they don't have air superiority.
Wait, so why isn't Russia decimating all the Ukrainian cities like the Ukrainians were doing in the Donbass region?
No, the question is why has the Russians been able to why is it the Russians have been unable to get air superiority in Ukraine?
They do have air superiority in Ukraine. What do you mean?
No, they don't.
They don't. They don't. According to who?
No, not at all.
How so?
How so? Because the Ukrainian Air Force air defense system deny them too. Have you ever served in the army?
Have I what?
Have you ever served in the army?
Have you?
Yes, I was discharged as a captain, commander of a recon company. So yes.
Well,
I was gonna say omnivore. I was surprised when you said you were a Marine or some shit, cause like
I'm not. I wasn't a Marine.
Oh, you weren't? I thought you said no. Okay, was it the Navy?
It was Army infantry and
Right.
military intelligence.
Yeah, Army infantry is still badass. They still go on the. I was just no. I went and took an ASVAB when I was like 18. I got barely a passing grade on it, and then I chickened out and never went back to the recruiting office. Shit, when was that?
Yeah,
like 2007.
Montreal. No, I'm sorry. Moan, you did some intelligence as well.
What?
Oh, cool. What does that mean?
You did, yeah. I did. I was in a recon unit, so I spent a couple of years as the intelligence officer of the unit as well. That was quite interesting.
Great. Yeah, I was in counterintelligence. So, as of 2024, as Russian forces moved to attack at the start of the war, UKAF dispersed its aviation assets to secondary and tertiary airfields to complicate Russian attacks. Deployable support kits enabled aircraft maintenance in the field, and support personnel were trained to do maintenance and pre-flight inspections from the dispersal fields. Munition stocks were relocated for security, etc., etc. Hours before the Russian assault, GBAD units began to disperse. Although most survived, the haste and timing of this dispersal made a coordinated defense more difficult in the opening phases of the conflict. The Russians mistakenly expected their invading forces to be greeted with open arms throughout Ukraine. Russia's concept of operations was to employ special forces to eliminate Ukraine's political leadership in Kiev, a task planned to take just a few days, while ground forces would trap Ukraine's army in the east and southeast, and the Air Force would degrade Ukraine's air defenses to gain control of the air. It didn't happen. There's a lot more here. I thought that would be quicker. So, but yeah.
That was like what everybody was predicting was going to happen in February of 2022. It's now June 22nd, 2025.
Right. They have not established air superiority yet.
Okay. So I'll grant, let's see. I will grant you that Ukraine has air superiority. Whatever.
Well, I think nobody has complete air superiority, and Ukraine has control of the air over key cities.
Right, so it's a bit of a stalemate then. Like no one really
right now I think it's nobody can claim air superiority.
Sure. Okay. But let's just say that Ukraine does have more of an edge on the air superiority. Whatever. Is that helping them? It's not.
Of course
Well,
it is. Of course,
This is very odd.
Now,
It's
hang
very
on.
odd how this war is playing out because, like, we're digging trenches. I don't mean to say we. I have no dog in the fight, but they're digging trenches now. Like, dude, it's weird how it's reverted. Like, have you seen the tanks that they have to use now, or they cover them in like all this chicken wire and cages and metal plating, where the tanks just look like gigantic squares? It's
The Russians
so
do, yes.
weird.
Yeah, the Ukrainian hardly does that.
Well, right, but why?
The
But why do the
Russians
Russians do that to their
do.
tanks? Why do they do that to their tanks?
To try to hinder the drones to blow them up.
Exactly. Dude, drones have.
But it doesn't work.
Amazing. It
It
doesn't
doesn't
work.
work. No, it
Okay.
doesn't.
Okay, so Russia has. So Ukraine has the tank superiority then too, right?
No, they don't have the tanks, but they have
does Ukraine have any
anti-tank. They have anti-tank weapons, which keeps the Russians back.
I don't think you're also considering, hold on. I don't think you're also considering that, that people all around the world, these countries, especially the United States, are dumping huge sums of money into this drone situation because the drone thing is the new thing on the battlefield. It's the new attack thing. So obviously we're developing new ways to defend against it. We are literally probably spending billions on this problem. It ain't going to be long till the United States will have a solution.
Remember in the beginning of the war.
Hold on. You can't say it's not going to. Wait a second. You can't say. Wait a second. You can't. Hold on. You can't say it's not going to be long until the United States has the upper foot on this because the United States is not using drones in actual combat. There's only two militaries that are using drones in combat that's going to set the standard.
To defend them, not to use them. I'm talking about defending.
Very moment, Russia has the market completely cornered on drone warfare. And you know what's crazy about drone warfare is drone warfare is not even expensive and it's easy to train. Any fucking kid that grew up playing Xbox for 20 years can fly a drone now.
Have you ever heard of the?
Hang on, just a minute. I've got quite a few shares in a drone company called Griff Aviation, and we have almost 3 years ago now got a big contract with the Spanish Army for developing drones.
Drone warfare with combatants also using drone warfare. I forgot.
Yeah, for developing drones for warfare. Yes. So saying that the Russians or the Ukrainians all have the best drones, I don't think so.
So the Spanish army is conducting actual hot war with drones right now?
No, but we are producing drones for
Jesus Christ. I don't want to have to defend Vorks or anything, but China is leading the drone game.
You're making drones,
whether that be the straight technology within them to the amount of drones they are able to produce equivalently over any other place.
What kind of military doctrine is the United States coming up with for drone warfare?
Operation
not because they're not currently in combat with drones, are they? So the United States is out launching billions of drones a month
I'm telling you,
thousands of people with them.
I just told you the name of the operation. Did you hear it?
It's Operation what?
Manta Ray.
Operation Manta Ray?
Yes.
What was that? Is that what they were talking about the other day? No, that was called Operation. I thought it was Stingray. What am I thinking of?
Are you thinking about Operation Praying Mantis, which was the last time the U.S. Navy was allowed to go gloves off against Iran for 8 hours?
No. This is something where some of Russia's strategic bombers got blown up on the runway. Operation. I feel like it was Operation Scorpion
program focused on long range duration, long range and payload capable unmanned underwater vehicles. Very simple. Look it up.
I'm thinking of something. What? Hold on. Let me Google it.
The basic theory behind the.
Sorry, Doc. Right. Sorry, Doc.
Yeah. Does anyone doubt that Major's army in the world today are having huge programs building drones and trying to come up with countermeasures against drones?
Well, let me ask you this. If you're not currently in combat using drones on a literal day-by-day, hour-by-hour, minute-by-minute basis for the past 3 years, then how are you developing proper technical?
Dude, we develop weapons
What do you think the Predator? What do you think the Predator drone is?
We don't
That's
have
a drone
to be
technology
in
from
war.
decades ago.
The Predator drone is like fucking 4,000 pounds. I'm talking about drones that literally weigh as much as a loaf of bread, and they wipe out an entire squadron of troops in the middle of battle. We're not doing that.
And we do not have to be in war to develop weapons. We do not have to be using those weapons to develop them. That's what countries do in peacetime, is they develop new weapons. They just do that shit. You don't have to be in war to do it.
Look at the M16. We developed that, and then we threw it into Vietnam, and guess what? The M16 was trash for a minute. Everybody hated it. Everybody killed. Nobody knew how to use it properly until it got battle tested. God.
Okay, I want to make a couple of points. So number one, the M16 was developed primarily for fighting in Europe, not in jungles. It wasn't great in jungles. But
we were told we didn't need to clean M16s. That was the whole problem.
That was one thing.
Once we got cleaning tanks and we kept them properly cleaned, they were perfectly fine. But the M16 was being marketed like it was an AK-47, and it's just not. That was the major issue: is the weapons were jammed.
This is all right.
So we had a reputation that they were bulletproof and didn't need to be cleaned.
The point that I wanted to make before I was just talked over was this: so we are gaining amazing amounts of intelligence on how well and how drones integrate, especially our military drones integrate with, a modern force. Ukraine is essentially a testing ground for a lot of new tactics that are giving us that information that you're not going to get elsewhere. We have information from those attacks that nobody else China, if China decides to go after Taiwan, we're going to have more up-to-date information on 21st century warfare than they will in terms of actual application, because we are we're like right next to the test bed where those conflicts are being drawn out. So I think we are gaining invaluable information, from the Ukraine.
Of course, that information is used to develop.
Hold on, can I add to that?
Yeah.
What is that? No, I got to say something that was directly to his point. Okay, we're watching from afar. We're gaining intel, but you know what? That's like hold on. What you pretty much said is like, dude, we got all this tape on the New England Patriots. We get all this tape on Tom Brady. We see, okay, so we're really, really, really well prepared to go play against them. And then once you play against, just because you could throw that touchdown in practice does not mean it's going to apply in the actual game. We're not, like, the United States is not actually getting battle hardened with this new technology. We're watching and we're learning. I could teach somebody how to cook 1,000 steaks in an hour. Let me put them in the middle of my restaurant in the middle of service and see if they can hang. They probably can't. But you give them like 6 months and doing it, then maybe they'll start being more competent. That's like what's going on with our militaries right now. I could teach somebody how to play guitar in front of 10,000 people and tell them not to get scared and choke.
So, hang on a minute. So, are you saying that if new technology comes along, soldiers aren't trained to use that new technology until war starts?
Oh, no. New technology gets developed every day. But when it comes to the new technology of the modern battlefield, Russia has the market cornered, and Russia has the most experienced group of officers, soldiers, and doctrines now. We don't have that. So
what are you talking about?
We do when we go into battle with Russia, because it's inevitable.
Doctrines?
We're always going to be a step
hang on
behind.
a minute. You don't know much about tactics and strategy, do you? The Russians are fighting like they did in World War II.
No, World War I with the trenches, because that's what it's evolved down to because of the drones.
That's the defending force. That's mainly the defending force.
It's for both sides. Everybody, dude, there's thousands of miles of trenches in Ukraine now. Literally everybody has to use them because of drone warfare.
You
Not-
also
not
just
just
claimed
drones.
that they were the most professional. Do you realize that most of the frontline troops are criminal conscripts?
Most of the frontline
Signed
troops of
contract
who?
and
Hold on.
application
That sounds like a
of
baseless
Russia.
assertion. Most of the frontline troops of who?
Of
The
Russia.
Russians.
Citation that most of the frontline troops in Russia are
80
conscripts. That sounds like the what was it called? Oh God, what was it? His name was Prigozhin, the fat guy, the fat chef that owned a couple restaurants. Actually, the one that got killed. Oh God, what is the? I keep wanting to say PMRC, but it's not that, is it? Wagner.
You're talking
Yeah, you're
about
thinking of Wagner, dude. Wagner is a private company.
Right, who walked into
They
Russian
would-
prison and said, if you want to get out of prison, sign up with us for 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah,
that
that's a
is-
Wagner
that
military
is where-
group.
That is where the Russian front lines are coming from, is the prisons.
No, it's not. That's
And
not true
the-
at all. No, Russia's
Quite a lot-
doing something
Yeah.
like.
No, hang
Hold
on.
Okay. Now we got hold on. Now we got to look at Russian.
No, let
Now
me
we got to
finish.
look at
No,
Russian
you
recruiting.
talk all the
Now we
time.
no.
Please
Now
let me.
we're going to no. Now we're going to look up the Russian recruiting numbers from the actual population of their country. Let's look this up. Hold on.
Yeah, but the thing is,
How many
the Russian
people are
for fuck's sake, it's almost impossible.
volunteering
You talk
for
all
the
the talk.
Russian military per month?
They're all conscripts, man. Every Russian soldier is a conscript. That's all they have. Every man between the ages of 18 and 27 can be conscripted for 1 year of military service. The entire military force is conscripts.
Or South Korea or North Korean, I mean.
60,000
the North
per month.
Koreans too, and all you guys get murdered by, you know.
Can you imagine being so bad that you have to have the North Koreans come and help you out?
That's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
And they didn't do any better either.
So you guys are saying Ukraine's
they
winning
sure
right now.
didn't.
That's what I'm hearing. Hold on. I'm hearing
They're-
Ukraine's winning. Let's look over some statistics.
Well, the statistics the Russians made
Ready?
up? What do you? Well, let's listen to the statistics the Russians made up. Yep.
There's a lot being thrown in the conversation about U.S. military. That's I don't know if I can, but I've been in the military for 2.5 decades, and I'm an intel officer. There's also a lot of claims about Russian capabilities and all other shit. I don't know what you guys are arguing, but I'm hearing a bunch of bullshit. First of all, the Russian military is not all conscripts. Like, it's just not. That's a fact. And then the whole thing about the Ukrainians, right? First of all, the U.S. is definitely involved in that. I mean, that's very easy. You can just Google it, right? And there's questions about whether or not the Ukrainians could have defeated the Russians without outside help. There are. I mean, those are legitimate questions, and honestly,
Wait a second. They have. Hold on.
Right.
The Ukrainians, up until this very point, have all the outside help of Germany, the United States, Canada, every country in NATO,
they have
every
a ton
country
of
in
help.
the EU,
Yes.
and
They
they're
have a ton of
still
help.
getting smoked.
Well, that's why the conflict is stagnated, right? So
I don't think it's stagnated.
oh, it's stagnated. That's why it's
No,
turning
I-
into like lines not moving very much. 100 meters here, 100
Russians
meters there.
haven't made a big arrow offensive the entire time. It's a war of attrition. It's all about getting rid of Ukraine's
Exactly.
military capabilities.
That's
Real
why.
And
quick,
honestly,
can I just
get rid of a
can I
country's
correct
military
myself real quick?
capabilities, you kill the men. What's
So
somebody look up the average age of a Ukrainian soldier is right now? It's really old. That's not good.
Like
No, it's
16.
not. But yeah, but there's another thing. If
real quick, let me just
to
correct
beat a
myself.
How
established
many
defending force, you tend to need to use about 3 times as much resources to beat them. That's a big
Correct.
problem as well.
Yeah, defense is always the hardest one. Yes, the defense you always have the advantage. So you're correct.
Absolutely, yes.
And I
Wait
do
a
want to
second,
real
who's
quick
on the
say
defense?
you are correct, and I do recognize the Russian.
Who's on the wait? Which side is on the defense right now?
Mostly the Ukrainians, even though they do attack the Russians now and again.
Wait a second. You not remember 2 summers ago, where Ukraine like dove in like 70 kilometers along the entire front, and now they're all dead. And I'm not even. I don't mean to giggle. It's not funny. It's fucking horrible.
Vaxwax, hold on a second, Vaxwax. I just want to say you're very, very bad at over talking every time somebody tries to speak. You really need to concentrate on letting people finish before you just interrupt. You blatantly interrupted someone just now to say that last sentence you said. You need to work on
Oh,
that.
did I? My bad.
Yes. It's all right. Just try to keep it in mind.
So, right quick, I just wanted to clarify, Verdak, you're correct, and I do recognize the Russian officer corps as being a very competent force. I was more talking about the apparent lack of seasoned non-commissioned officers and where their raw recruits are coming from, not the officer corps.
Yeah, I mean, and that gets to Vax's point about aurora attrition. I mean, the Ukrainians are feeling the same thing. I mean, that's why they're preventing military-age males from leaving. So, like, the statement is correct that a lot of the troops are coming from conscripts. It's just the false statement is that all of them are. So that's
Well, where do sorry.
Another problem, another problem for the Russian army is that the way the units are led by lower officers and how the soldiers are supposed to act. They're not supposed to think for themselves. They're always supposed to listen to an officer. That's a major difference. That's one of the major differences, at least from our country's army and the Russians.
Yeah, I don't know if you're British. You sound like it, but
Norwegian. So I know a bit about Russia.
Norwegian. Well, the Norse are good too. I've worked with Norwegian Soth, and they're very similar. Like they're very similar in doctrines to us in the UK, where we emphasize mission command, which is basically you give the tactical level decisions down to the lowest level. Let NCOs, let these junior leaders figure it out because they're the ones that have the eyes on what the current situation is. The problem with the Russian military, which kind of evolved out of just the history of the Russian Empire, is they do have stagnation in their forces when it comes to decisions because they have to go all the way to the top. And that's part of why you've seen folks like Surovikin, Gerasimov, they kind of rotate, these generals around, and in very similar, fashion to the Afghan conflict that they dealt with in the 70s. And then in Syria, right? And if you look at the evolution of the chain of command from the Syrian conflict, it's identical to what happened in Ukraine. That's because the Russians just rotate these guys out based on who's pissed off Putin, kind of. But yeah, it's very centralized command, which is not good.
It's based on
Chinese also.
It's very often based on fear.
So what I'm hearing is the Russian military follows a set chain of command. And that doesn't happen in any other military. That's what it sounds like you guys are trying to say.
No.
I could give an example. Let's say a platoon of Norway or in UK or most NATO countries. If they get separated from the main unit, lose their communication and so on, the NCOs in that platoon and the soldiers in that platoon are allowed to think for themselves and how to finish the job they're supposed to do. In the Russian army, they will wait until a higher officer tell them what to do, more or less in detail.
Okay, do you have an example of this being an issue in the battlefield?
It works. I know how to explain it better. Do you remember the movie Fifth Element? You remember those fucking ugly ass warrior things? And the idea was if you shoot the leader, they all just don't know what to do and they don't do anything. That's what he's talking about.
That's actually a pretty good analogy.
Do we have any example of this taking place? Where is this? Like Russia's so incompetent, and they have to have the one chain of command guy command everybody else. Can you guys give an example of where this has caused them problems recently? I don't. Seems like you guys.
I can give you an example. the FSK, Norwegian Special Forces, in both in Iraq and in Afghanistan, did their job more or less as they choose. They were not.
Hold on, you're giving an example
told
from a
from
war
higher up
45 years ago.
how to do
we're
it.
talking about 2025, bro, not 1978. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the current conflict.
So you think it's changed? Do you actually think that has changed?
2025. So that
Another
when
thing,
it comes to
yeah. Oh, sorry. I find that a bit strange. We got a few guys in there who spent quite a few years in the army, and these guys who's never been there is going to tell us how things work. I find that strange.
So, well, it sounds like you're making baseless assertions about something that's currently happening in 2025, and your citation is from like 1979.
When was the Afghan war over?
What happens in 2025, Vats, is a direct result of history. So, like, to say, like...
Okay, so example, name, date, the battle, what city did this take place in? What engagement? Like, what are you talking about?
It's a doctrine. For fuck's sake, you're dumb. It's a doctrine. It's how they are trained to operate. It's ingrained in the system.
Yeah, and Syria 2018 was a good example where the Russians that literally prevented them from making decisions, and they got slaughtered in the middle Euphrates Valley near Darzar. Like there are countless examples of this. You can just Google it. It's very easy to find.
I can just go on, yeah, okay, I can go on Google. Okay, yeah, because Google doesn't have a bias or lie or whatever.
Well, no, I mean, like
hold on,
there's been a lot of papers.
What's the name of this
Hold on,
engagement
listen.
where this happened?
Vats, hold on.
No, I need the name of the engagement so I can go look it up on Google real quick. That's proving your point. I need the name of the engagement so I can go look it up on Google real quick.
There have been tons of academic papers written on this.
There's just so many that you
both-
can't name. I got you.
The
Okay.
military historian community, and then also the strategic policy.
Military historian community.
Yeah, the Institute of Study of War is a good one to figure out how the Russians fight and where it's fucking gone wrong. It's very easy to find. It's a good website. They do write-ups regularly on the Ukraine war. Before you have, I would just, I would just offer, do a little reading before we start stating stuff as fact. That's all I'm saying.
Well, wait a second. Hold on. So you have an example of an engagement where this military doctrine that it seems no one can give me the name of is hindering the Russian military force.
Yeah, Kiev, Kiev was a good example. Like the other thing I think someone mentioned it in here, which was not entirely wrong. That Russian military doctrine focuses on indirect fire, particularly artillery, right?
What's the name of this doctrine? What's this? Wait, the doctrine that you guys have been talking about. What's it called? So I can go look it up real quick.
Russian military doctrine. Russian military doctrine. Okay.
Look, hold on. So I just Google. Hold on. Let me. Russian military doctrine.
They're just like us. If you want to know, U.S. doctrine, start with FM30 and FM50. Those are field manuals that we use, and you'll see the differences there. The Russians do they do focus on artillery, which is, it's how they do it.
Russian military doctrine advances a combined arms approach, centralized command, and the integration of defensive and offensive operations to achieve decisive victory on favorable terms.
Correct.
One of the first things you read was
the adversary's ability to sustain combat. Rather than solely focusing on territorial gains, the doctrine also incorporates the concept of new generation warfare utilizing various tools across multiple domains to achieve political objectives.
Correct.
So, and one of the first word things you read in that was
in summary, according to Russian military doctrine, their goal is not to achieve vast amounts of territorial gains. That's literally what they've been doing ever since the beginning of this conflict. They set up a fucking wall, and they let the Ukrainians continuously in human waves run into the wall and get decapitated by a buzzsaw. They've been doing this the entire time. It's been a war of attrition, and Ukraine has just been constantly running into it.
Really? Were they doing that when their first shock troops got fucking stopped right outside of Kiev? And they lost an entire fucking motor rifle division? Was that when they were doing that? Was that when they were setting up a plan to have them attack? No, dumbass. And what they're talking about is within what you just read. Within what you just read. I'm not done yet.
I'm not going to throw flowers at
Now you're over talking again.
All right. First of all, okay, when you said Central Command, that's what they're talking about. Since the days of fucking Caesar, militaries have performed better when you have lower ranked professional soldiers. They were called centurions in the days of the Caesars. The Russians don't have professional non-commissioned officers, and that's their problem. That's what we're trying to explain to you.
It's also why China vax.
Russians have non-commissioned officers in their military?
It's also why the Chinese. That's also why the Chinese are emulating Western military doctrine and building up their NCO Corps, because they realize that centralized command is not the way you do it in LSCO, which is large scale combat operations. It's too fast. It's way too fast. It was an art in World War II that the Germans kind of perfected, right? And so everyone is learning again after fucking going through, we need air power and all this other stuff. Now we're all relearning these lessons. Like I'm literally rewriting the ATP, which is an Army training publication, on how divisions fight a military intelligence battalion, and how the Army G2, the intelligence section, figures out how to do this in LSCO, because it is a lost art. But decentralized command and mission command, which is literally all mission command is, which you can read in FM 5.0, 3.0, go to 6.0. These are all things that are publicly available because we literally fucking publish them. Like they tell you, mission command is delegating decision making down to the lowest level that makes the most tactical sense. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm. So, how bad is Russia getting smoked in the Ukraine conflict right now?
That's an interesting question.
Oh, I suppose they lost more equipment and man than the Ukrainians have.
The thing.
Hold on. You think Russia has lost more manpower and more equipment than Ukraine?
It seems like it, yes.
Isn't Ukraine all like
normally not
Fourth Army?
Normally an attacking force.
And another question: Has anybody ever seen how Ukrainian troops?
He can't not over talk.
Well, no. Yeah, has anyone seen? Oh, that's loud. My bad. Let me hold on. Has anybody seen how Ukraine drafts new troops?
They are dumb. Ukraine is dumb.
Has anybody seen how Ukraine is drafting new troops? What do they do? Like, what's their number one thing? They don't roll up. Surely they don't roll up in a van, jump out and grab motherfuckers, hogtie them, and throw them in the back of the van, right? They don't do that. That's not true.
What is the population in Ukraine compared to Russia?
Is that true or false? Is that true or false? What I just said?
What? Why they have young, older men joining the army or conscripting into the Ukrainian army? Well, the size of populations on both sides have a lot to do with it.
Let's say that I'm 100% Ukrainian. I lived in Kiev my whole life. I'm 36 years old. I'm walking from my apartment to go to the grocery store to go get a gallon of milk for the house, right? Is there a chance that a van's going to roll up and snatch the fuck out of me and throw me in, and then I'm automatically forced to go onto the front lines after 1 week?
Somebody invading their country. They all volunteer. If someone invaded America, I'm going to be fucking 43 years old in a fucking trench if I have to be. Because if you're invading my country, I'm going to kill you.
Look at the rage.
No.
This guy is so
If you're
mad.
invading my country,
Not rage, it's just
I don't
stupidity.
care if you're
Like,
invading
you're
my
so
country.
frustrated.
But we don't care if you invade a country, but you care as human beings. Don't like, if you're American, I'm very with you. Not Canadian, not an Australian, not an Italian. If you're American and you invade, don't come on, forgive him. Please forgive me for that shit. Please, guys. But if you're invading a country, you're invading their space as a being.
That's my space. That's a good point.
Can I get with you guys, bro? Like, you get my point. They're pissed that you're invading
Hold on,
their
keep that
space.
same
They only
energy.
know their
Countries
space.
attacked by bomb and sabotage or attempted government overthrow since World War II. Let's see, Iran, 0 countries. The United States, China, 1945, Syria, 1949, Korea, 1950, China, 1950, Iran, 1953, Guatemala, 1954, Tibet, 1955, Indonesia, 1958, Cuba, 1959, Democratic Republic of Congo, 1960, Democratic Vietnam, 69 to 73, Brazil, 1964, the Belgian Congo, 1964.
Now let him go.
I'm not
Let that man speak because he just spoke about a bunch of shit.
Let's just go from the 80s. Let's just go from the 80s. Turkey,
No, but hang on.
1980.
Before you continue on,
1980.
hang on, just one point before you
1981.
continue on.
Nicaragua, 1981. Cambodia, 1980. Angola, 1980. Lebanon, 1982.
Yeah. We got the point. Could I ask you a question? Did the US do this to occupy the countries forever?
Stop. Again, Stefan.
Stacy, chill the fuck out.
The Russian plan.
Hold
Russian plan is to include Ukraine into Russia.
Iraq, 1991, Kuwait, 1991, Somalia, 1992,
Shut up again.
Iraq,
You fucking
1992,
moron.
Bosnia, 1992.
Can someone mute him sometime? The question was, did the US do those or go to those wars to occupy the country? Like the Russian has planned
Always occupy.
their goal?
Occupy. Yes, occupy. That's what I'm at with you. Occupy. I couldn't hear anybody else but you, Savon. Oh my God. Please, guys. Occupy. That's what it's all about. Yes, Savon.
That's a major difference there.
Correct. So as we talk about this, like dispute between each other, we got to balance it. We know it's an occupy resolution, right? It's an occupy.
It is. That's the plan. They want to include Ukraine or bring Ukraine into Russia.
Honey, can I get with you? Why is there an occupy plan we know it we agree upon? And we can't agree upon there's an occupy plan for everything. Sorta, honey. Sorta. Come on.
Yeah. Would any of you like to be occupied by a foreign country?
No!
Nation? Of course not.
No. I was just in Canada. I'm like, I can't wait to get home because Canada rules me because I'm in Canada. As soon as I land in fucking United States of America,
want to be Canadian.
nobody can be me because I'm a citizen, right? I'm sorry. You're a citizen. It makes you who you are because where you're born. It makes you who you have to be. It doesn't make you where you want to be. It makes you where you have to be. Correct?
Where you have usually where you have your family, your friends, your social network, your job, your studies, whatever, your house, your livelihood. And you want that you want someone to take that away from you? Coming from a different no, of course not.
Nothing away from nothing.
No.
What happened?
You're taking everything that somebody knows is actual life, right? Society, which is not society, it's a box, a paradigm. It's a paradigm within even a global / flat earth. It's a paradigm you have to exist in. Whether you're in a state, a country, or whatever you're in, it's a paradigm that is presented to you. Agreed? At least.
Don't get me going on this.
Oh, fuck. We're all in a paradigm, is my point, and I'm going to get outside of my point because I have ears speaking into my ears. I hate the whole globe trot. If you know me, that whole language is like a slurp. I could call it a slurp, and I'm a fucking truther. If I hear nigga or nigger, forgive me, Riggs, or nigger with a hard R, yeah. If I hear that from one word, truther, right? I'm sitting in reality this, and I hear it hard R. I'm about to, and I will never punch a throat, but in my reality, in my mind, I'm going, I'm gonna punch a throat, bro.
Wait, how did this come up? Wait, how did we get over here?
Right,
Yeah.
right. Hard R, right, hard R.
I don't know what you two are
Yeah,
arguing.
let's talk about the hard R. Yeah.
I don't know what you two are arguing about with yourselves.
Let's talk about how
but, like,
the
that's not
world
here.
should not be this fucking fucked.
What are we talking about now?
Yeah.
I just hear
Let's
rambling, man.
I'll let you know. We're talking
Left Lane will
about.
bring it to the right effing lane if you guys actually respect him as a human being. Thank you, Left Lane.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're talking about using the hard R when saying the N word.
Yeah, like Stacy, I don't know what you two are discussing. Like both of you should probably just hop on here, but I don't. You two arguing back and forth, it's not gonna fucking happen. I'll give you that warning before I fucking mute you guys.
What about you, Veradek? Have you ever used the hard R when saying the N word? I'm sorry, don't answer that. Or you can answer.
I'm in the military. It's an obvious answer.
I need to know. Now I need to know.
What if your language?
Now you're letting me picture you saying the N word like all over the place.
Why would you say that? I'm in the military.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was funny. That's funny. It's a joke.
No, that shit. I have zero tolerance for that shit. Fucking zero.
Well, that makes two of us.
You know, guys can speak about using the hard R.
Yeah, like I'm with you guys, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in my car screaming it out the window, and and somebody's telling me I'm a bitch.
Yeah, sure.
What the hell? What's going on?
No. 56th Street is a good.
This is the problem.
If you're from Indiana, exactly. Honey, if you're from Burdick, Indiana, Indianapolis, okay? Now go up 56th Street to 96th Street. You cannot say R. Actually, you know what? I don't care where the F you are. Where the hell do you think you can use it out of disrespect? That's not even out of like love. That's not even word language. I just want to use it.
Oh, wait a second. He's doing drive-bys? He's in a car. He's escaping. He's not facing the consequence.
I don't know what she's talking
my friend, I'm going to get in trouble for this. No, Jesse hears me. What is wrong with y'all?
He's driving away after calling people the hard R. He's scared to face the consequence.
Nothing is wrong with us.
7 years in. I'm 7 years in. You want to know why women are not here? I'm going to sit here with y'all. I'm going to sit here. I've been 4 guys in this community, and this is what I get every time.
Yeah.
They see, they're giving worse than Kool-Aid, Dominoes, using hard R's, and
it's not about fucking women, men.
Right?
It's just about being a decent human being. Okay, that's all of it. Just be a decent human being. If you guys are arguing, and you're
don't feed me a fantasy that you want to provide me, my mother, or life. Right?
All I'm saying is our policy is let's just be a decent human being. That's very easy.
Real. No. I'm going to be real with y'all. If you're in this truth community and you ain't speaking truth, if you talk shite, forgive me. I met a lot of y'all, and I haven't met some of y'all. I can't wait to meet. God, you should have met me. I'll meet you when I come next. He's my friend. But
being a decent human is just being, that's a universal truth.
Yeah,
right. Just abide by that. Okay.
So I know when I meet y'all, no matter how bad I get in that moment right now, the fuck? It won't be this.
By Stacy.
SE divided by Stacy equals life. You know what? SE divided. Can you guys do that? Can you guys do that math for me? Mathematics with an S, by the way. Don't forget the S.
I mean, the biggest problem that I have with flat Earth and like most of the truther community is that they're angry and they've got to attack the character of the person having the argument. What I'm saying is, as long as I'm in here, you will not do that.
You will have a right to speak just like everyone else, but that doesn't mean that you can overtalk them or insult them. Period. Be a good
Can
human.
I ask you guys a
Love
question?
each other. Period.
Would you guys call me?
Yeah, shut up, dude. Stick to the
forgive me.
arguments and
Forgive me.
not the personalities.
Stefan,
It's simple.
would you ever call me or my mother anything disrespectful ever in your life? Would you ever? I know you wouldn't actually, love. Forgive me. So
I wouldn't
thank you.
mistake the
I love you.
aggression for just
Mhm.
not being pacified.
Mhm.
Because I think a lot of people, they hold opinions, but they don't say them with any
Yes.
brevity.
Yes. You hear? Ooh, Jesse, you done brought in evil demons inside.
Well, that's where
Yeah, sorry. I like bringing conversations to
Yes, it's okay.
iffy
It's
places.
okay. I'm tired. No friends, guys. I love y'all. I did it for you guys. Not in a community. I'm 4 2/3, and I'm sitting here with my mom in a nursing home, and some bullshit enduring. We're through COVID, y'all.
Her mom would love me.
I swear to God, if somebody talks about my mom one more time, who doesn't even bring my mom out for 2 hours. Say it again. We're talking about big brain, little brain of Riggs and my exes. I get so tired of the community bringing up some shite that should not exist to rob anyone. We should be.
Can we move away from the meta and get back to the topic?
No, hold on, Cole. Yeah. Hold on. We're getting
He's
somewhere.
right though. I know.
Hold on, Cole.
No, Cole's right though. Cole, no, Jesse, I forgive me, love you, honey. But Cole is so right. Cole's my friend, and you're my friend too. But Cole's like deeper, like Jesse will fuck me up troll wise. He'll have me flying. He'll have you got to have me flying.
Stacey, you'll get upset if you keep going, and I don't want you to get upset.
I think.
Yes, amen, Cole. Thank you.
I think maybe these things are really triggering you, and then some people will use those words or sayings just to trigger you.
Yes. Why?
Face is only a trait.
Why? Stace is only traits. Why would y'all say this shit to me? I lost so many people. I lost my whole family. I had 4 children, and including people in this community who've lost their children with me. And y'all call me and me say, I'm gonna help your mama and say she says it's nothing but a trace. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. And I'm here. But don't play me. I'm tired. This is why I'm sitting on the Omni server, because I refuse to be on a truth that is not a truth. Effing.
You're here, but you're not really.
Am I? Or are you not? Love. You need to question God, because I question God on a deeper level than an effing name. God is in my life on a level that speaks even now. Even my friends you call, even Noah, forgive me, Noah. I never reached out to, never had
You
my
hear that
DMs.
brevity? I love the brevity.
Jesse, I've
I'm
never
gonna
reached
give
out to my
you-
DMs. You know that. Omni, nobody in the server, right? I've never
I'm gonna give you one
ever.
more chance, please.
You're my
I'm gonna
brother, you're
give
my
you one-
sister, and I apologize for any disrespect you've ever been given.
I'm gonna give you
Like-
one more chance.
No more. No, Verdak, you don't understand what's going on. He's even reached out to Noah asking about his wife.
But it's totally
No.
fine. Yeah. But your guys' discourse with
This
each
has been
other
going
has to be
on since
Discord.
day
So-
one, Jesse, right?
Hey, what'd
No,
you say?
That's why Jesse wants to speak. Yep. And Dan, me, Riggs, a lot of people.
Go ahead. Go handle your handle.
You hear that, guys? Go handle my. And you wonder what I do? Go handle my handlers, and you wonder. I'm asking Jesse to speak up right now.
Why did he say that? I don't. What? Why is there tension like that going on?
Right?
Right.
Because Discord.
Go handle your handles, dude. That's very underhandedly telling somebody something that I don't even want to vocalize.
Amen. Amen, love.
You shouldn't do that. That implies a lot of things. Because I know what you mean by that. I don't know why you would imply that.
Hey, listen, can you hear me right now, right?
People, Jesse.
Yeah, out of like 2 years, Riggs only hit it once.
Oh my
twice.
God.
So I did
That's
the
3
most
years
in
ago,
like
and you're
he
not
did
listening.
after like 2 years.
It's the same shit that I'm done with every day. I'm just trying to get my mama. And
I'm not ignoring anything y'all are
see,
bringing up.
bouncing up on that. Yep. But this
But
actual music
I
that
am-
you created is great. This is bullshit.
I am curious about Verdak's opinion.
Yes. No, Birdak, not you.
Yeah, Verdak. Okay, so like we're talking about. Never mind. I'm not going to do that. Never mind.
Anything, Jesse, but this. It got me.
It doesn't need to happen with Verdak. There's other people where maybe it's necessary.
Don't do that. Okay, you know what? Where is the actual effing bird that's actually tipping like Jeremy says, right? Wrong, Jeremy said. See, where's the drinking bird? Because I saw one in reality. I was traveling from Canada to actually Indianapolis, Indiana. It was almost a drinking bird, but not. I'm sorry, if you just look at the actual windmills, they're close to drinking birds.
Give me
They're
a
huge.
second.
Okay, go
Ask
ahead.
the question. Just go ahead.
Anything but this, y'all. That's my point.
A drinking gourd or a drinking bird?
Don't bring it to horse, you shit. Drinking bird. The bird,
What the hell is
bird.
that? What is the drinking bird? I don't know.
What was your
Jeremy. Windmills. What's a windmill?
Is there an argument
a
I don't know
windmill?
about? Does a drinking bird disprove globe? Like what's going on?
What is a windmill? What is a windmill? There's like 50 right on the way to my destination, and it's flatlands, by the way. It's like 50 effing huge. Like you can't even produce yourself. Windmills that are massive. How does that even exist on a flat Earth? I'm being real with you. I traveled here, traveling on a car instead of plane. Why is there so many windmills? What are they for? And explain to me why. And why is there not drinking birds?
They don't even generate as much electricity as you would really want to have. Like, why even have one? Didn't you want like fucking thousands? When I see one windmill, yeah, I'm like, what the fuck is that for? You need way more than that.
You may not get enough power from a drinking bird. Times like 4 of a windmill.
No, idiot.
Oh, I'm asking a question. Don't call me idiot.
I see what you're saying.
Right. 4 windmills, 3 windmills, a drinking bird. It's the same power. It doesn't make sense to me. I've seen them. They were like 2 out of 4 were down, right? So the minutes on that fucking thing was not spinning. What does a drinking bird provide? It keeps going. It doesn't have a maintenance problem like a windmill, does it? Kind of does, though. You got water.
Water is life.
No, stop. I mean, for real, an actual drinking bird and a windmill. There's 3 windmills.
I got a sick flat Earth. I got a sick new flat Earth theory I came up with today. I realized.
What is that then?
Running water. We got running water running down slopes on a flat Earth. Why the fuck not?
Running.
Yeah, all these Glovers are like, yeah, you see over there, see that obstruction? That's because the water's curved. What if it's just slow?
Running.
What if it's just a change in elevation and there's running water?
I'm sorry.
What was
if you're
your
in Indiana flatlands, and then you get to like
Hey,
Ohio, and you get to
I had a totally vile question to ask you before. It was not a good topic.
No,
Hey, Jesse,
just send it. I want to know.
Jesse Amber.
Stace, give me a Stace.
Stace, your mic is breaking up right now.
I got you. Thank you.
No, it's just the Wi-Fi or something.
No, go ahead. Yep, go for it.
All right, what was the question?
Okay, Veridak, super toxic question.
Do it.
Because I heard you say something. You brought up I don't know if you said behavior exactly, but you brought up how people act.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, it's the other way around. Like what I see, the Glovers are the most aggressive. They're the most unreasonable, dogmatic.
Hey, man. You know what? Thank you.
So that's actually fair. I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
But we don't got to go down this road. This is a dirty topic.
Bro, he just called you over.
Space.
Sorry. Yeah.
But she agrees.
Space.
Yeah, I mean the biggest problem that I have with the Glover side, right, is
actually
they shut down the arguments very quickly and then they attack the character. Because when I was
There's a whole bunch of
I'm actually gaining respect for you right now, Verdak, because I heard you say that.
Yeah. So
like, Stace, chill out. Like, I know you already got muted from Earth Awakenings. Like, seriously, chill out.
The immediate deflection
to him, sorry.
to the. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt if you're trying to.
All I was saying is, like, that is genuine and that's real, and I've observed it. So you're not, like, that is a factual statement. The problem they have evidence, right? And they can demonstrate this. I have my own evidence, right? And I teach land navigation, so that's part of it.
Hold on. I can tell you that Space is like a 10-year flirt, right? She's been a flirt for like over 10 years, and she has no evidence.
Let Verdak finish.
Yeah, and
what was that, dude? What? I'm getting disturbed by that. I don't know. It seems like Alex is ad homming the person he's with in real life. Kind of weird.
No, just give me a second. All right.
Jesse,
You're gonna make me cry, bro. Stop. You're gonna make me cry. Oh, okay. Go ahead and cry. Okay, on mute.
I mean, I'm on my last nerve. I don't know, but so your argument is like, dude, it's genuine. I get it. The problem that I have is that when evidence is brought forth, right, then there isn't alternative evidence to counter the points. That's the problem.
Well, Verdak, can you give me evidence that was brought forth to begin with? Like, what kind of evidence would be brought forth to flirt Earth?
For a globe Earth, I have a very easy example. Do you know what a topographic map is?
Uh-oh.
Yes, a topographic map.
Oh, now we're going to talk about. I tried to bring this up with you the other day.
Do you know why there are three norths? Grid, true, and magnetic.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. So if you actually use that map with a compass, and depending on where you're at, it kind of really doesn't matter. I mean, if you're in the southeastern United States, the angles are much smaller. But if you use that map and you walk literally a kilometer, right, to account for the curvature of the Earth, you're going to get to where you're going to. If you don't, you won't. And this is something you can literally start from.
Hold on, Verdak.
Literally start from your garage and do this. It's very easy.
Okay, so what to you? What is to you is the what is the curvature of the Earth to you, Verdak?
What does that mean?
What is the curvature of the Earth?
Verdak, you don't have to answer that.
I mean, I don't. The Earth is curved. I don't know. It's a globe.
How do you know that?
That's your question.
Well, you can demonstrate that with topographical maps. You don't have to be on the sea. I mean, that's the whole point, right?
Topographical maps, they're usually 2D.
Well, in an easy way to demonstrate this is take a basketball. And I've been asking flat earthers to do this for fucking 3 years now, and no one.
Oh, dude. Okay, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, you can just you can just literally take a basketball, draw lines on it, and then press it flat, and you'll see the distortions in the lines. Like, you don't even need to draw the lines because there's lines on a basketball. That's why I pick a basketball a lot. But you'll see how they're not accurately represented on the flat surface as they are.
Okay.
The basketball is a hole. Like,
So
it's very easy to do this.
The coordinates for the original maps, like the local maps, where you're trying to get a bearing on north or anything like that, the maps you're using are two-dimensional. And the topography, that's the only 3D-ness to it. There's no 3D-ness of a globe on your topographical map.
So they are two-dimensional. The topography is obviously with contour lines, and that's how we represent like the 3D surface of hills and mountains, right? So I don't walk up a mountain, I can go around it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But when you're representing a spherical surface with a flat map, there's distortions that will happen, which
is very easily demonstrated by a basketball, cutting it in half and trying to press it. You can do it with an orange. Like you can do it with an orange. I mean,
Okay, we're asking for a specific.
No.
Yeah, I can. I mean, I can. Yeah, easily.
I think Stacy's trying to get in. Stacy, what was that? I can't hear you.
I'm not asking for any map because I can have you.
Oh my God! Stop yapping.
Wait! Oh, you fucking dick! See what I mean? I'm gonna actually get pissed off.
Don't fight with Stacy Q-Up. Stop it.
I'm the actual abuse in my real life and on servers, and it's no different than real life. You guys don't fix this shit? It ain't real. Not real servers.
Hey, hold on. If you want
I just want to talk about flat Earth.
shit, you need a white diaper.
Okay, anyway, what I said was that I don't want a map because I can't provide you a map. So why would I ask for a map that you cannot provide me? That's reality. I don't expect that because it's not going to match. I've already tried. It doesn't work. So my map is not going to do anything either because I don't have one.
Okay, that's actually a very good point. That's actually a very good point.
The whole point of it is you can actually use the map.
Please let me finish.
No, you can Stace. You can get a map. You can order it.
No, Gordak, you're not going to have any map. Nobody.
It will have your house.
Somebody, I'm going to walk outside of my Wi-Fi connection. Can somebody let me speak? You're not going to have a map, Gordak. You're going to want one. I want one. Jesse wants one. We all want SE.
Yeah, flips are dependent on
You can order a map.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. TFE ain't presenting you no map. Richard did present you no map. I will not present you no map. Because you don't have one.
The whole point is, hold on, chill out for a
No, I
second.
give you the phone.
Seriously, chill.
The point is I traveled. I mean, I went to what? The Island of Wight, right? I've traveled. I went to Canada. I traveled to Texas. You're gonna tell me the reality I'm seeing is not happening, and it is. It's not.
What do they mean when they say that? Which state is it? Is it Arkansas or Kansas or Missouri? One of these states is the flattest. Hold on, Renee. Hold on. I'm sorry. I just want to get this point out. One of the states is claimed to be the flattest state of them all. I'm just wondering, that no change in elevation. How are you measuring Earth curve where there's no change in elevation?
That's topography. That's totally different.
So wait. Okay, so it's Kansas, and it's measured from sea level, which, alas, the authors of that paper knew was curved.
Oh, so they don't think this is flat?
Why do you always bring that up like that's
don't judge me. Please don't judge me. Love y'all.
Would you say Earth is flat?
Kansas is the flat. Oh, Kansas is the flattest state, like a pancake. Come on, why do you always bring that up?
Because they say that. Because that's what they say.
Right.
But that means nothing.
Well, how are you determining that? You're measuring the changes in elevation, right? So where's the Earth curve?
Yeah, but
when you're determining that it looks flat.
Are totally different, man. You should know this. Elevation and Earth curvature are totally different.
So therefore, it should be the most curved state, right? Because all the other states have a lot of changes in elevation.
Yeah, but that elevation and curvature are two different things.
Yep.
All right. So these tiny maps that barely encompass the entire Earth. They're all flat.
So the whole point of like, there's different grid reference systems, right? In the military, what we use is MGRS, right? That's primarily based on, originally it was NAD.
Are you in the military? Are you in the military?
I am. Yeah. And then it was based on WIGS 84. It just kind of depends. But if you take that spherical surface and lay it flat, those distortions can be explained with just the compass and the map. And there's no alternate explanation for it. I've been asking flat earthers for years to provide one. And they just tell me, no, I can't.
You're in the military, right? And use a globular map, right?
A what map? What'd you say?
I said you're right now. You stated that you were in the military and you use a globular map.
No, I use a flat map. And then I adjust that. Yeah, I adjust those errors because it's a spherical surface.
Well, it's spherical, because space exists, right? Even Einstein would tell you that it's a 3D geometry of space. You're not even part of 2025.
What do you mean? Like, this is how GPS does it. Very simple.
Einstein would tell you it's a 3D geometry of space.
Einstein.
It's not geometry, guys.
Einstein is one stone. You have one stone in your brain.
Look, no. Like, what I'm telling you is, flat earthers convinced me. Like, they had an argument, and I'm like, okay, is this fake? Because I've been teaching land nav for 2 decades. So then I took a GPS, and I was like, okay, how accurate is this? And maybe I should make a video because, like, it is clear if you do not calculate for angular declination, and you do not calculate for the errors on grid north, which grid north is false, right? You will not get to the point that you're trying to go to. I mean, period.
Why is that? Why is that though? Say why. Magnetic north. Why?
Okay, what?
You said magnetic north would not work, correct?
Magnetic north is part of the equation, sweetheart, but you have to calculate grid north as part of it. Like, that's where you get angular declination.
Forgive me, but you're talking about something that is magnetic north, which is everything you ever predict on anything, correct though? Magnetic north?
Magnetic north is just where if you go and buy a compass, it'll point to. That's all it is.
Is that all we have? Is magnetic north though, in reality?
Incorrect.
Do what?
True north
The real
is based on the
direction.
ground
What is the real direction? Is all we have is real magnetic north as an actual direction we actually take everything from, right? Magnetic north is now east, south, south, right? Comes from magnetic north. No.
Cannot be more wrong than that.
Okay, who's speaking?
NASA.
Oh no, NASA's show. Can somebody speak other
Totally
than
incorrect. You are wrong. You could not be more wrong than with the statement you just said.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Nobody likes you. That's so crazy.
Y'all, I'm a flat earther, and I've been here for 6 years. I'm educated by NASA.
Everything you just said about magnetic north.
Point is that on your small scale, your longitude lines and your latitude lines, they intersect perpendicular 90 degrees on the 2-dimensional small regional map scale. And then when you go to try to scale it up and you connect all your maps together, you say, oh, it's bending and warping because of space-time, we're going to stitch it all together. But your maps work just fine, presuming a flat Earth.
No, they don't. That's why
no, they don't, though.
Yeah, they do. You treat the longitude and the latitude lines as perfectly perpendicular 90 degrees to each other.
Why do you have longitude jogs every about 60 miles or so?
Okay, is longitude perpendicular to latitude?
At the equator.
On your map, on your map.
Not really, no. It looks that way, but
it is.
No, not really. Nope. Not perfectly. If you ever look, yeah, I know. This happens. This what happens when I hear pure dumbness. I don't know where to go.
Small scale, longitudinal lines and latitude lines.
In the meantime, if you look down the corner,
model.
If you look at
they represent flat.
There's something called variation where they compare true north to magnetic north, and you have to correct for that to get true north. Yeah.
Small maps are flat maps. End the story, dude.
Well, they're flat, but they are projections of the globe still. If you look in the corner, they'll tell you what projection of the globe they are.
Yeah, they are flat maps, but you have to.
Well, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, say it again. Tell this guy. Tell this guy, not me. I already know. He needs to hear it from someone else.
No. The problem is that you guys take that as like it equals your argument, but that's not correct because you don't know how to read a map. You don't know how to use the tools associated with navigating with it. Like,
don't do that. I thought you were bigger than that.
I mean, unless you can prove to me that you can do it another way, go ahead, bro. I'm all ears. It's been years, but no one can do it. And that's not like it's not a dig. Like, I don't discount the argument, or I don't think you guys are dumb or any of that other shit that I know a lot of flat earthers think.
No, they're definitely dumb.
Yeah, NASA.
I'm trying to bootleg a pay-per-view right now. I don't want to pay this fucking $80 to watch this.
Yeah. So, like, you know, I mean, I'm a little different on that because I respect the argument, and honestly, fucking figuring out what the hell is going on in the world is something that I'm curious about. I mean, that's all it is. But when it comes to land navigation, the globe is fucking true. And there's only one way to do it. If there's another way out there, believe me, years of asking, years of research, like teaching it for 2 decades, there is no other way. Period.
There was a group of or globe skeptics, I should say, saying that there was a black rock pretty much underneath the center of the North Pole, which is why some think true north and magnetic north are the same thing, which is unfortunately misinformation.
Yeah, I mean, Earth's magnetic pole shifts, right? I mean, so lensatic compasses, what we primarily use for navigation. Yes, they do, like the iron plate that's up at the north is part of it, but they've gotten advanced and weighted in ways now that they kind of they point to the North Pole. Like it's kind of an antiquated system though, and it's been abandoned because like you only have to do it over small distances. So now like with GPS and these other digital systems that kind of get us to where we're going. But honestly, man, like that's one thing that I'm nervous about because like if shit hits a fan and satellites go down, like you still need to know how to use a compass. You know what I'm saying?
Good point.
Which is why
I can scan the magnet and know where to go. You know what I mean? Most likely, Globers are like nerds who don't know much, right? So if they were like stranded in the forest, Glober nerds wouldn't know how to survive.
Yeah, as a flat earther, you get lost though. Cause most of you live in your mom's basement and you live off, all the stuff she passed down there. Wouldn't know what to do.
That's not necessary, NASA. Come on. That's not necessary. Let's be civil and love each other. Come on.
Well, he's allowed to be here, so that's what we have to expect.
He is, but while I'm here, that shit will cut down, and he knows that.
Hold on, Jesse.
Oh, no, every time I come in here, I expect that kind of stuff.
Jesse, hold on. If you want to complain about people throwing insults, maybe when people have a 5-hour conversation with you, like me and Renee did, and you insult them every single time you finish a statement, you should, look at yourself first. So if you don't want to be insulted all the time, don't do it to everybody else.
No, I expect to be insulted when I hang out with very agitated Globers.
But we didn't insult you at all. Nobody insulted you. We listened to your nonsense about the cabal for 5 hours and did not insult you.
Did you watch the documentary? Did you watch the documentary? No.
Bro,
so you still know nothing, yeah. Besides a conversation with me and a conversation with Dawn. Besides a conversation with me and a conversation with Dawn, you still know nothing.
I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
I watched all 5 hours of that documentary, Jesse.
Oh, fuck yeah, Renee. Proud of you.
It took me 3 days.
That's what it took me. It took you 3 days.
3 days.
Yeah, it's
Why
hard to
did
get
you
through.
do that?
Because it's good stuff. He knew we wanted to see it.
I'm honest, and if I say I've watched it and want to have a conversation, I'm going to watch it and have a conversation. But at the same time, though,
Was
the
it
Orange
worth
kind of
watching it? I mean, you know the arguments before you even see it.
You don't even know what the documentary is about.
I'll admit one thing.
Doesn't matter what the documentary is about. You know what the arguments are going to be about.
No, let Renee finish, man.
There was a really cool thing. There was this thing, if you go on the back of the dollar bill and you do these like things, you can see the word Mason get spelled, which I thought was really, really cool. It's really, really cool, geometric. If you look at it, like it actually goes through what geometry is and stuff like that. But it didn't prove your cabal, Jesse. It just showed that these people utilize it. They utilize secret patterns. That would be my conclusion.
Yeah, the Kabbalistic teachings are within the mystery schools. The people that founded this country, they are part of those fraternities. It's the boule.
You didn't even get the design of Washington, D.C. right, because Washington, D.C. was designed at a time that people did not understand that the Valley of Kings existed. Okay? So what happened was they used sacred geometry. Ancient people have used sacred geometry for thousands of years.
That's crazy. You think you're about to teach me about this now? You're wild, dude.
I know more of it than you do because you
No, you don't. You acted oblivious to the entire topic for like hours.
I thought the streets of DC was designed off of the Masonic symbol.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with the Valley of the Kings. Okay,
No, it's a tribute to the Valley of the Kings.
No, it's not. They didn't know, bro. L'Enfant did not know that the Valley of Kings existed. Do you not understand that?
According to your French archaeologist bullshit narrative.
No, it's not French archaeologists. It's a fact. People knew the pyramids were there.
No, they've been practicing. They've been practicing these things before these supposed archaeological. Before these archaeological sites became uncovered. Why are you doing this?
Don't talk over each other.
See, it's just like abusive Globers just want to yell at you the dumb shit. Like you're not listening, dude.
You're wrong about something, and you can't accept it. That's the problem.
No, you're not willing to listen to what I'm trying to get across to you.
Using sacred geometry, which is something that goes back thousands of fucking years, and it being
really simple.
No, you're
really simple. The teachings from Egypt. The teachings from Egypt were prevalent. It's literally resembled and represented in the architecture before they claimed to have discovered the pyramids of Giza. So what you're saying in the 1800s they found the pyramids and then they came up with ISIS. False. They've been practicing their paganistic values for a very long time, way before the 1800s.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me express that. Easily, dude.
First of all, nobody forgot the pyramids of Giza were there because the pyramids of Giza were always there. Okay, people saw them. Napoleon saw them. People saw them. So that's not something. But the Valley of the Kings was not understood at that time. Okay, it was not understood when L'Enfant designed Washington, D.C. That's a fact, okay? So you can't just say, oh, they use sacred geometry. That means they were trying to make it like the Valley of the Kings. No, that's not how it works. People used sacred geometry for thousands of years. That's why you have so many archaeological sites throughout the planet that use some form of sacred geometry, okay? That's what I'm trying to tell you, buddy. That's all. I'm not saying your whole thing is off. I'm not saying that disproves your cabal.
Why don't you just go watch the documentary instead of all this bullshit?
I'm not going to watch a 5-hour documentary of pseudo-history bullshit.
All right, so stay ignorant.
No, that's just me. I've read a hell of a lot more history than you ever have.
You don't know anything.
I've read a hell of a lot more history than you ever have, so I don't need to watch some.
Well, your knowledge isn't bringing you to. You sound erratic.
Can I ask a question? Because like the pyramids to me is one thing that I think flat earthers and globers can like get together on. I am fascinated by them.
By what?
The pyramids.
You're fascinated by a pile of rocks?
Yeah. How they were constructed. The Valley of Kings is real, by the way, Shane. I don't know if you know that, but it is real. And that's another interesting.
Jesse.
But
I don't know what the hell is everybody doing, man. What's wrong?
Stacking rocks is impressive. Yeah, they're big rocks that got stacked with waterway. They're using water to raise things up vertically.
Yeah.
That's not that impressive. I mean, it is impressive, but at the same time,
the ratio between interruptive, rude, abusive, insulting Globers and the same to be said about flat earthers, the ratio is way off right now.
What did I insult? Jesus.
Jesse, I don't understand. You guys just don't do this shit correctly, bro. It's like always.
Yeah, Jesse, I want to hear you right now. Okay. Jesse, what? Hold on.
What the fuck is going on, man? I don't even know.
Just let me get. for a second.
Well, Jesse, like, there's a lot of people who want to know here if you work for a living or do you live in your mom's basement?
Stop. Like, that's not part of the conversation.
Yeah, that's try hard. Yeah.
Yeah. When it comes to the conversation of the pyramids, I guess my question would be, and Bjorn, I'm kind of looking at you. Have you looked at the erosion on the enclosure of the Sphinx?
Yeah, and I don't remember the exact date. I think it was like something like 20,000 years of erosion, they say. But that doesn't mean that that's when they started building it or when they started, really excavating that area.
Hold on. That question was to Bjorn.
Yeah, I can totally
God.
get behind that the Sphinx was there before and then was modified later on by the Egyptians. That whole, I watched a documentary on that whole, the water erosion around the Sphinx, and it's fascinating.
Yeah.
I totally agree with that. I don't think the pyramids were some kind of super secret power thing. I think that they were basically tombs. And we know they were tombs because we found broken sarcophagi and human remains inside of it. So, they didn't find an mummy, but they found parts of a mummy. So, we know that pretty much every single Egyptian tomb was broken into back in the day. So, but definitely curious things about the Sphinx. That I can 100% agree with.
I mean, the preponderance of evidence is that the pyramids were not tombs.
Because you saw a documentary, Brooklyn. That's why you 100% agree with it.
No, I read books. They're called books. There's a thing called a library. You can get a library card.
What book talks about water erosion on the Sphinx? What book are you referencing?
Well, I've read a ton about it. Like, I think.
Hold on, don't save him. Don't stop throwing him a rope back. Hold on, you must be all aggressive and rude. What book elucidates water erosion on the Sphinx? What book?
We're bridging the gap between flat and globe.
Stop it, Verdak.
We're bridging
Stop
the globe.
it. Nope. Let him answer. Stop throwing ropes to your Glober friends.
You know what? When you're being a douchebag, I'm not going to answer you. When you want to have
book did you read about water erosion on the Sphinx?
A respectful conversation.
You don't got a fucking book that you can reference that says that.
You're a fucking douchebag, and I'm not going to do this.
Goofy Glober.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. All right.
The whole point of this was.
Yeah, maybe you should have thrown him that rope. Yeah.
No, the whole point of this was like we can bridge the argument like that the pyramids are a big unknown. The Sphinx is evidence of it. If you look at the water erosion theory that was brought forth by Robert Schoch decades ago, Egyptologists initially denied it. Now the younger generation of Egyptologists are growing up and they're becoming archaeologists and they see the same thing that he did. So it's not a question of like the biggest question is like when this actually started. Now to bridge it over to you, Shane, in Flat Earth. I'm a glober, right? I am also a devout. Well, I'm not a devout Christian. I am a quote unquote Christian. I believe in God, and I think we wrote down the book wrong. So that's kind of why I was bringing up this idea about the pyramids, because it's something that I've seen flat earthers and globers actually kind of meet in the middle on, because it is a very questioned history on how they did it, how they aligned it to the celestial picture that they were seeing, how they knew about the movement of the planets. Like it's a mystery. But
wait, which book are we talking about? The Bible?
Well, I'm just talking about in general, but yeah.
I mean, is it strange to think that ancient people had like some metaphysical views that they look at the stars and they want to like put something to mark the position of a star?
No, I'm saying they knew it.
What do you mean they knew it? They looked at the sky and then they made
they knew it.
calculations.
They knew it because they didn't have TV or cell phones to distract them, so they looked up. Yeah, so they can map.
I look up all the time. Don't you look up anymore?
Correct. But when it comes to society, right, if you think about ancient societies, that's what they had. That was their understanding of the world. And they mapped this shit
Interesting.
very accurately. Very accurately. And the mystery that is, you know, that's kind of lost is how did they construct these things? The other thing that most folks don't understand about the pyramids is that, like, if you actually look in South America, those are everywhere. And in fact, there's megalithic cities that no one has been to, which has been revealed by LiDAR. So what was
You
going on?
understand that like pyramids are the simplest basic structure of piling rocks together. That why would that be like some unknown technology? Everybody in who's human, who has a human brain, would probably think of a pyramid when they want to create like a basic structure.
From an
You guys, you have to dismiss, you have to take away the amount of knowledge that you would need in a civilization to build something.
Yeah, it would
You would need
require
like
a
thousands of
lot.
years of accumulated valuable knowledge.
Well, you have,
I
examples-
completely disagree.
You have, you have
Oh, wow.
examples of them making
That's
pyramids that
crazy.
didn't
You
work.
just agree that you need knowledge to build what we see in
The
Egypt.
most basic structures you built as a human being, as a monkey brain, would be something like a pile of rocks. Yes, correct.
We can't even recreate what they did today.
No, well, that's what I'm saying. Zoid has a
Absolutely, we can.
A pyramid is
You know
not
why
just
we
a pile
can't?
of rocks, though.
You know why we can't repeat it today? I'll tell you why we can't repeat it today. Because you can't have hundreds of thousands of indentured people doing the work without
That's not
safety.
historically true either, by the way.
I know.
People who worked on the pyramids were
crazy.
skilled craftsmen. They weren't slaves.
Delusional shit, man.
Right, the people who did the detail work were craftsmen and what have you. But to drag the stones places, I guarantee they were using
Those
people.
are hired workers. They were not slaves. The people paid, like the kings paid for this. They paid workers to work.
But a country that had slaves, you can bet use slaves.
Right, and not only that, though, what we're talking about is the kings were paying these people, but did they have, I don't know, like any concern for their safety? No, they just did what they had to do to get it done, and that's probably why we couldn't build one in the same way today.
I mean, there's mysteries surrounded with that, Brooklyn. Like there are mysteries on how they moved those, like especially the 80 ton, like even if they're not
Guys,
flooded, right?
we built the Burj Khalifa, a skyscraper so tall that winds like push it and it's still stable. I think we can build the pyramids of Giza. That's just ridiculous.
No.
To like assume the opposite.
Yeah, no, I think we could too. I did, especially given heavy equipment and shit. We could do it 100%. I'm not saying
I
we
love how you
could.
guys just missed the point and then just overtalk. It's just stupid.
Like I was trying to finish a point, Zoid. Like the mystery is how they did it, right? And based on the traditional explanations of Egyptian archaeological evidence that they have, it doesn't make sense. There is no evidence that they sledded them. I look, Zahi Hawass, I fucking listened to tons of hours of his fucking shit. This guy is very close-minded. And on top of that, like they literally connected dots that didn't exist. So like the fact of saying like they took these 80 stones, like these 80-ton stones and did that, it's not real. That's all I'm saying.
Verdeck.
So it is history.
Verdeck, there's a guy that I'd like for you to watch, and he's a younger archaeologist like you're talking about, and I agree. A lot of the younger archaeologists are coming along, but I think a lot of them are going against what a lot of the older archaeologists believed, because there's all these new discoveries they're finding, and one of the ones that I like the best is the internal ramp theory, and they're actually finding evidence that's probably the most likely way that they build it is actually an internal type ramp that spirals around, but is not on the outside. It's built.
Yeah.
It's actually built in the structure as they built the structure. Put it that way.
Yeah, send it to me. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I'll post it for you.
Yeah, because like everything I've seen, man, it's just a mystery.
If you listen to like frauds like Graham Hancock and his like racist lackeys, you would think that the white men had to educate every brown person in the world on how to build pyramids, which is like the
Everything has to be racist to you, bud.
No, this is what like literal like pseudo archaeologists say, right? The Atlanteans, the whites, went all around the world and taught the brown men how to like
Graham Hancock
pyramids.
is married to a brown woman, so like don't come
So
in here with that
irrelevant.
shit, please.
Irrelevant.
And
That's not what I'm not saying he's racist. I'm saying he's propagating the whole Atlantis
The
bullshit.
lily padding is like crazy, dude. Forgot what we were talking about before Egypt. This wasn't even about Egypt.
Like the
No,
race,
if you listen,
dude, it's just it's a way to discount folks that you don't agree with, and that's not.
if you listen to,
that's
I
not
mean,
academically fucking honest. Like, let's be
Graham
honest.
Hancock is not an academic. He's not even a. I think he has like a journalism degree. He's not an archaeologist.
he's just
He's
a
not
journalist.
anything.
Graham Hancock doesn't know what he's talking about. He's an asshole.
He's talking about his ass. He's talking about his ass and repeating like literal racist lies, like in history.
I don't know how racist he is or how much of his is just he smoked way too much pot and thought crazy shit. But I watched Flint Dibble own his ass even with Joe Rogan.
Flint Dibble destroyed him. Holy shit! Flint is so good. I love him.
Yeah, but Graham Hancock is a joke. If you believe anything that guy says, you need to have your head
You're a
examined.
joke, yeah. You're a clown. I agree with you.
I guess
Zoidberg, you're talking through Brooklyn. Why are you doing that?
Brooklyn. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Did I talk to somebody?
I don't know. I don't understand why you guys do that. You have to dogpile.
Oh no, I was agreeing with Bjorn. I was literally saying, Bjorn, you're right. I agree with you. Everybody who listens to Graham is.
It's just like you feel the need to double down. Like I gotta double down. I gotta stack it up. I gotta make a big old fucking hoagie out of this argument.
Well, what is the argument? I was agreeing with Bjorn. I think that if everybody listens to Graham and think he's competent in anything but like journalism, is a clown.
Yeah, double down some more. Yeah, make it right again. Yeah.
I don't think.
Just have a Coke and a smile.
I don't think you. Look, I don't think you've looked at the evidence that he brought forward, and there are multiple archaeologists, geologists. Like, it's a thing. It exists, and going against the mainstream opinion on Egyptian history has been a thing for decades that has been squashed.
Sure.
But the good news is like, it's a process of discovery. I mean, that's what science is. But to say that Graham Hancock is racist,
I never did. I never did. If you would listen carefully.
Zoidberg, hold on. Let me see if I'm right. What he's saying is a large quantity of these people who have this belief that there wasn't Atlantis, and those people from this Atlantis moved around the world and gave ancient peoples these technologies. The reason they say that is their very next statement will be the people of Atlantis are what we know as the Aryans. I'm not saying Graham Hancock does that. Graham
Hancock has not done that, but he propagates this conspiracy. Bjorn, you're completely correct. Usually, and this is, by the way, also related to the Nazis, they used to do this. They used to say the Aryan people used to be the people that, like, they're supreme and superior to everybody else. They taught everybody else how to build things, which is incredibly, like, fucking disrespectful towards the civilizations that came with, like, extraordinary things on their own, right? It wasn't the white man that taught the Incas how to build Machu Picchu. It wasn't the white man that taught the Egyptians how to build the pyramids of their cities. It's ridiculous. And to assume so, you're either a Nazi or a fool.
What the fuck, dude?
He literally states that a pre-Ice Age civilization went around the world and, like, taught ancient people technology, by the way, because that civilization had and created advanced technology.
But
and then he also went into exploring Atlantis. You remember what he did in the Florida Keys with the causeway? I forgot the name of it.
What Graham Hancock thinks.
Like,
I'm just giving an example. It's like pseudo archaeology.
But how is that racist? Like, to figure out humanity's origins.
Oh,
like, clearly
it is racist because you're saying is that brown people cannot do anything on their own.
Clearly, there are gaps in, like, the human genome, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, I mean, there's multiple ideas of why monkeys exist, and so
think-
here. So, like, if
Please
you
do
got,
not start talking about evolution for the love of Christ.
I just want to
Well-
say, look at Africa and look at Europe. I mean, come on.
all I'm
Oh,
saying,
after we colonized and brutalized them? Yeah, look at it.
well, I mean, I get that, but like,
Now that sounded racist. Now all this stuff about
Yeah.
Graham Hancock being racist doesn't matter because what Cole said actually sounded racist.
I intended it to be.
Yeah,
Well,
that was kind of funny.
most-
I think.
most people that espouse racism don't realize that the Africans actually sold most of themselves into slavery, and they did it to, like, they literally did that. But
I would
that
disagree.
barbary, all of that's ignored, because most people don't understand history. But getting back to Graham Hancock, like, dude, it's just an alternative explanation. It's not being racist. In fact, a lot of these Egyptian archaeologists that are growing up and they're fucking getting and they're publishing their papers, if you read them, they're starting to figure out where the fuck these things came from. So in tombs, like, good luck. Like, that's they weren't tombs. So the question is where they came from, how they were able to construct them, So, anyways.
First of all, I just want to say this.
His with his stuff, because all this stuff about the pyramids have been excavated. We found pieces of sarcophagi and pieces of mummy remains within them. Did we find a full mummy? No, because for hundreds and thousands of years, people broke in and stole everything. But we know that the pyramid were tombs, because why would you find broken sarcophagi and remains in it if they weren't tombs? That's where Graham Hancock pisses me off, because maybe there's an argument for the Sphinx. Sure, maybe the Egyptians chose the plateau at Giza because the Sphinx was there. I can get behind that because there's science to it, but I can't get behind crazy theories about the pyramids powering fucking starships because it's not true. We know they were tombs. That's where it's like
that's the problem, though. The majority of the tombs didn't have mummies or sarcophaguses in them.
Yeah,
Let
majority.
me tell you why.
Well,
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me tell you why real quick. In the 1800s, especially in America, it was a big thing for people to buy ground up mummy. They even had a name for it. They called it mumia, and put it in their drinks because they thought that it helped them. The mummies are rare today because literally we ate them in the 1800s. You can look that up. That is no joke.
Cole is correct. In Victorian
There's
England,
no
they
doubt
do
about
like
that, Cole. But the
really
problem
weird
is
things.
that the majority of the pyramids that were entered and searched upon didn't have sarcophagus. But what you're saying is true. A lot of that's one of the misconceptions of it. A lot of the mummies that were grave robbed and all that didn't come from pyramids. It came from like valleys of the kings and other places like that, where we know for a fact was mass grave sites for these pharaohs and their families, etc.
I got you. That's cool. Misunderstood.
Just to specify, I wasn't talking about Graham Hancock and in terms of like I wanted to start a discussion. We're talking about how like a lot of quote unquote archaeologists claim they found new things and then it turns out to be complete bullshit. And not because they're standing against academia, it's bullshit. It's because it's not supplemented by any reasonable amount of evidence. Graham Hancock does this for his like, what is it, of the gods? I always forget his like shows on Netflix and his books. Like they're complete bullshit because they're not supplied by any evidence in context. Not because he is a racist, and I never said he was a racist. He's propagating something that is racist. That's what I'm saying. He's propagating something knowingly or unknowingly.
I don't think it's racist in the way you're saying it, because a lot of the things that he says is stolen primarily come from Eurasian
But Sean, the notion that the Cambodians didn't have enough brains to build pyramids.
That's not what it said.
That's what he's literally saying. The white Atlanteans, the Aryan people came in and taught them knowledge, gave them technology.
No, that is not what he's saying. What he's saying is there has to be an underlying factor that all these different civilizations across the world have the ability to do so. He said what he's saying is he doesn't believe that what traditionally is spoken upon is the obvious, we all start, the human race, I guess you would say, started in Africa and branched its way out. What he's saying is there's no way that it could have been just that, because all these other regions that aren't even in that path have the same technological capabilities as the other. And to say someone from Egypt and someone from South America suddenly had a correlation on how to do stuff is kind of far-fetched. And I grant you, the shit he says is reaching beyond reach. The difference is that he's not coming at it with some Nazi ideology.
I agree. I don't think he is. I think he's parroting something that came from very unsavory sources.
Very, very, yeah. A bunch of different little bits of everything.
Well, I mean, sure. I mean, I would say, like, if Graham wants to be a respected historian or archaeologist, he should, like, back up all of his stuff with evidence instead of making claims based on fiction wrote 200 years ago or even more.
Oh, he uses it's not great. It's not this isn't a positive claim for him, but he does use a lot of observation and what I would consider pareidolia.
Yeah, but the other thing he does is, and this is where it, like, I think it's pretty much a grift to make money. He is big into the ancient aliens thing of, could it be that, like this, not outright claiming something, but using it could be that this is that, and then continuing on from that. He
doesn't say aliens though. He doesn't.
No,
He doesn't
aliens.
ever relate to aliens.
He uses the same way ancient aliens the show is. You know how they don't actually say, "Oh yeah, the aliens built it." They do that thing like, could it be that the aliens built the pyramid? That's what I mean. He does. He does this.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But in his defense, he is speculating off speculations.
Yeah, but that's not a good thing. They're not respecting
that the Earth is a blue marble, right? So what is he like? You're dumb enough to believe anything.
Well, no, hold on. He's also going off of what they wrote down, what they carved into walls.
Yeah. How is he interpreting that?
Yeah. It's fucking
right. It's only he's right though. Sanji's right. It's only diluted information.
Let me give you an example.
God doesn't really know anything.
Just let me give you an example. So I grew up in Arizona, right? And maybe some of you are familiar with the Navajo and the Hopi tribe, but I grew up right on the reservation, right?
Yeah, I grew up in Southern California, so I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. They had this legend about, like, the Star people, and both those tribes, even though they were warring with each other or whatever, they all agreed in this quote-unquote legend. But they wrote it down in caves. They fucking carved this shit. They painted it. And these people came. They don't know where they were from, but they gave them knowledge. You know what I mean? So, like, those types of things Graham brings forth in his evidence about, like, what does that mean? And
yeah, just like the Sumerians gave knowledge to the Globers that they, butcher. You know what I mean? They still gave knowledge.
It would work. Would you say it would be analogous to the same way Peruvian tribes were told by the gods about ayahuasca?
I don't know about that one.
Well, that's where that's how they were able to contrive the different ingredients that come from different areas of a rainforest to make this contraption. They said the spirit gods taught them how to make this.
I mean, they might have, yeah. Like, well, I mean, I'm not familiar with it.
I don't think
the problem is
what I'm saying is like these Asian peoples had knowledge from somewhere that was external to their people. Like they wrote, you know what I mean?
Look at intrinsic. Be specific.
Well, I would say to be specific, there's only two options, right? There's really only two options. There was either a civilization so advanced that it was able to travel around the world and teach this all to everyone, right? Or there are gods.
Well, no, Sean, people came up or with all of these concepts
I was
independently?
being hypothetical, but
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm saying this is one of the options too, probably.
Look at how they say it in Sumar, how man got knowledge. It was gods that came down and taught man. You know, it was gods that came here and made them start mining. You know, that's a very ancient story, and it's very similar to the other ones.
Yeah, but probably,
also,
but Renee, people would say this for the.
Zoid, real quick. My question is, what is that? And then when you look at Egyptian history, I know.
I think it's a true misrepresentation in how migration from start to finish has actually gone.
It might have been, but what is that? And then you see these breaks. You see these breaks in the lineages of archaeological fucking evidence in the Giza pyramids, on the Giza plateau. Like, what is that? That's what I'm asking.
So when you look at those three societies, right? All of them were priests. So all the information was held by one group of people. The way it's delivered to the people, it's a way to keep power, essentially. The gods said this. The gods did that. You know,
Guys, the Aztecs had engineers. We know this because the Spanish recorded it because they conquered them. They had engineers. They had people of knowledge with mathematics and understood mechanics. Like they had these things. The Spanish recorded it. They spoke with educated people. They weren't priests. They weren't believing in gods. They spoke to educated people.
No,
the astrolabe, which is from the Golden Age, is a flat Earth instrument. You know,
irrelevant.
The thing is, it's like yes, they had engineers, they had regular people, but like even in the Aztec society, like the whole blood ritual was to get the sun to return and all those other things. That was the common people who didn't know what's going on. So the story to them is, hey, it's God. Hey, it's an all-powerful thing, and that's what we're delivering to you.
The astrolabe was made by NASA, and NASA put technology in it to fool people.
You're incorrect.
Renee, the ancient Bulgars used to kill their smartest and brightest people because they believed that the god Tangra needed the smartest and the brightest and the strongest. Literally did like eugenics, but in the opposite way. They only kept the incompetent and stupid, right? Because they killed everybody who was smart because god Tangra needed only capable people. Right?
Okay.
That doesn't mean anything. They're just stupid. Like religious practices result in like stupidity.
He was asking, where does it come from? Why do they say, "Hey, the star people"? Why do they say this? And that's kind of what I was trying to answer. It's that way because of the way it's delivered to the people. It's delivered from a priest. Like I said, you look at Sumar, priests. When you look in Egypt, it was a priest. And even when you look at the
how do you look into that though?
Yeah, but we make these fantasy, like, why couldn't we just make it up? Yeah, star people. I got the idea from the star people. Who are the star people? I'm just gonna invent star people in my mind. People do this all the time. We invent constantly fiction. Lord of the Rings, for example, is one thing, right? Like we invent original stories all the time. Why do they have to be related to an actual star people?
No, your own analogy would say that it's Middle Earth.
No, these are legitimate stories, man. Passed down with generations. And they specifically say they came from the stars. It's not a priest. Like
I get that.
And you're sure they came from the stars. They couldn't be lying or they couldn't be making it up.
Hold on. Priests and shamans, I know that's kind of like a mythical thing, like when it comes to understanding Native American culture. They do have a respect for spirits. They do. And like the chieftain is supposed to be in tune with them, but like there's no priests involved, right? No, they specifically cite evidence that they came down from the stars.
I was
okay, but what's the evidence? Why do you assume that they weren't just making this shit up? Why do you assume they were truthful?
Well, I mean, it's multiple years and generations of observations that have been passed down, and then it also, repeated itself over generations. Like me, okay, are they all hallucinating, Zoid? I don't know. But
They could be just making this shit up, like Lord of the Rings, right?
all I'm telling you is like if their culture is designed around this, like what is that? It might be a thing. Like
The religion.
I wouldn't dismiss it, you know. I wouldn't just say, "Oh yeah, they're fucked up," or it's religion. I wouldn't.
Why wouldn't you take the simplest explanation though, like Occam's razor?
Well, Occam's razor Occam's razor is a good it's a good logic argument, but like not when there's a preponderance of evidence that suggests otherwise.
But the preponderance evidence is these people's words in like encased on stone with paint or whatever carving. Like that seems just like anything else. I can write a book that doesn't about like fantasy creatures coming to Earth and giving us all eternal life. It's not.
I mean, it's kind of like
not really true.
So, I've heard this a lot from a lot of folks that are saying that the pyramid's the most stable, structure back then. But again, like the stones, like that's where you get into things that are just, kind of unexplainable. Like,
most stable.
But the reason that why they're stable is because of the way they're piling the stones. They discovered that if you pile the stones in a specific way, they'll be stable. That's all it is.
Let me ask you. Hold on.
Pile stones.
Just
piled stones.
Stone
So you
pile.
can't run a knife in between these piled stones.
You absolutely
can. Piled stones.
In Egypt, you can. You're talking about Machu Picchu.
Or there's
We're
also
talking about-
large voids on the inside where you can walk and have like these structures are highly well designed. They're not just piled up.
They're more. Dude, the Great Pyramid is more square than we build building standards now. So they're less than a quarter inch off a perfect square, and they're like 30 times bigger than any buildings, the biggest buildings we make. So I don't know what you're talking about pile of stones together. This is so precise, and if you guys are claiming it's as old as you guys claim it is, that means it's still as precise from back then, however long I don't think it's as old as you guys do.
I would also ask Lloyd, like the one thing, because I have spent years fucking going down this rabbit hole in my spare time.
Yeah, where's all the continental drift? Hold on, don't ignore what QOP said. There's all the tectonic plate shifting and there's continental drift, which is now going to throw off.
Hold on, Shane. You're
still looking at Polaris.
The only thing
so the pyramids are designed to be able to like if there's an earthquake or something.
Come on.
The pyramids have like ways that they kind of like how like buildings sway. The pyramids do have these like features where like they can push together and not like move around.
The big point of bringing up the pyramids for me, and what I was trying to convey to Zoid, is like, and then bringing in my growing up in Arizona where I grew up next to the reservation. These stories are the same. So where did that come from? Like, that's the one thing. So I know it's easy to discount, like, oh, these people, they hallucinated it, whatever, they imagined it, or whatever. But if you look globally, they all have the same story. And going back to the original point about Graham Hancock, no, he's not a racist. He's legit, but he's looking
not
at
legit at all, bro. He's just a straight up glober.
He's looking at evidence that there might have been. Hold on, Q-Ops. I'll finish my point and then you can go. He is looking at evidence that there might have been a civilization before what we know, and it was erased by a comet, like a comet.
Yeah, but so the problem is he still appeals
Younger Dryas.
He still appeals to the. So he looks at things and he looks at it with goggles of catastrophe.
The thing.
Hello, I'm still. Hello.
I'm sorry, you're cutting out.
Just let him go.
No, he's not.
He's cutting out.
He's looking,
he's not cutting out. You're cutting out, Renee.
He's looking at everything, and he's got his already preconceived notion of the catastrophism model, which is that Earth has gone through like many cycles of disasters, like global disasters, and he pushes everything back to within the time periods that the what are they called, the people that claim to like look at the Earth's like layers and decide how long.
Geographers.
So he's appealing to all these like pseudosciences. So he's not doing anything new.
The thing is, there is.
It's real. It's not a
That's real.
pseudoscience. Geology is
Because
a
they
real
look at,
thing.
they look at real things and they make claims, and all of a sudden it's real just because they're looking at things that are real. Their theories are automatically correct because they're PhDs.
No, it takes a long time for people to come up with these theories. There's lots of study done. There's different tests done. There's different investigations done.
Hey, what kind
There's
of can you come up? Can you tell me of any scientific experiment that they've done using like the scientific method?
wait. I have a question. The scientific method or
variable of the past?
I'm not done talking.
How do you test the past?
I'm not done talking. Thank you. The scientific method as actual scientists use it, or the flat earth version of the scientific method where gotta have this, gotta have that. Which one are you asking me?
You don't even know the method to confirm they're doing anything correctly. You don't have a standard.
Okay, that's fine. So you're saying like, how do we measure things in the past? And you're like, this is the thing. There are ways to measure the atmosphere in the past, and you can see what's in it. And during that time, the Younger Dryas and stuff, there's no evidence prior to that of an industrial type civilization on the planet.
Oh my God, bro.
We have ice cores. Ice cores. They go drill down into the ice cores, and you can find ice.
You think I'm not aware of this stuff? I'm just a little skeptical. Do you have any? Have you ever thought about something and thought maybe they're lying, they're deceiving you? You never ever looked at anything like that?
I don't know. And the thing is, like, I just, yeah, that's always a possibility, but I don't put that as my number one reason of doubt. I would say that the evidence would make me doubt it, and then I would look into what is the reason for them to lie about there not being industrial level emissions prior to our industrial revolution.
Well, you're assuming that
that's not how they generated. That's probably not how they generated power. Sorry, see.
I was just that's my point exactly. You're assuming that they use the same kind of power that we are.
Yeah,
I get that, but you don't have the same. There's no like spikes. There's no anomalies. There's no that. If they had awesome green, no polluting tech, that'd be amazing. But like I said, it's always moving the goalposts. It's like, this is an example of what a civilization would look like that could travel all across the world. These are the type of outputs of emissions that they did.
They didn't have emissions.
What do you mean?
Just like a bee doesn't have emissions, they copy the natural things. So the way we travel around is extremely ridiculous. Like, we're always burning something, making fumes. It's not how.
Yeah, craft creating pollution is not evidence of intelligent technology.
Well, I mean,
you got it all fucked up. That is.
So if you could hear words, Jesse, I said industrial. Industrial. Hear words, make comments
so I have a
that
question.
are relevant.
You know about the railroads, right? You know about the first city cars. You know the
Hold on. Before we explore that, let's go back to the ancient civilization.
No, that's what I'm doing.
No, we need to move the conversation forward.
You guys are saying
no, queue up's good.
This is literally on the same topic. So you guys are saying that how could they travel around without burning gas? So the first city cars were literally they were designed already to be able to run off electricity. The
how the power get to how the power get to the car.
Well, that's what's funny is that if you look at the first
like
ones,
a trolley bus, dude.
How the power got to the car probably by
buckets,
by coal generators.
What are you talking about?
The power to run those cars that you're talking about, it was probably created by coal generators. Yeah, from a coal plant.
Yeah, maybe after the fact, but either way, they were still.
How is it? Hold on. How after the fact? How do you move something without power?
Okay, well, I mean, I guess that would be going into a different subject that they didn't make electricity by burning, fossil fuels or coal.
We said that. Yeah, they could have had 100% green stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was stated.
Okay, but I'm saying we don't have any remnants of like gas powered like machines. They're all like electric.
Dude, how do
The,
you
the first
create the
cars were literally the first
electricity?
automobiles
How do
were
you
electric.
create the electricity for that vehicle? How do you create do you just pull it out of your ass and put it in the vehicle, or do you
I can literally
generate
show
it?
you a patent right now. One of the first the first cars, you can just look at us. They were electric.
Okay.
I have a patent that you can look at. It's a real patent of this guy where he had literally like what looks like little Van de Graaff generators on the car, and when as it's driving through the air, it's creating its own electricity.
Is it
Did it
associated
work?
with
Where
Thomas
is it?
Spencer Brown? Keon? Just out of curiosity.
Is it what?
In your research, have you ran across Townsend Thomas Brown?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, he was with Tesla. Like they were experimentalists, but he came up with like electrogravitics, which when I show this paper to PhDs, they fucking run away. But I'm just curious.
Basically,
Why do you
you're
guys
saying that
why do you guys make definitive
negative.
claims about how the pyramids were built at all? Like, why do you do that?
Shane, don't derail the conversation. I ask you up a question. I'm just asking him.
But no one's making a claim about that. But like I said, dude, you have to generate the electricity. And what I was saying is, there's no evidence of a civilization that was doing it that way. Granted, yeah, they may have been able to do it better, but at one point prior,
Why are you saying there's no evidence of that? That's the only evidence we have is of a civilization that took atmospheric electricity.
Okay. Well, and that's the thing. That's your claim, right? So now, can you replicate the tech?
I'd love to, but they would come after me. They
Well,
have a
I
way
mean,
to.
What you're describing is essentially a perpetual motion machine. It's not really. It's not a closed circuit.
No, it's
It's
not
an open
perpetual
loop.
motion. It's just you're just gathering electricity from the ether, from the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Sure, dude. Sure.
I don't talk to you because you are retard.
Yes. Why did you
Don't-
have to
don't-
attack me?
Yeah. Don't do that.
It's just inconceivable to you guys that, like, all the who knows how many years of human history there really are. They're talking about that we've been around for millions of years, and we've only had the knowledge of how to harness electricity for like 200, according to you.
No,
but
we've heard of the Baghdad battery.
we know the history of cars, and we
You
know
don't even
how
think
stuff
about what I
are
just
made.
told you. Like, your worldview was bent on the idea that humanity was too stupid to harness electricity for thousands of years, all the way until 200 years ago.
No, dude, we weren't making we weren't even making. We didn't have the components to harness it. But we had. Have you seen the Baghdad battery? Have you seen that? It's a very old thing. It's probably like at least 1,000, 2,000 years old potentially.
And what are they charging?
You can
What do
make
they
one at
charge?
home.
Yeah, there was an ability to do it, but it was low power type stuff. It wasn't the ability to power a car. It wasn't the ability
Okay,
to
so
do.
what do you think they're charging?
They were using it
Baghdad-
for electrolysis of metals, man. It was
Probably.
That's
And
what it was
also
for.
like spiritual stuff. Like look, we can make you like they like shock you at a table and stuff. Apparently, like there was another thing they found it for, like a mysticism. But yeah, I mean, it was very low. It's very low energy density, low energy storage time, low energy production. And you only see the high energy production and everything in the later, after the industrial revolution. And you see those outputs, and then you look back through the ice cores, and you don't see outputs like that at any time. And if they had these green things and all these things they invented, they had to have invented them. They had to have built them, or an alien gave it to them. You know what I mean? It's always some handoff story of technology. Like they have to have built it at one point. Then you can say, well, they built technology to clean the world. Like it's always some moving of goalposts. But based off of the evidence that's presented, there's no evidence of a civilization with those capabilities.
Definitive claims, hard-headed, closed book opinions aren't valued.
Okay, that's your opinion. Once again, so I don't value your
You're making
opinion.
a definitive claim that it is impossible that they knew how to harness electricity. Even though you brought up the Baghdad battery, is just one example of their use utilizing technology, harnessing electricity. Clearly, they had knowledge of
You
electricity.
can bring your claim. You know, you can bring your claim, whatever it is. You can actually bring evidence, and we can talk about them, unless you are able to. And you just want to complain that we don't want to listen to your magic sky daddy stories.
Yeah, man, because I'm telling you,
Because you're making a definitive claim. You claim you know exactly how history happened.
Hold on.
Pretty
Me and
silly.
Renee just said, Jesse. See, this is your problem. You put words in people's mouths. Me and Renee just said.
The problem is I'm talking to a fucktard like you. People that aren't smart enough to just agree and understand that things are logical.
You're talking over me for once.
No, you're not thinking logically, dude. You think that no one ever harnessed electricity before Thomas Edison. You're a joke.
That's not what we said.
Just saying you're the Baghdad battery. Did we not just say something called the Baghdad battery exists from about 250 BC?
Has it been possible to harness electricity, or what? Or is it true that humans just didn't have access to any knowledge at all to be able to harness electricity?
What's the Baghdad battery? Is that not harnessing electricity? Yes, but they didn't have a way to do it on a grand scale for society to power lights.
Yeah, according to your limited globe-tard knowledge. Yeah.
Really?
Your presumption that you have all the knowledge of how they did things. Yeah, according to that opinion.
Wires in Egypt. Show me something that shows me that they used something beyond what we know, which is the Baghdad battery.
But you know, a French archaeologist in 10 years will tell you that, you know, it's possible that there were octopi in the pyramids, and you'll just believe him, and then you'll just argue tooth and nail about that too, because you just believe whatever you're told.
That doesn't make any
I know what the pyramids were. The pyramids were tombs. I know this because we found broken sarcophagi and human remains.
For yourself.
Wait. If there's octopi in the pyramids, I'm there for it. That would be the coolest thing ever.
Underwater.
I don't understand why you guys make definitive claims about history as if, like, you know, history doesn't change when you find new information, new evidence, changing your historical timeline.
How do you change ice
That is
cores?
completely possible. We could have had knowledge of electricity.
How do you change ice
dismissing the idea that we might have had access to that
how do you
knowledge is
change
crazy.
ice cores? How do you change ice cores?
Why don't you listen when I speak, asshole?
No, I'm asking you a question. How do you change ice cores?
interrupted mid-sentence.
How do you change ice cores?
Come on. Come on. Let's be civil.
You Glovers do the same shit every fucking time, dude. You completely deny what's obvious.
How do you change ice cores, Jesse?
It's not denying. It's just bring forth evidence, whatever. But and the ice core argument, like, look, that's one measurement. I get it. But it's not conclusive.
It's not even a measurement.
No, you're talking about ice. What are you talking about ice for? Anyway, it's such an advanced, it's such a technologically advanced society. Like, we think because they don't have engines and, you know, things ran by fuel, therefore they weren't advanced. But you know, they didn't need to do that. You know, their whole idea of advancing technology pertained to, you know, how well they took care of their own bodies. Humans don't take care of their own bodies nowadays.
I still think they had
Need to do that?
Oh,
This is your logic?
Yeah.
You have the
Major,
knowledge
you sound like you couldn't. You sound like you couldn't lift a cinder block, dude.
You have the knowledge to harness energy, and you wouldn't do anything about it.
No,
I mean, come on.
Nothing makes sense to you yet. You're learning right now. It'll make sense to you eventually.
You fucking troll. Shut the fuck up for a second.
Hey.
That's crazy. This guy's crazy.
Hey, Major.
Well, Omnivore, this is what you want in your server when you have these guys in here.
Dude, but Jesse goes on and calls me a retard. He basically tells me an asshole. Like,
wait, hold on a second. Quiet. Jesse.
What's up, dude?
You don't complain to me about how people are acting until you clean your own damn act up.
Oh, y'all get what you deserve. Y'all get what you give.
All right.
Just fucking love each other. That's all I ask.
But what is this?
Very simple concept. I don't know why you guys are rejecting it. It's the idea that you could have access to the knowledge of how to harness electricity. For the past 2,000 years, you guys are claiming that like nobody knew how to do it at all anywhere in the world ever.
Hold on.
That's a definitive claim. I don't know why you would think that's 100% with certainty.
That's not what we claim, Jesse. So you need to learn how to hear words.
Well, then you need to correct people like M Agent and Brooklyn.
I don't.
In Brooklyn,
the Baghdad batteries are lost to us because when the United States raided, Jesus Christ, when the United States raided Iraq, and the Iraqi National Museum, the scientists there managed to save some of the collection, not everything. The Baghdad batteries were looted by looters and subsequently sold to the black market. But from what we understood from them, one was found with a papyrus in it, and the other was found with a liquid with a very tiny electric charge, I think 1.2 volts. We don't even know if that was the purpose to generate or collect electricity. Your conclusions are based on your feelings that ancient people have had technology and they hid it, and now we don't have the same technology, or we're not aware of that technology.
Maybe they just didn't need it. Maybe they had the knowledge of it and they just didn't use it. That could be possible.
Okay, but do you have any way to substantiate? Can you go back in time and ask them? Can you buy from the black market the Baghdad batteries? Any of this before we make any conclusions further down the road of this conversation? Neither I or you can do this.
The only one jumping to conclusions is the Globe-Tard model that says that everybody was a hunter-gatherer over 3,000 years ago. Nobody had knowledge of it.
Why does the shape of the...
That's the presumption that you don't have evidence of.
Why does the shape of the...
Go ahead and overtalk.
History does not say that they were all hunter-gatherers, because now we have Göbekli Tepe, and we're trying to figure out what that is. So,
finally you're getting
archaeology, if you don't know this, but archaeology is a science. So they continue to investigate and try to find out new information. But it's not just, let's make a random wild claim that they had electric power and freaking flying cars, man.
But what am I... I am like...
Stupid straw man you just came up with out of nowhere.
Well, I'm curious.
Strictly have been stating access to the knowledge of how to harness electricity. When you jump to flying cars and shit, it proves you're dishonest.
But hold on, we're not okay. First, I don't know why you keep insisting on the shape of the Earth in this conversation about history and archaeology. And second, nobody's making claims here.
Because your Glover glasses get in the way of thinking straight in these kind of.
I don't know what that means.
Calling you a nerd.
No, I'm not calling him a nerd.
It could be flat Earth, and the Baghdad batteries could still exist and be used for electricity or otherwise, or storage of papyrus. But they were really small in size. I don't know if you know this, but if you look at the pictures, there's a scale there, and you can say they're really, really small. They'll fit in your palm, each one of them. So whatever charge they held was used for whatever reason or not at all, it's irrelevant. My point is, though, is that like we're not making any of these wild conjecture, right? Like we're just talking about the fact that these things exist. They were found near Baghdad, I think north of Baghdad, not south of Baghdad, like most people say. And they weren't found at the same time, by the way. I think there are 3 or 4 in the set. They weren't found all at the same time. I think 2 were found early, and then the next 2 were found later on. But also there's the context where they were found. If you rob the artifact from context or the geographical location where it's found, where it was found, then you will not be able to learn anything about it. You have to look into context, and we don't know what was there for these things to be there, and what purpose they served. Like none of And since we lost the artifacts on the black market, like
wrap it up,
it's-
Zoidberg.
No, I'm just saying, like, nobody's making claims. Like, you were the only one making claims here, man.
I just think that they're selling the Eiffel Tower. They're selling the Eiffel Tower off as like an art piece, and you guys are talking about the Baghdad battery. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, like
I know. Once I entertain that, they're going to immediately dismiss it. But I think that's a good topic.
Well, I mean, the claim is like that's the problem, Zoid. Like, no one knows how they fucking built the pyramids. No one knows our entire history, right? There's gaps in it. There's
I
gaps.
certainly don't know. But I have to, like...
So, like, what I'm saying is like, don't discount, like, you know, alternative ideas. Like, that's all I'm advocating for.
But yeah, I agree, but all of the alternative ideas have to have, like, some evidence, right? Because if you just say an alternative, they materialize the stones using telekinesis, right? That's just not...
Or aliens. Can we do aliens?
Fuck no. You know, your body creates your biology, your heart creates an electromagnetic field, right? Why wouldn't you be able to harness electricity by means of your heart?
I don't get it.
You never heard of this? Oh my god, there's so much education needed in these conversations.
Well, I mean, tell me about it, man. If you know, tell me about it.
Please. Oh.
You never heard about that?
No, I literally told you.
Yeah, man, that's the whole idea of what's the name of that thing? Oh my god, it's escaping. I got it. It's on the tip of my tongue. Fuck, what's the name of this thing?
Dick Slurper 69.
It's the thing that Tesla was doing. That's it's a practice in Hindu religions. Oh my god.
Like what? Electricity? Like sticking pylons into the ground to create wireless transmission?
No, it's the idea that it's because you are truly intrinsically an electrical being, that you're harnessing electricity with your mind. But there's a word for it, and Tesla studied this, and he said that he practiced this thing, and that's how he got the knowledge of all this, properties of electricity. But there's a word, and I don't want to Google it. I just want to remember it.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, sure. I mean, our brains do have electric charge. We created biologically, so the neurons can function.
I love that not immediate dismissal stuff. Thank you, dude.
No, I'm not dismissing anything. I'm agreeing with you. If you listen to it, you would understand that I'm agreeing with you. We are.
Yeah, I said I love that not immediate dismissal. Thank you. That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
He means it unironically.
No, because everybody dismisses everything immediately because they think because it's coming from me, I must be just fucking trying to convince them of something not true.
Bro, I have not dismissed a single thing you've said today. Like I've inquired for more information or stated my opinion, but I listened to you.
I think Tai Chi is evidence of us harnessing electricity. And who knows, the practice of Tai Chi, where they really originate, who knows?
I mean, harnessing electricity as like static, or like in our brains, or like how, like creating a charge, or
I'll post it again, sorry, but like
bulk matter is usually electrostatically neutral. Usually,
it's a very interesting read. And Townsend Thomas Brown's diaries are now available. I'll post them again.
So let me just finish my point. If they could harness electricity by means of their own body, why the fuck would they need to make a turbine? It's just the idea that they're harnessing electricity in different ways.
Well, hold on. You are totally, you're bridging two things that are like, it's a false equivalency. Like, what are you saying?
You guys think the only way to harness electricity is with like some kind of copper and a turbine?
No, it doesn't have.
You can harness it from like a lightning. You can harness electricity.
No, I mean, they don't miss. I know, Zoidberg, but I'm saying, what if there's a way that they were aware of and that actually helped them?
I mean, like if you.
That was the whole point of Zoid. Real quick, that was the whole point of Tesla's research, and also why Townsend Thomas Brown is really connected with some of these alternative propulsion theories, which is where you get into electrogravitics. and he's got his notes. Like, I gotta fucking post them. I'll post them again. I don't know how many times I post them here. It's 3 or 4 times, but like he did the math on it. Then they experimented with it, and actually, if you go down the rabbit hole, there is a potential that the B2 actually can do what it does based on this propulsion theory, which essentially is just
Kundalini.
like,
What propulsion?
The name of that bullshit I was thinking of is called Kundalini.
Kundalini. I know what you're talking about. The snake from within.
Yes, dude. I think that they could have, like, channeled some kind of electricity from the sky and harnessed it within themselves. Rather than needing all that.
When you put a voltmeter in the sky, it reads volts, doesn't it? You put a little meter, it goes green.
Hold on.
Do you know what?
The whole.
No,
the
he's
whole
got a good point.
Like the whole point of like Tesla, right, was harnessing the natural electromagnetic fields that exist from the Earth existing as a globe, right?
No.
Well, Demo,
Didn't
don't
have anything
interrupt.
to do with the globe. He called this Earth a realm.
I know, Demo, you're going to trump it.
No, we
I
didn't.
know, Verdak, but if you understand a ball
hold
isn't a realm's not a ball or a globe.
We're not talking about a ball.
Yeah, I know.
I don't care
I
about
know,
that.
but listen, no, they
I'm
were
talking
at
about.
first. But they thought the static electricity from the
Just
tower,
give me a
the ball
second.
spinning through the air, would give them electrical influence and like unlimited energy. And
Just
then they
give me a-
realized that they're not on a ball, and that's not what's happening. So
Just give me
the
a
air
I'm talking
moves.
about the shape of
So
the.
hold on, the ground is stationary. The air moves, and they got to.
I don't care about the ground.
Hold
Hold on.
You
Hold on.
you don't
Just
care
let me
about
finish my
ground?
point.
That's how you direct your power, baby boy.
I know.
How you
I
get
know.
it.
Just let me finish the point, right?
Go ahead.
The whole point. The whole point was him harnessing this electromagnetic field. Townsend Thomas Brown came in later, and then he started like experimenting with being able to levitate things using electromagnetic force. The thought was that they could accelerate these atoms, it would do enough. And so, like the things that we see, birds fly in the sky, planes, that lift that's generated from the oxygen from the atmosphere that I know some of you deny, right? It was an alternate thing. But there is a ton of research that went into that. And then I'll post his diaries and you can look at the math. There is an explanation for how that could help the B2 fly. That's all I'm saying. Doesn't have to do with the globe.
Like a bird, and you could flap the wings, you'd be good to go.
So has anybody, just real quick, in ancient times, people did or were able to create electric charge. You just need some copper, given it shouldn't be too polluted. A copper in a string, like a copper coil, and then you run a metal rod in it you spin it to create electric charge. You could do this, and people have done this in ancient times, using a specific natural occurring magnet called lodestone. It's also known as magnetite.
Yeah,
People
they hoarded the most conductive metals. Dude, they knew how to manipulate all the most conductive metals. They had all the gold and all the copper.
But I mean, we've known this for at least 1,000 years.
Why do they care to have all the gold and copper? Why?
Well, the idea is Zoidberg, and like this is what where we find the theory and like alternate explanations is that Tesla figured out how to do this without copper and like harnessing like the Earth's magnetic force, right, to create energy. The like Wi-Fi theory actually came from this, right? But it's in the air. The original theory was like you could do it from the ground. So I get what you're saying, but like copper is not the only way to, transfer electricity from one point to another. It's the most efficient metal that we found for sure. Gold too, but like that's not the only way.
But the thing is, it's like that's one way, you know. But to create all that copper and all that other stuff, you would find evidence of them creating the copper to have this industrial, super advanced society. And I know you said copper's not the only way, but the other ways are way more complex and way more advanced. You really can't get there without this precursor.
Well, I mean, you can if you think about like harmonic resonance and like frequencies. And like, I know everyone no one believes in this shit. Look, I'm in the military, man. Been in 2.5 decades. I'm an intel guy, right? And like, I'm telling you, like, there's some sound arguments on this side. Like, if you can actually use frequency to manipulate these objects, and if Tesla and Thomas Townsend Brown were right, like they experimented with this, you know, but they didn't like, you know, complete it at scale.
Radio
There's
charging. Charging through radio frequency, powering.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that's all we're talking about.
I mean, kinda. There's some other effects that are involved, Demo, but like it is a possibility. Like
The thing
and-
is, I'm
and
not
then-
discounting. The only thing is, I'm not discounting your entire theory. Like, you know, when you look at the world, yes, there's always cracks that you can like see, but like the reason why you see those cracks is because of evidence on the other side of the gap. You know what I mean? And like when there isn't the evidence on either side of the gap to fill it in with a pre-existing civilization or something like that, I think what Zoidberg was bringing up essentially is it's creating a narrative that's been used before time and time again and kind of making it more believable because it's on TV and has pictures.
Well, that's an anchoring bias, right? You don't want to anchor your opinion on the base, like anchoring bias is like one of the most easy ones to recognize. Groupthink is probably the second, but like anchoring bias is something that we all deal with. So yeah, I totally get the argument, but like it doesn't mean that you can't discount evidence that comes forward and then shift your paradigm. I mean, that's like one of the most egregious and prolific biases that we have as humans.
Dude, if there is like this is the thing. Go ahead, Edmund.
Yeah, I just want to say, but in order to discount something, you actually need to see evidence. And
yeah, 100%
You
agree.
mean like a globe? Hell yeah, I'm with you there.
and another thing I want to say, physics is still physics. We didn't change our understanding really over the last 100 years.
You don't know
And
what physics
if someone
are.
is trying to talk about free energy, sorry, it doesn't matter what story you build around it, it still defines physics.
Yeah, your 52 stories or whatever.
So it
physics
can
is
be
didn't make any
released.
sense. You got gravity physics that you can't manipulate or don't know how to fuck with. You got ball physics that don't exist. What are you talking about?
Demo, hold on.
Okay, what is
Not
ball
magic
physics,
man.
Dumak?
No,
What
this
is
is
ball?
guy.
Come on, stop, Demo.
What kind of physics you got, Verdak? How many physics we got that don't work when you're in the lab? For
Demo,
balls.
all I was bringing up is an
We're not talking about
alternate.
you. The other guy brought this up. Verdak, stop sucking your own dick and fucking not liking what I say. You stupid non-moderating bitch. The other guy fucking brought this up, not you. We're not talking about you, slow motherfucker. We're talking about physics. How many different physics are there when I go in a fucking lab and the balls don't work, Verdak?
That was the whole point of me
Newtonian physics
bringing
don't
up.
work in a lab. What
That was the whole point of me bringing up an alternative explanation for the source of energy, like with Townsend, Thomas Brown, and Tesla. Don't yell at me. Just stay calm. It's all good.
Which
Yeah, all
is
of this
fine.
is like
Tesla
not needed.
was
You don't have to. So,
again, but Tesla was still testing stuff and doing stuff within the realm of known physics. and it was the early beginning, the way that he was testing stuff. He didn't even do calculations and stuff to really understand what he's even doing. So
Well, that's the bridge, right? So, like, because there's two sides of physics, right? There's the experimentalist, and then there's the theorist. So, like, it depends on which one you are. But Tesla and Townsend Thomas Brown, these guys, they were experimentalists, and their results, if you read them, are very controversial in physics circles. So, theorists is one way to approach it, but like, just saying, they have a voice. You know what I mean?
right, but I mentioned this because we started our understanding around electricity not 200 years ago with the battery Baghdad, whatever. It was more like 100 years ago, and even less for the car industry. The first, let's say, motors, it was pure thermodynamic cycles. No one was talking about anything operated with electricity.
That's not true. They had electric cars in the 30s and 40s. Have a look.
But the cars
Yeah, we had a maglev train demonstration in the 1800s.
There was also
fine.
water power cars, and the oil companies bought up those patents. But it's not the only way to do an engine.
The crazy thing is,
I'm talking about the 30s was too late for Nikola's time.
Well, the thing about Nikola Tesla and Townsend Thomas Brown that I find interesting is that it was stopped.
Think about this, Bird. Like, imagine Egypt being as like such a knowledgeable, a successful civilization.
Well,
do you think it's necessary for them to develop like the technology that we see in cars in order for them to be considered, just being capable of knowing the knowledge of electricity?
Why do you equate? Never mind.
No, not never mind. Who just tried to interrupt you?
Go ahead, bro. Look, I think to have a totalitarian view on ideas is fucking wrong. That's why I've been in the military for 2.5 decades, to be honest with you. Because I just fucking believe like people have a right to speak. And to shut down ideas because there is I'm not going to call it an anchoring bias, but there is an understanding of what we what we know happened in the world, right? Based on the evidence that we have. When alternative evidence comes forward, it changes ideas and paradigms. I mean, that's the whole purpose of science. So, like, anyone that comes in here or in Earth Awakenings, wherever the fuck I'm at, and they have this totality view of like, this is how it is, I find it skeptical. That's me personally. And when it comes to Graham, I'll finish my point. I'm sorry. When it comes to Graham Hancock, and when it comes to this alternative explanation of something that was happening here before us, I tend to agree with it based on the totality of evidence of the Carolina Bays, the Younger Dryas theory, and there are impacts that have happened on Earth. I mean, we can see that geologically. All right, I'm done.
So when you're like, that's the thing. I'm not saying that what you've claimed could not be some sort of possibility, right? Like Younger Dryas, it's a very dirty period. It's a very unknown period. It's found because you find flowers that weren't supposed to be there. You know what I mean? Like it's like the way it was discovered. And I get, over time, if there's evidence of this, emerging, I would adapt my worldview. But at the same time, like I said, like when you look at the gap and I look at the available data, there is no evidence on either side of the gap that would say, hey, there was an advanced civilization here.
So
hard
if you
evidence.
want to be, if you want to build really the idea of advanced civilization, you need to assume there was some reset 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, not in the realm of few hundred years. It was supposed to be like a reset before the pyramids, and the pyramids was leftover of the advanced civilization. It will make sense
No
more.
reset needed to hide technology, dude. People hide technology nowadays. No reset needed.
Oh, hold on. Like what you just said is factually untrue. And I'd like you to expand upon it because it is factually untrue. I mean, that's why we have Göbekli Tepe. That's why the Turks are finding all of these advanced sites that were built.
I didn't say it was factually true. I said the conspiracies that I heard about, okay, were talking about like 3,000, 4,000 years, okay, where there was a magnetic shift pole, and there the most of the humanity died, and therefore we got places like the pyramids and places that you can see a large burn in the middle of the desert with black spots. That was the breakout from the lightnings after the magnetic shift pole. And there is a quite reasoning behind it. And I don't believe anything of that. But I'm just saying, at least it was connected to the pyramids, and the pyramid was the leftover after a lightning struck some advanced structure that was like a battery or something.
I don't know. You're going in left field, buddy. What I was trying to extrapolate, or, well, I don't know, just explain is like the younger Dryas is a very interesting thing because most of the megafauna disappeared from like Americas, not just North America, right? Short-faced bear. We had mammoths and shit, right? So like this thing happened. Like we can prove it in the archaeological record. The other thing where geologists kind of they debate and they argue is, was it a meteor impact that hit the ice shelf and then caused this great flooding? If you look at the North Dakotas, you look at the Badlands, all this shit, like you can see like there's geological evidence for this flooding. What I'm saying is, based on the writings of these people, which is what Graham Hancock is going off of, right? And he's going around the world, he's seeing what they wrote down, either carving it in caves or putting it on stones. Like, there is a story there. There is a story. And that story is that, one, people came down and gave them knowledge. And then two, they had a civilization. And if you look at the archaeological record, like it kind of makes sense that that would have been wiped out, disappeared. We would have no evidence of it. Because when you're talking about these floods and the amount of cubic meters that are coming down and the velocity that they're doing, New York City would be gone. There would be no record of it. I'm just saying that's a possibility. That's it. So it's disadvantageous, and you get into groupthink or you get into an anchor bias when you're saying that's not a thing and it couldn't be possible. That's all I'm saying.
Verdict, I think it goes into, like you said, about no evidence. If there is none, then it's hard to, speculate on what it could have been or what not have been.
A good example.
Again,
there is evidence.
Yeah, I'll finish with this point and then I'll shut up because I know I'm talking.